Hello,
Hello,
everyone.
good morning, everybody. Welcome to a Pioneer RCQ at Mayhem Comics in Clive, Iowa. Looks like we've got 30 players today, which puts us at 5 rounds of Swiss, followed by a cut to top 8, which will be a single elimination until we have a winner. Players today are competing for an invitation to the RC in Atlanta, Georgia, coming up in December. Format will also be Pioneer, correct?
That is correct.
And then they'll be fighting there for a chance to qualify for the next Pro Tour, which was just announced to be in Chicago, Illinois.
Yeah.
So,
and what format's that?
I don't think they've announced that one yet, but it's Pioneer until at least December. So, Pioneer today, Pioneer in Atlanta. So our first round, looks like we've got our players sat down. We've got Luke and Robert. Deck list in front of us here. Some spicy ones today, Frank. We've got Bob, looks like on Red White Pia. It's one of the March of the Machines cards. Makes tokens when you cast things from exile. And then Luke on Blue White Spirits. So, ready for game one here. See if players like their hands.
So, did they each keep, or?
Looks like we're thinking about it right now. This Pia deck won a challenge a few weeks ago.
I did see that.
Yeah. So all right, looks like we're off and running. 7 each.
Yeah, the deck is interesting. It gets tokens from exile, correct?
Whenever you cast a spell from exile, it makes a 1/1 colorless Thopter, I believe, that flies.
Has haste.
I do not believe they do have haste. No,
I thought they did.
We can bring up Pia
Yeah,
here to
yeah,
show
we can
the
actually
audience what it is.
Let's bring that up. So we have a couple of new things here.
Console of Revival.
We'll bring it up on Scryfall.
They do not have haste. It just creates a 1/1 colorless
There you
Thopter
go.
with flying. So
Cool.
yeah, just a value deck beyond that. Just a couple of lands ahead of time, and see if he explodes onto the board here.
Yeah, I mean, I would say, who would you say is favored in this matchup?
The red white deck plays to the board really fast and early. Spirits is an aggressive deck that does not like to block. The general rule of thumb with Spirits is if you're blocking with Spirits, you're losing.
Yeah.
Just trying to deploy threats. More often than not, it's one a turn. The red white deck can play 3 or 4 spells a turn, and with spells like Ren's Resolve, which is a new one. Is played as well. It's just another Reckless Impulse where it exiles the top 2 cards of your deck, and until your next turn you can play one or both of them, and then he gets the value from cards like Pia and things of that nature. So similar to the red-white Convoke deck that popped off a few weeks ago with Venerated Loxodons and the Knight Errant of Eos, this one is more of a down lower to the ground, more burn spells as opposed to just flooding the board with creatures. So as you can see, Bob here is just playing a lot of value spells. Looks like a lot of standard-ish kind of things with the Kumano Saga.
Yeah, and thank you. I see we just have a new follower. Thindri, I believe is the name. We appreciate it as we build up the community. So, I mean, you could already tell Luke is on the back step. That Spike Field Hazard was really good there.
A lot of the spirits have 1 toughness, so they die to most any kind of removal spells.
Yeah, this matchup does seem to be rough. Obviously, we have the deck list in front of us, and when we saw them each sat down, we were like, this is going to be rough for Luke. Luke is a pretty well-known player in the Des Moines-based area. Has qualified for the last one. Did not play at the RC.
Yeah,
but pretty good overall player in many formats.
Master of Yawgmoth. So
does play a lot of Yawgmoth.
Yeah, so looks like pretty standard lists here between spirits and whatnot. The red-white list might not be familiar to a lot of players. Outside of the aforementioned Pia, a lot of cheap burn spells, interactions. 4 Chain to the Rocks is a spicy include as well. A lot of basic mountains in the deck, but actually only 7. So could be very interesting with that, but it does just have to go on a mountain. So Sacred Foundries also count for those as well. So 11 targets for the chains.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Now we look at the board. There's a Kumano that's as an enchantment, a Kumano that's flipped, and then a
Soulscar with a counter on it.
And here comes a
Play with Fire.
Yep. See, this is why Dan is going to do the play-by-play because he knows the names. I'm old at this point.
Yep. All right. So back down to a single creature with the prowess trigger. block the one that will survive and take 3 damage.
Yeah.
I can say the pressure goes on. And
I mean, this match is over, right?
Yeah, well, not quite yet, but it's not great. So
what is he about to play? So he's countering it. So he's saving his guy. They figured it out. I wasn't sure if they were gonna figure out the tablet, but they got there.
But still need a lot of card velocity with spirits. It snowballs more than any other deck in the format. Where if your draw gets disrupted, you just don't have the critical mass to overpower the opponent. Like I said, blocking is bad with this deck. You need to be aggressive, and if the other deck is lower to the ground than you are, it's kind of awkward. You're making them play a game they don't want to play.
That is true.
So. It looks like a pass here.
Kaman's going to tick up here.
Yeah, Luke picked up a Brazen Borrower and a Queller in hand, but it's whether or not he has a spell to actually target with that, and assuming the Queller survives as well to not free up the spell again. So let's see what Bob drew here. I didn't get a look at it, but it's a spell. Swift Spear. Okay.
That's pretty good.
Yeah. That's on the least impactful draws you could have drawn there, as opposed to a spell. But
yeah, but I mean, at
7 life, it's still it's a little low. We might see a empty Queller here just to block.
I think you have to. I don't know what. Can't really see the cards in Luke's hand.
Looks like it's a Brazen Borrower and a Queller. So at least the Queller here, we know Bob does not have a hand, so he knows that it's going to be able to block and kill something.
So he's taking 2 here currently.
He will take 2 damage here, correct? Eat one of the Kimonos. Well, unless he changes the blocks up, which looks like we're doing.
Where would you block here?
At this point, I would probably try and save the maximum amount of damage. Luke obviously is not familiar with the burn suite in the deck, but it's a lot of shocks. Mm-hmm. So the Supreme Phantom would survive even if he had a single burn spell as well. So in that case, you might look to try and save damage. But he decided to get the Soul
They're
Scar
saying, we do have someone saying Luke should be on 8, I think. I'm not sure. Unfortunately, we might have to go back and look. Right now, we're in the room. We're not there at that moment. Now 5. There might be an extra point of damage or specifically somewhere that was gained or missed.
Yeah, it might have been a single point there, but... So a 3/4 Queller on the Bone Crusher, the same block on the 2/2, looking to take to 3 to survive. But he does have the Borrower in his hand, which can't block anything.
There's
was
a play.
Great draw by Bob.
Yep, and it's a scoop up.
That'll be it. So.
We'll set up. We're gonna have our field reporter Tommy here soon.
Yeah,
we
be able to go out and stop matches if we notice something like that. But yep, so game 1 goes to Bob Taylor on Red White Pia. Just had a little bit lower to the ground draw that again puts spirits on the back foot, which again is not where you want to be as a spirit player. Sideboarding here, let's see what kind of options they've got. Luke, obviously, he has a set of portable holes, which are going to be really good against the small critters. Wedding Announcements will also give him some longevity as well as pump up his guys to make the burn spells irrelevant. Destroy Evil really doesn't have any targets. Hearse doesn't do anything. Catilda is dead, 100% coming in.
So let's bring that up. I'm not sure if everyone knows what Catilda does. And
it's a large life-linking spirit. Basically a star flyer.
And we'll bring it right up here for everyone to see it. There you go.
And the more spirits you have, the bigger it gets, which again is what the spirits deck is trying to do: create a critical mass and just flood the board, and hopefully not have your things die.
So isn't it weird that this card hasn't really seen more play?
It saw quite a bit of play in Standard, but this is really the only deck that has play for it in Pioneer. Angels won't play it. Any of the other aggro decks obviously will not play it. They won't be able to power it up. It rarely gets disturbed, but on the other side of this as well, I don't know if you can flip over the card, transform down to
we should be able to do that. Technology, everyone.
Happens rarely, but if it ever dies, you can exile it from your graveyard for its disturb cost, and then put it on another creature, and basically turn that creature into a flying lifelink.
Have you had an opportunity to do that?
I have actually. This showed up in the green-white enchantments deck in Standard. That basically averaged 7 to 9 enchantments in play. So the thing was on average an 11/11.
It's pretty good.
And you could turn stuff back around. Once it gets pretty big, again, if they're pointing removal spells at other things that they can kill to try and shrink it, you're probably winning that game. So you have to kill it outright or it gets out of control. That's basically everything out of Luke's deck. Bob is looking at, we've got 2 Showdown of the Skalds, basically just a value engine saga. It's kind of like a bigger Reckless Impulse. It looks at 4 cards, and on Chapter 2 and 3, every time he casts a spell, he can distribute counters around. So basically, it's just a gas refiller. Once his hand is dumped, he can reload his hand and keep the game going. Destroy Evil.
I feel like that's one of the cards that had a lot of hype around it.
Yeah.
And never really pulled its weight in Standard.
Not really, but in Pioneer, it's just about card quantity, not necessarily about quality.
A lot more cheaper spells.
Cheaper spells, and you just have to keep the aggro draws going. Otherwise, you'll allow decks like Black-Red or whatnot to stabilize with Shieldrids. For Invasion of Gobakon, one of the new battles out of the new set. A lot of the aggro decks are playing this now. Boros Convoke will play it as well. You can bring that up. We can show everybody.
Yeah.
Battles are tricky if you haven't seen them yet before. More or less, when they're cast, you give the battle to your opponent to defend. It is still your card, but if you want, and it comes in with X amount of counters on it, defense counters, if you will. And if you choose to attack it down or deal damage to it with a burn spell or whatnot, when the last counter comes off of it, you exile it. It comes back as the flipped side, which we can transform and show everybody here. And this one, when it flips, turns into something pretty insane. It turns into an enchantment that at the end of every attack step, your creatures that attack get bigger. You get a counter on each one of them.
Good, yeah.
And then it has a static ability where you can sack it at any time to make your team indestructible and X-proof. So if your opponent tries to cast a Sweeper, Brotherhood's End, anything of that isn't like an extinction event, you get to nullify their Sweeper.
I remember me and you were testing for the couple of recent events, and I think one of the big things was how powerful that card was.
If you can catch it early, because again, on the front half, it also, you get a look at their hand, and information is paramount.
And it removes the card, which is important. It exiles it.
It taxes the card.
Yeah.
And now, unlike a lot of the other tax effects, where you name a card and they can't play any of those cards, this one only takes the one copy that it exiles. So if they happen to have 2, terminates or anything like that in this format, you could take one of them, not both.
Well, it looks like Luke is keeping his 7-card hand,
and Bob's still on 7.
No, Luke mulligan.
Yep, we've got a mulligan here.
So Bob is looking, deciding.
Mixture of lands and spells are probably good. The last thing that I will mention, obviously, in Bob's board, he has 4 Rending Volleys, which
they're pretty good here.
Custom made for this matchup. Uncounterable,
4
instant
seems like
speed,
a lot.
4 damage to deal to a blue or white creature, which is all Luke is playing. So those definitely will be in the deck. So just increase the removal suite, and his game plan really doesn't change. Cast spells, burn things, and attack your opponent.
So it looks like Bob went down to 6.
Yep.
And it looks like we have Luke doing the same.
This is mulligan number 1 for him.
Yep. So excuse me.
Yep. For any of you that are not familiar with the new mulligan rules, well, not necessarily new, but they've been around for a while yet. But with the Paris mulligan, you basically, or the London mulligan now rather, you basically get to look at a new hand of 7 every time you mulligan, and you mulligan until you like a hand, and then for each time that you mulligan, you put 1 card of your choice on the bottom. So you basically get to stack your hand, so at least it's playable again. They got tired of having games in limited whatnot where you mulligan into a 1-lander and a no-lander and a 1-lander, and then the game isn't really played. So at least now, even if you mulligan up to 1, 2, 3 times, you still have some form of gameplay.
It's definitely. I think it's made the game way better.
Makes it a lot more stomachable, especially
more
in limited. But at least now, again, playing games is what they want.
Still makes Tron very, very good in modern.
Yeah, when you can mulligan to 3 and still probably win the game.
So it looks like he ended up actually mulling a 5.
Yep. So put 2 back on the bottom.
2 back,
and then we're off and running.
That's pretty rough. On the play.
Yep. Again, critical mass is where you want to be. So mulliganing spells away is again not ideal, especially in a deck like this. But you do what you do.
Yeah. I think our field will get the final metagame numbers.
Mm-hmm.
When we were looking out there, it seemed like a lot of humans and a lot of mono green.
Yep. And Spirits is kind of the bugaboo deck to beat mono green. They don't have a lot of interaction.
Humans is good against it.
And used to evade over them. So
yeah,
Mausoleum Wanderer is probably the ideal spirit on one. 1/1 flyer. Whenever a spirit comes into play, it gets bigger. So turns where you play into a like Supreme Phantom or flash in a Rattle Change, you can pump it. Which is kind of fun as well. Mausoleum Wanderer, whenever a spirit comes in, it gets bigger, and you can sack it to counter a non-creature spell. Now, probably not going to be relevant in this matchup because sacking it to counter a spell that's trying to kill it accomplishes the same thing. It still dies.
We could bring that up real fast just so everyone can see it. Mausoleum Wanderer.
Yep.
Great card.
Yep. Standard in every spirit list, modern or pioneer. Double Swift Spirit draw. Now, do we have a follow-up? Play with Fire.
That would be very powerful here.
That'd be very good. Looks like he also has a chain to the rocks in his hand, just debating if he wants to cast.
Would you have played the chain there just to get the prowess?
Probably not, because Luke's hand is reeking of a rattle chains right now. And
what do you think about this play right here?
Just a counterspell. Pointing a burn spell is what I expected him to do. If he didn't play it pre-combat, that would probably be the burn spell he would have. But yep, so the snare counterspell there was 2 mana. It looks like it's 3, but if you have a spirit, it is reduced by 1 colorless. If you have an enchantment, it's reduced by 2.
And he did draw
And here is the Catilda. So, yep.
And we have a reader.
Bob reading it, yes. Yep. The bigger it gets, the more stuff you have in play, spirits as well as enchantments.
He does have that chain on the rocks in his hand, right?
Correct, which does not care how big it is, which is an ideal answer to that card.
And he has 1 mountain, and that's all you need.
That's all you need for the chain to the rocks. So
that's gonna be pretty good here.
Yeah. So looks like we've got a Bone Crusher in there. I can see. It looks like an Invasion, a chain to the rocks. I didn't catch the last card, but. Yeah. Luke's plan is to hope this Catilda does not die.
Unfortunately, we know. Now
it's not long for the world.
There is a Mausoleum Wanderer out there.
There is, correct, but it will not counter a chain to the rocks. Now this is a spicy target though. But if you sack the Mausoleum Wanderer, your Catilda shrinks. So I think you have to let this go.
So what do you think about? So we know Bob has the chain of the rocks in his hand, correct?
Correct.
What do you think about him going for the route that he did?
Well, I mean, the odds, if he hits the land, it's outstanding.
It's insane.
But this is the one downside of doing that is if you miss your land drop, now you give Luke a chance.
Is this scary? I mean, this can be scary if he has a spell caller.
Or if he can protect the Catilda. Because the Catilda is going to race these Swift Spears 100%. And it looks like we've got a follow-up spirit here. Okay, so that's +2 on that. So we've got a 3/3 Wanderer and a 4/4 Catilda.
Yep, I mean that's pretty good.
So that's
with lifelink.
So that's a chunk for 7 and gaining 4 life back.
Yeah,
that was a pretty good turn for Luke. So almost 100%. This chain to the rocks has got to be deployed this turn. This Catilda's got to get out of play.
And just to bring up, so you guys can see chain in the rocks, or chain to the rocks. I think
chain to the rocks. Yeah. Yes.
As I search. By the way, we're using Scryfall for this, which if you guys stream, I definitely recommend it. Great application. Yep. But we can bring it up right there.
Yeah, so basically just exiles any creature as long as you have a mountain. There's not much to remove mountains or lands in this format that is ever played. So the Chain to the Rocks is a pretty clean removal spell for a single creature as long as you have the mountains.
Yep.
So it can be awkward if you have like a double Vantage hand where you can't cast it. But in this case...
how many mountains are in his deck?
He has 11. He has 7 basic mountains and 4 Sacred Foundries. So
more than enough.
More than enough. But like I said, the draws can be awkward, kind of like with Mono White if you draw like the double Lagan Joe hands instead of the basic planes where you can't ossify things, which we'll probably run into later. It is like a less than 5 or 10% thing, but it can lose a game. So you have to make sure you look at your mana base correctly and keep hands and sequence your lands correctly.
Nope.
So,
and I just want to say thank you for everyone that is tuning in. We have 14 viewers right now. We appreciate you guys.
Welcome to everybody. Hope we have some good, entertaining Pioneer play, and we don't annoy you too much.
Yep.
So looks like we have an attack and a Bone Crusher. So Luke sacks the Wanderer. Obviously, it counters it and keeps it from being able to be recast as a 4/3. In most cases, whenever they throw a
now, are we wrong that he doesn't have a Chain of the Rocks in his hand?
He does, but Bob is still stuck at 2 lands, and he's just trying to shrink it. This is Plan B in most cases to outright killing the Catilda. But yes, I did see a chain to the rocks in his hand.
Okay.
Yep, and this swinging the life back and forth is.
I mean, Bob's in trouble right now.
Yeah, Baneslayer Angel is something you never want to race. You want to kill it.
yeah. I mean, a game where we felt like at the beginning
he was. I mean, he was in a really
this
bad
is a 5-card hand for Luke.
100%. But like I said, if Catilda survives, it catches you up pretty fast. And I mean, Bob has tried to go the other direction twice instead of just chaining the Catilda. It does have protection from vampires, but not from enchantments. So, but
imagine a protection for enchantments. That'd be pretty good.
That would be pretty funny, actually. Yeah.
Enchantment itself.
It would be funny, yeah. But yeah, that's the one bugaboo about all these red-white decks that are so low to the ground. Looks like he's only got 12, 13, 20 lands in this deck.
So he's trying to just make it smaller right now.
Yeah. So, and with the Soul Scar Mage, any damage is basically done in the form of -1/-1 counters.
Yep.
You'll see that a lot more in Modern, but it did not kill it though.
It didn't, but I mean, it did make it smaller.
Smaller, yes.
And unfortunately, Luke ripped a Hollow Fountain.
Yeah,
and I think he needed a spell.
Any spell would have ended the game right there. But we're still here. But mana Screw always beats Mana Flood. Yeah. Drawing too many lands is always a way to lose a game of Magic.
So we're 8-2.
Yep.
It's a really tight game.
Yeah. Looks like he still has the chain in his hand and a Bone Crusher.
Yep, there's a Crusher there. I see it.
Yeah. But still no third land. So, well, there it is.
All right. So we're attacking first. Mm-hmm. That should win if he just plays them both.
Maybe.
Someone's saying
I apologize. That is not a chain to the rocks. My first bugaboo of the day.
That's okay.
I was sure that was a chain. I know there's a Bone Crusher, and
that's okay. So by our view, guys, we see kind of their hands. I think we see Luke's hand. We see the other side of the table better.
Yeah, we don't have a hand viewer yet.
No, we're.
But that makes sense. Sense now why he didn't try and
makes
chain
sense why he didn't
chain. So.
Yeah. So I mean, clearly Luke has to block here, correct?
Well, any spell would put him to most of the spells are going to be dealing 2 damage, right? So, so any burn spell in this case, Bone Crusher, indeed would be lethal, yes. But if he does lose the Phantom, though, the Catilda will die with the static -1/-1 on it. So
he loses everything.
I think you almost have to take that risk.
Yeah, but
otherwise
he didn't play anything. He has
correct.
He has 2 cards in hand.
2 cards in his hand, but it's just a rough spot to be in because. Do you just give up any chance you have? Are you playing to win the game or playing to not lose the game?
I get you. It's a rough situation, man.
And as we obviously know, there is a Bone Crusher in his hand, so if he does not block, the game ends. If he blocks, Bob is in the exact same position to kill him on the next turn. So looks like this game is going to be over.
Yep. No.
Regardless, but
I see B sheep. I see what you're saying.
But being able to go on the play in game 3, whole other ball game, and hopefully not mulligan to 5. Yep, there we go. So
we know, unfortunately, what happens here.
So now we crush the Phantom. Yep.
Yep.
Which pumps the Mage, kills it, and then Catilda will die as a state-based effect, and he'll take 4. Put him to 4, and unless you're going to untap and cast an actual Baneslayer Angel.
I mean,
which would be insane right now.
We have his deck list.
Yes.
So,
and there are no Baneslayers to be
So
had.
he is saying go.
Yes.
I'm not sure exactly what Luke drew.
Nope. At this point, looks like there's no.
So he's just stopping him.
Yep. No,
and it
game
goes
2 goes to Bob.
2-0 to Bob. So everyone, right now, on the way this event is set up, we have 1 feature match per round. If we can pull someone else in, we will.
Yeah.
I appreciate, number one, everyone for tuning in. We have 19 people. It's going up and down, and I understand that. Please follow if you haven't followed.
Yeah,
we do have a trios event, which we're going to do between our rounds advertisement. There'll be some little bit of music playing as well, just to, for you guys just to hang out and wait.
Avoid awkward silences,
No, try to avoid awkward silences, but we'll be back with the next round play. Thank you, everyone, for tuning in, and we'll talk to you soon.
All right.
We're back and live from the beach. It's all good times for tan lines from here on out. And as things are heating up, everyone's headed to the coast. Our advice is, avoid the crowds, remember your sunscreen, and of course, keep it locked right here for your soundtrack to the summer.
Welcome back, everybody, to round 2 of 5 Pioneer Mayhem Clive RCQ.
That's the longest title ever.
It is, I know, right? We have a special guest in the booth right now. Say hi, Foch.
Hi.
Hello. He's our resident guest. What the hell are they doing, guy?
I need Dicklets.
All right. There you are. Oh, yeah. Alrighty.
That was our judge doing grabbing deck lists to do deck checks, but we are back.
So queued up for round 2, we've got Andrew Zachow on Red Black Sacrifice. Seems to be the deck of the day here. We've got quite a few of them in the room. And on the other side, we have a treat for you folks. Aiden Trotter on Possibility Storm. That's right, you heard that correct. Possibility Storm. We'll bring that up here so you can see what the heck that card even does.
He's somehow 1-0.
Yep, this is probably in the homebrew category, but most of the time you don't see this without a Teferi attached to it.
No, we'll bring it up. If I pass it, let me know.
You search Storm or Possibility?
I searched Storm. I figured it was,
right.
It was not a mechanic.
All
but
right. So basically we're looking at a whole bunch of just mana ramp Possibility Storms, which as you can see here, does a lot of things, a lot of words on it. So short version is whenever a player casts a spell, you exile that spell, and then you exile a card from the top of your deck until you find a spell that has the same type, so creature, enchantment, whatever, and then you cast that one.
It's pretty cool.
You've seen this kind of card in Modern where they basically try and cheat an Emrakul or some ridiculous Eldrazi into play. This thing can flip Chandras, can flip Garruk Warbringers, and Borgaremos Enraged, a gigantic land thrower. Red Black Sack, pretty standard across the board here. A lot of value creatures, and you can set up loops with Witch's Oven and Cauldron Familiar, affectionately known as the kitty cat, to start draining, and then with the Mayhem Devil you can start throwing damage around to clear up the board and win the game. So, looks like pretty standard start here.
Zacho has a very good start.
I don't think that elf is very long for this world, but
no, Andrew's start is very, very good.
But at least it's here. Awkward land there where it comes into play tapped.
Yeah.
But we've got a Fable.
Fable makes everything better, I believe.
It does. Fable fixes a lot of problems here. So, again, this Blood Tithe Harvester is probably going to be pointed at this goblin here pretty fast. Make sure he doesn't ramp in anything that he can't control. So, fresh draw by Zachow, and we'll see what we got. Looks like that's got probably a Fable on the far right here, probably with the marker card.
Yeah. I mean, it's right now Aiden's in a rough spot.
But as in standard, casting Fable second probably means you're losing. So Goblin.
Yeah. Goblin's gonna die.
Goblin down.
And he attacks.
Take the one.
Let's see what Andrew's follow-up is.
Hopefully a Fable would be pretty good here.
If he doesn't have a land here...
That's awkward.
That's awkward. Okay. All right.
So
he's going to see a whole bunch of cards.
All right. So, yep.
Do we know what it's Witness? What card is it?
Yep. So basically, when it dies, you actually have the top 2 cards. You can choose one of them and cast one until the beginning of your next turn. And then, of course, the Deadly Dispute goes off. You draw 2, make a treasure. So not ideally a land draw, but he could have found one off of the dispute.
Pretty sure people are familiar with Deadly Dispute. Might not be familiar with Witness.
Yep. All right. Yep. So now we have a land, and I don't think he's chosen the card yet. Probably the Oven. Yep. Yeah. All right. Yep. So bye-bye kitty cat.
So he found a land.
Yep. He did find land 3, which unlocks 2 Fables. Looks like.
Fortunately, there was a cat that got exiled, but he does have 3 more. The Oven's definitely the more important part.
Looks like he's actually only on 3 cats now.
3 cats?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. 3 cats, 3 claims, 3 witness. So
is that standard now?
Most of the time, yeah. Most of the time, this is pretty standard. One Croxa, disputes, pushes, ovens, fables, and devils, all 4 ofs as well. So again, kind of like the spirits matchup we saw in round 1. The sack deck can snowball pretty fast. If you don't remove its board, they can start stacking Mayhem Devils. The game ends in short order. But if you can break that up, it's a kind of a collection of a lot of bad draft cards.
I'm looking at the chat. Shout out to Robert Taylor. Yes, he was round 1, victorious 2-0.
Yep.
And now we're on to our round 2.
Yep.
We'll probably see more of Rob or Bob, as we call him here locally.
Yep. Assuming he keeps winning, and we'll keep making him famous.
A.K.A. Fire Shoes.
So, Chandra, Torch of Defiance. It's pretty good, and it looks like Chandra ramped into Fable number 2. Shades of standard. Pretty good stuff. So,
I mean, Aiden's hand turned out to be really good.
Like I said, Fable fixes a lot, and when they don't discard anything to a Fable...
Is that a Chandra?
It's a sinking feeling in your stomach when that happens, because their hand is
4 mana Chandra?
4 mana Chandra, yes sir.
So let's bring that up so you guys can see that.
Torch of Defiance.
When you type in like Chandra, you realize how many Chandras that there are now?
Yeah, Wizards likes to print a lot of them. This one is Torch of Defiance.
We'll bring that up for you.
Yep. So, basically one of the walkers, as with most of them, if they survive, you're winning. But this one snowballs darn quickly. Can make mana the turn it comes in, which is what we saw Aiden do to ramp into a second Fable. Here is the namesake of the deck, Mayhem Devil. Every time he sacrifices anything, I think it's both players or just the one on Mayhem Devil. I think it's both.
It's both players.
So basically, whenever a permanent is sacrificed, he gets to throw a damage anywhere he wants.
Any target.
Any target. So walkers, face, creatures, whatever. So this is, again, if he finds a second one, the game flips on its head. But staring down multiple Fables and a Chandra, which at this point is probably going to start exiling cards off the top of his deck.
Yeah.
Just to get more card velocity. It's going to be pretty insane. Or, can also tick down to kill Mayhem Devil, but that would take Chandra with it, so probably not going to be the play this turn.
Yep.
But depending on what his hand is.
Nope, it's pretty good.
Yep, looks like we're going to tick up here. We make him... Nope, we're exiling. Okay, so this card... Is that a... Garrick's Harbinger? Yeah, that's what that is.
How many are in there?
2. That is a 2 of in there. So a 4/3, I believe it's hexproof from black. And whenever it deals damage, we can bring it up and show everybody in the audience here. But whenever it deals damage, I think you look at the top 4 cards of your deck, you can take a creature.
Let's bring it up. Sorry about that.
But hexproof from black could randomly be relevant in this matchup.
What is it, Garrick?
Garrick's Harbinger, I believe it is. Yes. I think that card got played in Standard once in its lifetime. There it is, right there.
There
Yep, hexproof from black. So no Mayhem Devils, no Go for the Throats, no any of that. So another witness here. Going to be quickly sacked to the Witch's Oven.
That is a blast from the past, by the way.
It is 100%. All right, so Oven gets sacked. We've got a Mayhem Devil damage to throw around. Looks like a Fable and a push. That was pretty good. So the Fable flipped has 1 standing damage on it. I imagine the second damage is coming here in short order.
I just want to say thank you. I appreciate the shout outs for commentary and everything. And thank you for the follows.
Absolutely, guys.
We do appreciate that.
Yeah. And for bearing with us, this is the first run at commentary, but if it goes well, we'll have more
events to come.
Absolutely,
more events
100%.
to come.
Yep. So it looks like, we cashed in the blood token there, which is the second trigger off Mayhem Devil, which finished off the Fable. And surprise, surprise, we now are revolted. So now this Fatal Push is on as well, but you cannot target the Harbinger, which is funny. So it looks like the other got taken out, the other Goblin Shaman token.
Zach, Andrew's in a rough spot here.
Well, when this Harbinger starts to fling, it's awkward now because the only way to pressure the Chandra from killing the Mayhem Devil is to suicide it into the Garrick's Harbinger, which I guarantee Aiden will take.
Yep. Yeah. So, you're blocking here, right?
100%. Chandra is worth way more than a random 4 cards off your deck. But, I don't know. He might value the creature. It might be a pet card. I don't know. But, it's just really... Well, fair enough. Just the liability of potentially sacking treasures or whatnot to finish off Chandra would have been a risk I might not have taken. But, like I said, we'll see if it works out. Chandra does survive.
Yeah, that's...
And now we're in outstanding shape.
That was ballsy, right?
It was, 100%. Any dispute, any, additional blood token, any land drop there would actually finish off Chandra.
So reveals, which is probably not... an elf is not good at this point of the game.
No, an elf is going to die at will, but like I said, at least the blood tide blocks Harbinger here. And because Chandra got taken down, she couldn't minus and survive, so this Mayhem Devil is going to survive again, which, in most cases, Mayhem Devil is kill on sight.
Yeah.
Kind of gives the deck a lot of the velocity that it needs to keep going.
Are you copying the Harbinger right now?
Well, the Fable just flipped, correct?
No, I understand that.
Yeah.
If we get an opportunity, what are we copying?
100% that I'm not going to copy an elf ever. Unless I'm chumping with it, but this is going to be a snap block. I think.
How did you let
100%?
So, what did you think about that attack there?
Well, give Gnarl Professor. All right, we need to bring up this other one here.
What is going on?
This is a 5/4 trampler that learns when it comes into play. So, if you guys haven't drafted in the last probably year or two, Learn is a cool effect. You either can choose to rummage, which means you discard a card out of your hand and draw a random one off the top, or you can go to your sideboard and go get a lesson. There are all kinds of lessons that are like specific, and they do random things. It looks like he did get a lesson, but I didn't see which one he grabbed.
Which one is this?
Gnarl Professor right here.
Oh, there you go. I've never actually played with this card ever.
So it looks like his targets, he's got a Pest Summoning, which makes 1/1s, Environmental Sciences. That's it. So my guess is he got a Pest Summoning, which makes 2 1/1s that when they die, he gains a life when they die. So I drafted that set quite a bit, and as I expected, Chandra is down.
So definitely should have probably blocked there.
And a Fable. Well, I mean, the odds of him being able to kill it the next turn are one thing, but Harbinger.
And that's Pest Summoning for everyone.
Yep. So it just makes 2 1/1s when they die, you gain life. But against a deck that is built around throwing 1 damage around at will, probably not the best one to have right at the moment. So, and again, we're getting into crunch time here, where the red-black sacrifice deck is getting critical mass. They've got a sack outlet on board in the form of Witch's Oven and treasures. They can make blood tokens. They can just start throwing stuff around here. So,
is it legendary?
It is not.
Okay.
You know, 5/4 Gnarl Professor is literally a 5/4 trampler for 4 mana. Pretty good rate on it, but it's just a big clunker in this deck. So, all right, we have a Lair of the Hydra fired up here. More or less put X amount of mana into it, and it can be as big as you need it to be that turn. A staple in mono green decks and the red green decks, in case you kind of run out of gas, you can just start bashing them with a 7/7. So, yep, looks like we cloned the Gnarl Professor here, which lets him learn again and goes and gets an Environmental Sciences. Sorcery lets him get a basic out of his deck and gain 2 life, but we are crunching for 10 trample here.
It's pretty good.
Which is not the worst. So 10 trample plus a layer, so this is 14 damage coming at you.
That is a lot.
That is quite a bit. And he just took it on the chin. All
So,
14.
Is there any I mean, what does he do here other than blocking and losing everything, right?
He needs... Oh, yep. So after
does
combat here,
sacrifice.
at the end of the turn, it does sacrifice, and when that goes, Mayhem Devil triggers off both players. So when he sacrifices the copied Gnarl Professor, he gets to get an elf for free. So at this time, he needs to find probably a second Mayhem Devil, and then we start to go nuts. Looks like he drew a Fable. So he's got 2 Fables right now. And so we've got a Goblin token, which can make a treasure at will, 2 food tokens, which are another 2 pings. But can he get to 4? Probably not, but getting to 2 to kill the reflection's probably good enough here, as long as he has enough damage to chump the layers when they come back. So, but the Fable should take care of that. All right, so Goblin attacks, makes a treasure. We're gonna sack it before it blocks. Yep, to pick off the reflection. And we are escaping a Croxa. So we'll have a trigger when that comes in as well. Croxa will make you discard a card of your choosing. If you choose to discard a non-land, you do not lose life. If you discard a land, you lose 3, which can eventually matter because they usually are holding lands.
Croxa is very good here.
It is a 6/6, which is conveniently bigger than a 5/4.
Yeah.
So looks like we're going to have a little bit more sack shenanigans here to pick off this Fable. Yep. So that makes the clock go down a lot. The one bad thing about these layers is they do not trample without help from like an Ember Cleave or something of that ilk. So he can sit here and just chump for days.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
Yeah.
So the game, I think, is kind of spun back in the other angle,
Yep.
right?
Yep, 100%. Yep, he basically has created a board state that takes care of everything as it is. So, Lovestruck Beast, casting the front half of it to make a 1/1 here. Again,
and I think that was the worrisome of letting that Chandra die earlier,
Yeah.
like of allowing it to get low enough where it could be pinged.
Yeah. He has card velocity. You don't really anymore.
Yeah.
Lovestruck Beast is just a generic 5/5 here. Andrew can basically pick off the 1/1s at will, which will stop it from ever attacking. So he can just sit back and eventually he doesn't have to attack him to win the game. He can just ping him out with the devil itself.
And I mean, this Fable, when it does flip and if it does live, is going to be a problem.
Then we have a second Mayhem Devil, and then we are fixing to go to the circus. So. And it looks like only Zakhow has a companion because of the
Gigantha.
Multiple colored symbols. Aiden does not have access to have that as one of his buddies, but Zakhow can always regrow a 5/5 whenever it's convenient in the middle of the game.
Yeah, I mean, this is
as well.
Getting rough right now.
Granted, this Fable is not going to be active this next turn, but the turn after that, so Aiden's got about a turn to find something to disrupt this board, or he quite literally could lose his entire board in one turn.
Yeah, I mean, he has no cards in hand, I believe.
Yep.
This is rough.
Yep. Zakhow, that will flip into a Goblin. We have a third Fable in his hand right now, but Croxa is also going to be chunking here if he wants to. Granted, there's no real reason to throw it away right now. This 6/6 is just staring at these 5/5s.
Yeah.
So, Fable, and I didn't get a look at that. Is it a land?
Can't really.
We have fast. Yeah. So it's got to be some sort of interactive spell here. So he attacks. Aiden does not have a hand, so the Croxa trigger will automatically get 3 life out of him. And if that was a removal spell, nope. Yep. All right. So
but you're 2 for 1ing yourself here.
Croxa trades, but he also has a chance to grow it back in the second half, and he's just trying to make sure he doesn't get chunked in for damage. Fable number 3. Okay.
Jeez.
And the Goblin, again, will be able to block these layers if they ever decide to come in. And next turn, like I said, we are off to the races unless this Mayhem Devil leaves play.
Aiden's going to need to have to draw something here.
Chandra, maybe?
I don't even know what his out is.
As far as removal spells, it looks like he's got 4 Glory Bringers. Glory
Bringer's
good. Glory Bringer would be an out.
But he's exerting it, right? So he's then... Because he needs to kill... So do you kill the Mayhem Devil or you kill the Kiki here? Probably the Mayhem Devil?
100% the Mayhem Devil, yeah. I would imagine. Now, granted, for those of you who have not played Standard in the last year, having 2 active Fables, end of turn they can do the Kiki Jiki trick.
Top deck a Possibility Storm.
And then clone their Fables and then attack you for upwards of 17 plus damage.
So we did bring up Possibility Storm earlier.
Yes. So, but with no other spells in your hand, that can be a little awkward. So now this does make any draws off the top live, which is fine.
Yeah.
But so now basically whenever someone plays a spell, that's not the spell that's going to resolve.
Yeah.
It's going to be a spell of the same type. So
we'll bring that up for everyone just to take a look at real fast. Yep. And then we will...
And then all the cards that are revealed are put on the bottom, correct?
Yeah.
In a random order?
Yeah. Yep. Gotcha. Random order.
Yep. All right.
Yeah, but now he just copies that devil and goes nuts, right?
The Fable's not yep. So here we go. We copy a devil here. And,
he's in a bad place.
And we are going. So now every sacrifice is now 2 damage, individual pings thrown anywhere he wants.
So the Possibility Storm's resolved.
Correct.
What can Aiden get that's going to help him in this game?
He can exile into a
Glorybringer,
a Borgorimos, a Glorybringer are about the only cards that, and he does have 1 copy of Enter the Infinite, which I believe you draw your deck.
Well, we gotta go searching.
We'll have to go look for that one. That is a Commander Bomb.
All right. Well.
Oh no. Okay. So you basically draw cards equal to the number of cards in your deck, and then you put 1 card back down. So yeah, he basically draws his deck, but I don't see any free mana in the deck. So
yeah, I don't know.
This has got to be some sort of combo that I'm too dumb to understand.
You have no maximum hand size until the next turn.
But there's no way to generate free mana out of this. So he's just trying to cheat a gigantic guy into play. I'm not sure.
It seems like that.
We'll worry about that if it happens. All right. So yep. So we cast.
His board is gone.
Yes. So
here we go.
Yep. So we had our first Possibility Storm. Okay.
So it looks like he discard. Did he discard draw? What was?
I think he tried to Fatal Push and he Deadly Disputed off the Possibility Storm. The Fatal Push got exiled and he cast the Dispute for free.
Gotcha.
Yep, and then
That
post
would make
combat.
Yeah, I
We
mean,
kind of have everything here.
Possibility Storm goes
So,
off.
all right. So exile the creature and maybe hit a Mayhem Devil, which would be pretty silly. I think that's a. So he's going to hit a Harvester or a Mayhem Devil here, right? Or Witness number 3. Oh God.
The Mayhem Devil is really
Yep.
good here.
Okay. All right. So now
When your card gets used against you.
Yeah. So now we've got blood tokens, Witch's Oven, and we've got 3 triggers. I think he's just straight up dead. Yep. Sack Oven, deal 3. Sack this, deal 3. Yep. And then at the end of the turn, the Fable token copied will sacrifice. He'll take 2. Yep. So he's dealing 9 this turn. Yep. And that's what happens when the Mayhem Devils don't die.
Yeah. Well, Possibility Storm
so
tried.
Game 1 to sacrifice on the back of some Mayhem Devils that were helped by Aiden's Possibility Storm. But like I said, maybe we'll get a chance to see what Possibility Storm can really do in game 2.
And what are they board? What specifically are they boarding in?
So just looking at Aiden's board here, we've got the 2 lessons, a 3rd Harbinger, a pair of Cinder Vines, a Rurik Thar. If you want to bring up Rurik Thar here, 6/6, a 6/6 guy that whenever your opponent casts a non-creature spell, it chunks him in the face for 6, which can end games pretty fast. Some decks in the format, like Lotus Field, outside of auto-RAing it, I don't think can win.
We'll bring this up. There you go.
A pair of Shifting Ceratops, which are protection from blue, which aren't relevant in this matchup. 3 Scavenging Ooze. Could be a pipe dream to try and catch a Cauldron Familiar, but it can happen.
I think you bring the oozes in.
A 2 Pithing Needles, which will be outstanding in this matchup. Being able to either
there's
Fable.
ooze if you don't know. I
Yeah.
feel like it's pretty much a staple at
It's
this
a
point.
staple. Yeah, this was kind of the first Commander card that we all kind of came into and kind of warped the format forever. Pithing Needle, though, obviously is going to shut off Witch's Oven.
Yeah.
I don't think anything else really in the deck will be shut off, because you don't really want to shut off the Fables, because you're also doing Fable things as well.
Yeah.
And then 2 Maglaws, which is a favorite of Foch over here in Zoo and Modern.
Love it.
Basically just a 4/4 for 3 that does a whole bunch of things. Can disenchant things, which is probably fine. 4 toughness in this matchup matters a lot, so those will probably just be better than maybe the Lovestruck Beast, which will realistically never attack.
Yeah, the
because you'll
Lovestruck
never
Beast
keep a 1/1 in play.
They seem rough here.
Moving over to Red Black Sack, 2 Obnixilis, the Adversary. Pretty much a staple in these decks. If you haven't seen Obnixilis, you basically get to make 2 copies when you cast it, and then they make devils, or they can tax your opponent's hand, force them to discard unless they lose life.
And that is in Zacho's board.
Correct. So
Andrews.
basically, most of his creatures are sackable. You're going to make 2 copies and then just start ticking these up or down as needed to just overwhelm your opponent. It's hard enough to kill one of them, let alone 2.
Yeah, I mean, that card seems very good in this matchup.
Correct. Furnace Rains, just the next in a long line of threat and effects. This one, I think, when the creature that you take it, it gets haste. When it deals damage to your opponent, you make a treasure, I think. Haven't drafted it a whole bunch. Rending Volleys, irrelevant in this matchup. Duresses, probably not in this matchup. Colligan's Command, didn't see a lot of targets for that. Unlicensed Hearse, not relevant. Damping Sphere, not really for this matchup either. More for a combo deck that casts a lot of spells, or to shut off and nick those, which Aiden is not doing. So realistically, I'm looking at maybe Obnixilis. And if he thinks there's going to be some big payoffs, try and catch a Chandra, but he doesn't know how many are in the deck, and he saw a lot of creatures. So I don't think a lot of board in either one. Maybe Obnixilis, that's about it. For Aiden, I think maybe Maglaws will come in. The Harbinger, again, more of them is better. If you run them into things, you can draw more cards.
Mm-hmm.
The Lessons didn't really seem to have a lot of effect in that game, especially not in this one. A lot of the lessons you'll see, they might have like a 5/5 drop. They can exile things or whatnot, but they're not in this list. So probably minimal boarding on both sides. Just going to try and get a lot of the 1/1s out of the deck, minus the elves. Those never come out.
Yeah. I mean, I think overall this matchup, I feel like if Aiden could get going, I think he can, especially on the play here, with those elves, he can definitely go over top of those Glory-bringers.
You need to get to your payoff, your 4 or 5 mana spell before the Mayhem Devils get off the ground.
And he might learn from. I mean, clearly the mistake was letting the Chandra get as low as it did.
The odds of it dying were pretty high.
It was going to die, but
in that case, he valued the Harbinger higher than that, and he obviously didn't know that he was going to have a follow-up Blood Tithe Harvester. But
yeah, but the work that you have to when you have that, your opponent has that many creatures to block your Harbinger. Yeah. It's very hard to deal damage.
In some cases, I mean, an argument could be made to just have cashed in the Chandra to pick off the Mayhem Devil outright, because the Mayhem Devil is literally the linchpin of that deck.
Yep. Which we saw how much more powerful the deck was when it was there.
Well, yeah, and red black sack can't bring them back. So once the Mayhem Devils are gone, they just lose that velocity.
Yep.
So. But Red Black Sack would be more than happy for you to sit around and do nothing. Because the longer you go, they have inevitability. You don't. So, yep. So Oven into Harvester. The mana base is cooperating too. He gets to play the 2 lands in his deck that actually come in tapped after turn 2 on turns 1 and 2.
It's rough.
So, yeah, Fable here. Again, basic play patterns of Standard of yesteryear. Harvester on 2, Fable on 3, Goblin token dies immediately. You don't want that token to hang around.
No.
And he might have a Fatal Push. Yep.
Yeah, push is really good here.
So he can hang on to his clock. Yeah. Chunks in for 3 damage. And let's see if we have a follow-up. Shocking a Crypt, so we do. Another Harvester, perhaps?
Might be. Harvester's great here.
Harvester or...
Looks like you just leave that up.
Which... puts up a gigantic flag that says Bone Crusher Giant.
Well, could be Bone Crusher, could be Deadly Dispute.
Could be.
Could be either or. I think those are the 2 probably instants that for 2 that we're going to be playing, right?
Yeah. Which you're correct. I'm an idiot. There are no bone crushers in here. So this is 100% Deadly Dispute.
That's fine.
So, yes.
Red Black, when you see Red Black, you think Bone Crusher as mid-range plays.
Yep. So, yep. Looks like these Fables are showing up in triplicate.
That's usually pretty good.
But there are worse problems to have.
That's usually pretty. We like that. Mm-hmm. And now what's this?
Yep. So yep.
Is he learning again?
As we expected, McLaws came in from the board. 4/4s in this matchup have a lot of velocity, and they're just harder to remove. You have to put in some work to fatal push them, and they're going to be bigger than anything else on the board. McLaws has got a lot of abilities on it. Comes in with 5 counters. If you remove one of the counters, it can get Vigilance and Menace, I believe, until end of turn.
It's pretty good.
You remove 2 counters or 3 counters and Disenchants, so destroys an enchantment or artifact, which is going to be pointed straight at that Oven.
And I'll bring him up now.
You pick 2 to pump him too.
And you can remove some number of counters to give him +2/+2 until end of turn. There it is. Yep, you passed it.
Did I pass it already?
Right there.
There we go.
Yep.
I don't play this guy at all. But
yep.
Here we go. For everyone, so you can see it.
Yep. So one counter gets Menace and Vigilance. 2, you get to pump it +2/+2 until end of turn, and then 3, you get a blow, an enchantment or artifact.
Pretty good. Which
in this case is going to be pointed at the Oven or a Fable on either side. So, all right. So Fable flips. Never been happier. That thing does not have haste. Made the card even worse than it is. But yeah, Fable, if you haven't realized already, Fable is one of the most busted cards they've printed in probably the last 5 years. R&D is still asleep at the wheel. And
sometimes. Look, I think there's definitely been some broken cards in the last couple sets.
Sure.
Yeah, we all know.
And some Dragon time.
All right, Glorybringer is very good here.
Yep, Glorybringer.
Are we exerting and killing, or it looks like he is?
Yeah.
So he's sacking.
Yeah. So Glorybringer, obviously extremely powerful card. 4/4 haste dragon.
What is he playing right here? Was that just a food token, I believe?
Correct. Yep. And whenever the dragon is exerted, you can deal 4 damage to a non-dragon. So in this case, Harvester got blasted. But because it was exerted, the Glorybringer will remove the exert counter, but will not untap during his next turn.
Yeah.
So every other turn, you get to pop something, and you're still chunking for 4 in the air again. 4 toughness matters in this matchup.
Pretty good.
But if that Fable gets...
If the Fable flips and
you start
copies the Glorybringer, it's going to get pretty rough too. All right, so here's the other half of the built-in combo. Assembled.
It's assembled.
Cauldron Familiar and the Witch's Oven. Every time you can put the cat in the oven, as they say, you make a food token, and then you can
in real life, though.
No, do not do that. That's real life.
Yeah.
But whenever the cat is in the yard, you can sack a food token to return it to play, and every time the cat comes in, it drains your opponent for 1.
Pretty good.
So inevitability, you basically just got to keep cat ovening every turn to drain them out. You add a Mayhem Devil to that mix, it speeds the clock up, and you have an infinite blocker. As long as the attacker does not have trample, you can block, sack, and then bring it back and do it again over and over again.
Got fatal pushed, unfortunately, there, huh?
Yep. Which is still fine. This Glory Bringer is still going to go.
All right, so we're digging. Yep. We're digging for removal for Glory Bringer or for Kiki at this point.
Yep. Looks like we found another Fable. At least it's easy to find out when they draw them with the marker cards, right?
Right.
Everything else, when they flip their hands so fast, it's hard to find. So Kenzin played straight up and
a Witness.
Yep, a Witness, which will set him up next turn.
So it looks like we're going to get to untap.
Mm-hmm. Glorybringer will
obviously Glorybringer, yep.
Counter off, but it'll come back the turn after this. And let's see what his follow up is here.
Another Glorybringer?
That'd be pretty good.
And that was not another Glory. That was a land, but
okay, but he does get a copy said Glorybringer.
I believe we do not have a Glorybringer token here.
No, but that's good enough.
Now we should automatically exert with this.
100% token is leaving. It doesn't care if it has a hangover because it's going to be gone.
Exactly.
So, yep. So he's pointing at the Goblin here. Yep.
It does look like
you don't want to throw it at the Witness. He's going to sack it for value anyway,
so
don't help him. Yep. So another 4 and
Possibility Storm. Okay.
Which will shut off a lot of the planned plays, so now it just becomes a random game.
It becomes a little bit random. And look, what he needs right now is removal for that Glorybringer, and
I mean, life totals here too. I mean, he is going to 7, but I mean, this cat might be able to sack maybe twice, but these dragons next turn he's going to have 2.
It's good to see Glorybringer in Pioneer. I think
it's refreshing, yeah.
I think you should see more of it. I think the card is powerful. You know?
It's extremely powerful. Yep, token gone.
Foshik
agrees
with us. Yes.
Good, man.
Yeah, no, it's good.
He's a sucker for dragons.
Yeah,
love him.
Yeah, it's true.
All right.
I'm still thinking about the turn where he casts that elf instead of blowing up the witch's oven.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, hey.
All right, so Fable's coming back here.
I think he thought maybe he needed the extra mana out there, possibly.
Yep, like I said. Yep. Oh God.
A Possibility Storm.
This is a Furnace Reigns, which is Possibility Storm. All right, so we're going to exile this and find
Daunties.
All right.
He loses
and
too.
Unfortunately, you have to take the damage no matter what.
My God.
That was awesome.
Yeah, that Furnace Reigns would have been a very good card there.
So did we get a little hasty when we cast that, do you think? Or do you think
I'm pretty sure he knew it was going to happen. It's just
Aiden could miss the trigger, correct?
I believe you can, but I think both players have to at least acknowledge that it happens.
Yeah.
It's not like a Chalice of the Void kind of thing.
Yeah. It definitely.
But to be fair, I'm not 100% familiar with the ruling because I haven't seen that card played for like a decade.
All right, so Zacho scoops it up. Andrew scoops it up. So we're gonna go to game 3.
Yep.
That's what we talked about.
A pair of dragons
going over top. That's what it came down to.
Yep. Unable to remove the dragons. I think outside of the Furnace Reigns, I don't think he can remove the 4/4.
It's really hard for him.
Yeah.
Yep. I think that's the key card in this matchup.
Yep.
Definitely.
Don't give Sacrifice enough time to set up their lock pieces.
Yeah, I mean, I think the biggest thing is Aiden mold here, right? But he kept a good hand.
Yeah.
It was fast. I think it matters if you go turn 1 elf and Andrew doesn't have any way to remove it.
Yeah.
You're so far ahead.
Well, I mean that's kind of the idle adage in Pioneer right now is that
who went first?
Everybody plays elves, and everyone plays things to kill elves. But the games where the elves don't die, are just the games get out of control. I mean, granted, Red Black Sack is probably the deck you don't want to play when you have your elves in your hand, but they also have to take off turns to develop their board, and they only have 4 fatal pushes. Outside of that, there's not a lot of other shock effects, like we saw in round 1 with with fires and whatnot.
Yeah,
and the fatal pushes are also valuable later in the game to pick off a McLaws or something else like that.
I do think. So, are you since right now Andrew's on the play, right?
Correct.
Are we changing anything from our board?
No, not really. He obviously brought in the Furnace Reigns, as we said, maybe just because he might have had bigger things. We didn't see any Obnixiluses, but any deck with elves in them making devils is probably not the worst thing.
Yeah.
But no, I wouldn't make any changes per se.
I have a question.
Yes, sir.
Does Furnace Reigns sacrifice a creature?
No.
Okay.
Furnace Reigns is just like another threat. It takes a creature, and whenever that creature deals damage, I think you make a treasure.
We'll bring it up. So I bring up Reigns. Grab the Reigns is also another magic card, but
Yeah.
that's not here.
Yep.
Here we go.
Yep. It's just another threaten effect that whenever you deal damage to it, you get a treasure.
But the treasure could sack.
It does matter as well.
lead
Yeah,
to
most of the
something.
time in these decks, whenever they take a creature, they usually sacrifice it either to a Deadly
Yep.
Dispute or a Witch's Oven for value. So,
Good question though, Chris.
yep, 100%.
We appreciate it.
Yep, this is just a threaten that adds a treasure, which is again great in a deck that is built around sacrificing permanents at will and throwing damage around. So,
100% agree. I think this is good. I'm excited to see this match.
Yeah.
Because I think that
Possibility Storm mattered there.
we got
I'm
more out
impressed.
of the Storm deck than we thought,
I'm
right?
impressed. Yes, 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that Furnace Reigns would have taken a dragon.
That game ended at that turn, basically. I
Let
think.
him exert his dragon again,
And then
Yeah.
sack it.
and then
sack it.
sacrifice it, or give it back to him exerted, so he
Yeah.
won't get to use it on his turn.
So this time his lands are in order.
Yep. So a hive,
Now does he even have turn 1 elf?
but yeah,
He does.
Nope.
Oh no, he doesn't.
He has a turn 1/1/1, but it is not an elf.
So if you're Aiden,
Yeah.
are you mulliganing here to get a Lano?
Not necessarily. Against red black again, you have to assume that the elves are not long for the world. So
No, but you get such advantage when you have one.
in theory, you do, yeah. But I'm not going to throw away a hand that has a 1/1/2/3 curve, just for the chance of being able to play my 3-drop on 2.
Yeah.
Because a beast on 2 doesn't really do anything if the 1/1s get picked off. A lot of his powerhouses are on 4.
Now if he has, I don't know. I'm trying to look at Aiden's hand. If he doesn't have a turn 2 drop here though, that hand was risky to keep.
Yeah, but he, unlike Zakao, has 4 Bone Crusher Giants. We haven't seen them show up yet.
Yeah, I haven't
but,
seen them.
But he does have 4 in his list.
Now if you're Andrew here and you just go into turn 3 drop Mayhem Devil, you're happy, right?
100% happy, or a Fable.
That's a
would also be
great
insane
start,
here as
right?
well. Yeah, 100%. Any of the black-red decks in general want to go turn 2 drop into a Fable or a Mayhem Devil and just make your opponent react to you.
So
Croxa, okay.
Croxa Croxa gets a card out of his hand.
100%. And
So what are we discarding?
That is one of the teach from class or first day of class. It's a Storm Learn card. Card that LSV made famous in that limited format, where learning was everything. But
Here we go. I will bring that up for everyone.
yeah,
'Cause-
but again, we pointed out the lessons are inconsequential in this matchup. At least the ones he can go get. So Fable, always a good play on 3, and we'll see what Zakao can do.
yeah, I mean, Ian's had some solid hands here. And Andrew's hand has been good. The push.
Okay, yep, all right, here we go. So, yep, this is
So
another
he's
threaten,
claiming. He's
claiming.
taking this guy. Yep.
It threatens, takes a creature 3 or
Creates a
less.
treasure.
It creates a treasure.
So it
when
pays
the
back the
gob-
mana that you
when-
just spent on it.
Well, he makes the treasure with the goblin when it attacks. The claim just takes it, doesn't make anything.
Yeah,
yep, but now he gets to
but
sacrifice
look how
it.
amazing this turn is now.
Yeah, this is what this deck is set up to do. It steals things and then sacrifices them for their value, not yours. So basically, he got damage, he got a treasure, he got 2 cards, and another treasure.
It's pretty good.
And he took your goblin. So all for 2 cards, not terrible.
Not terrible at all.
Nope. And there we see up, and then oh my lord. Okay, follow up thought sees, and he's got to be doing handsprings right now. He saw 1 relevant card and 3 lands.
That is rough.
Kiki
So
will fix it.
so this Fable has
We
to
need
be,
the Fable to do work.
We are going to be throwing lands and hopefully drawing spells.
I think that was
It was a spell.
It was a spell. It was a
That was another McGlaws.
Muglaws. There we
So
go.
yep. So are we throwing 1 or 2 lands here?
I think
Just
do
the one.
Do you throw 2 here?
I would probably throw 2, but he chose to keep a stomping
Is he
ground.
still thinking about it, or did he do it already?
Well, he threw 1. We don't know if he's going to throw a second one, but I'm
I think
surprised.
he's still thinking.
I'm surprised he kept a land that would shock himself, as opposed to just an untapped land.
Yeah.
Because his colors are fine. I don't know why he would want to keep a shock land.
I think he's thinking about discard. No,
Nope.
okay. So he's
All
only
right,
drawing 1.
So it's just
Yeah,
just
that's
the
a little
one.
strange. I mean, he only has 2 green sources, I guess, right now.
Well, but there's nothing in his deck that has 3 green.
Well, he has
costs,
a way
right?
to act it, you know.
All right. So yep. So another 4/4 here, which is fine.
Mm.
And then that one and that human from the beast is still hanging around. All right.
Yeah. I mean,
Looks like I can see another Furnace Reigns in his hand.
Another Thoughtseize, so duck 2 lands.
Yep, the way is still
Hey,
clear.
caramba. All right, so what is Andrew's follow-up from that Thoughtseize?
So we know he has a Furnace Reigns in his hand. Yeah. So he's going to steal Magloss.
That is rough.
And he's going to get a treasure from it.
As he slowly pushes it over.
Yeah, all right, fine.
He's not happy.
Yeah,
I mean,
that's fine. You can have it. All right, so block there.
Are we killing the Kiki? Can we? Right?
Yeah,
we could kill the.
He doesn't have enough. He doesn't have enough mana to do that yet, and because the Magloss is not connecting, he won't get a treasure. But does he have a follow-up to sacrifice the Magloss? I don't think he does unless he has Land Oven.
So he has two treasures right now, correct?
He has a third Thoughtseize in his hand. Oh, he's gonna push. He's gonna push it. Okay.
All right. I mean, that's a way to do it.
Push it real good. Yep.
Well, not great.
I mean, you get it out of play.
I mean, that's all that matters. So this Fable's flipping.
Flipping, but it literally is a 2/2. So and
another land.
Yep. And Fable flips.
Yep.
Exiles and becomes itself, but no Hollowed Moonlights to be worried about.
Are you playing
here.
a land here or no?
Yeah, 100%.
Because you get Glorybringer and stuff.
And you've also got a layer here as well, so lands are not terrible. And because you just spent a Fatal Push, that's one less push for your layers as well.
Yeah, I mean, this is rough just playing a dude that can't really do much.
No, but it blocks, so... Yeah, kill Fable and then start hiving.
I mean, we're at this weird point.
Menace ends the game. Like, you know,
How
his
does Fable
hand...
just die?
Oh, he killed it with
the Harvester.
Yeah.
Because he has a blood token, so you give it -2/-2.
Thank you for the follow. We appreciate it.
Yep. All right. So he's blooding away the Thoughtseize, which we know his hand is air. And now I guess it's see whoever draws off the top. Like a dragon off the top swings this game back the other direction.
That push is very good.
I think I'm 100% okay with that trade-off.
Me too.
Yeah.
Because now I'm going to start chunking for 4 with this layer.
Thank you for the follow, Rainbow Inferno and L20. We appreciate it. Thank
Absolutely.
you.
Welcome everybody. Yep. So here we go. We're back to 9 all.
I mean,
it's about whoever draws more gas off.
I mean,
the top.
this is
Do
close.
we think that Aiden has better top decks than?
All right. I mean,
I'm very happy about that. If I'm Aiden as well.
Yeah.
Again,
I mean, this game
he
is
did find
so
land
tight.
5. Yep. So we either have another chance to chunk in for more damage. I don't think we're doing that because we.
All right.
Okay.
All right. I mean,
that attacks through the Giganta. That's fine.
Yep.
do we attack for 1 here, right?
He needs counters. I would 100% attack with the layer.
So we didn't.
But he did not.
Yeah.
But yes, as
unfortunately,
as folks pointed out,
is that a Mayhem Devil? It does look like it in his hand.
Yep. But this Magloss is going to be a 6/6 at will.
And Menace.
And Menace, as Chris has. Chris, you have played that card.
I have.
I've also played it in Zoo
I do not
a few
play
times,
Zoo.
but
I am
and
a
it's
Murktide player in Modern.
2 counters to get +2/+2.
Yes.
So he can bring it down to 1 counter to make it a 8/8.
Ugh.
And he can remove the last counter to give it Menace too.
But hang on a second. That 1 point of damage mattered.
Oh, 100% it mattered, yeah, because this he could give it Menace and make it an 8/8 and actually kill him on the next turn.
That. I mean, look, we're not trying to. Hey, we're calling the games, right? That was a pretty bad misplay there. Every point matters in Magic, right? We know that.
It does, but we'll see what happens. I mean, again, we're just making a
Whoa,
5/5.
That's fine.
Yep.
I mean, is that a winning play?
It's what you have to do at this point. But yes, if he were at 8, this game would be over, assuming that.
He has to block now, right?
100% he does. But if he were at 8, he could just give it Menace and pump it twice and kill him.
I mean,
this layer. I mean, he has 2 chumps here.
I mean, he needs to just activate the lair and attack with both, right?
Well, he needs mana to.
So what does that become?
All right, so he's pumping it to an 8/8. He removed 2 counters and gave it Menace.
Yeah.
But that's not good enough.
If he has a giant, it's still fine. It is so.
It's Vigilance?
And a Bone Crusher.
Oh!
There it is.
Oh my god!
There it is.
What a great game.
Bone Crusher, yep. That was the other line. He got bailed out
All
on the
right.
top of his deck.
That was a good game.
So,
well, congrats to Aiden for taking that down.
Yep.
Possibility Storm is 2-0.
100%. Yeah. So, but sometimes you just cast big idiots. And
anything's
attack.
the possibility in life.
Thank you
for that. You can live your dreams.
Thank you for that.
As KMPO said on that episode, you can fly. You can't fly, by the way.
Absolutely.
Don't try to do that. But
Yeah.
we'll be back with the next round.
Maybe we'll get to see him again in the future. We'll
Yep.
be back, boys. Thank you.
We're back and live from the beach. It's all good times for tan lines from here on out. And as things are heating up, everyone's headed to the coast. Our advice is, avoid the crowds, remember your sunscreen, and of course, keep it locked right here for your soundtrack to the summer.
Hello, everyone, and we are back with round three. I know, right? We have 5 rounds of this.
Yeah, it's moving today. Thank you,
It's actually-
Pioneer players,
It's
for
actually
being
not that.
brisk.
I agree. We have a special guest with us, Tommy Wu, a local player here in the Des Moines-based area. Tommy, say
Hey,
hi.
what's going on?
Doomsday aficionado.
I do love putting Doomsday on the stack.
Absolutely. So it looks like this round another red-black matchup, but in this case we get to see the two different flavors today.
Yeah.
Red-black mid-range and another red-black sacrifice.
So who do you think is favored, guys, in this?
So in my experience, Sacrifice.
And he plays a lot of red-black. by the way.
Sacrifice is significantly favored. Red Black can win the sideboarded matches if they put enough cards into their sideboard. Things like Hirasu consumes all, Ratchet Bomb,
Ways to kill ovens, right?
ways to kill multiple tokens and one drops.
Sure.
Mihawk Massacre is another way mid-range can swing the matchup. But if they don't have enough of those cards, especially game one, it's severely in Sack's favor.
Yep. And just looking at the list here, we do have some spicy ones. Red-black mid-range in the hands of Ben does have a Archfiend of the Dross in the main.
We'll bring that up for you guys. 'Cause
Gigantic 6/6. Makes your opponent lose life every time their things die.
We'll bring that up. You guys will see it in the right-hand corner over here.
Crocs it, and then pretty much standard. Just kill everything and stick a Shieldred, and hopefully that works. Red-black side looks like pretty much identical list to what we saw last round, almost to the card, actually. Although the board is different here. We do have some meat hooks floating around on the sacrifice side. And then the Furnace Rains looks like are coming out of the board.
Good old meat hook.
Yep. But beyond that, nothing else too spicy.
I will say Shieldred is one way that mid-range can win the matchup.
If the Shieldred survives in most cases.
But now Sack has many ways to trigger Revolt for Fatal Push.
Correct.
And that's
Or just take it and
attack
you
not
with it,
in the
sacrifice
main.
it.
Not
No
the main, but
Furnace
the
Rains,
main.
right?
No Furnace
Yeah.
Rains out of the board.
Yeah.
Yep.
So, yep. So, red black's going to be killing things and hopefully just sticking a threat, winning the game like that. Misery Shadow could also matter as well. Yeah, it looks like we've got. Looks like Ben's good on his 7, and then Anthony's thinking.
Yep. Looks
No,
like he's.
no, it looks like we're okay.
So both 7 cards.
Yeah. We got 7 on 7.
Both on 7s.
There it
Turn
is.
one oven.
Can't beat the Aussies.
Nope, that's right. Pretty good play.
That is true.
So.
Yeah, and there's that Aussies.
Yep.
Too slow on the draw.
Oh Lord. Okay. Yep. That is
Whoa.
what we call
So-
a Thoughtseize proof hand.
So
Are you keeping this hand, Tommy, as someone who plays this deck?
That's a blood crypt, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
I mean, a better hand would be one with the Fable, right?
Sure.
But if I know my opponent's on the Thoughtseize deck,
A double oven kitty cat.
I'm
is
not
probably pretty
looking
good
for a Fable.
No,
Okay.
100% not.
We'll just hop deck the Fable, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, you rather do that against
Yeah.
the Thoughtseize deck.
Yep.
I do want to say thank you to everyone who followed. Ben0925, you followed when we were in intermission. We appreciate it. Thank you.
So
Now
kitty
he
cat-
took the oven.
Yep.
He already has an oven. Is the I mean,
Yeah.
look, clearly being able to do it twice is pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Was it worth it to take the second oven? What do you guys think about that?
See, if I'm playing towards Shieldred, I'm taking the push.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what's in his hand. But my guess is he's not playing towards Shieldred if he didn't take the push.
Yeah.
What do you think, Dan?
Yep. I see Liliana over there. Fatal Push. Looks like a Haunted Ridge, a Hive, and Random. So I don't even think he has this shielded at this point. But the oven will cut off the turns to find it, or where it'll actually matter.
Right.
And then if he ever finds a devil, I mean, you're taking 3 a turn, let alone 2. So yes, one other random card I found in this deck that could actually matter is Misery Shadow. Whenever
I
a
like
creature
that.
goes to the yard for any reason, it's exiled, which will keep the cat gone.
Yeah, that is one way.
Yep.
And again, the Fatal Push on Anthony and his hand is going to handle both the Misery Shadow and the Shieldred.
100%.
And
So, yep. Again, you're kind of ice skating uphill a little bit in game 1, but you just have to hope they don't get the critical mass of board interaction spells because all your 1-for-1 removal spells just don't do much when they can just sack stuff at will.
At this point, any 3-drop Anthony draws is going to go straight to the board.
100%. Yep. And it looks like
Got
found
Fable?
a Harvester.
Harvester.
Okay.
Okay. Yep, this is going to be a snap fatal push.
Yeah.
And yep, sacrifice for food, a nut. Yep. Okay, and this cat can come back at will.
Cat can come back at will. The other thing you can do is if you have a Mayhem Devil, you can sack multiple foods with the trigger on the stack.
Correct. Yep. In order to make sure it's you just get the
depending on how
extra
much
side
damage you need to do that turn.
100%. And I don't see any other exile effects in the main here, so bringing back the cat isn't necessarily, you're not going to get it caught outside of the
So
misery
right
shadow.
now, looking at the board, right, I would say that it's pretty even. You know,
pretty.
Yeah.
I mean, the arrow is definitely pointing the other direction, unless this is a Fable, which is not.
He needed a Fable.
Yeah,
so
Fable.
what do we think about Lily main in Red Black, just in general?
I like it in the main, in a lot of the matchups. In this matchups, it's god awful.
I play the one main.
Yeah.
Just because it's so swingy of a card.
Correct.
I hate it.
you just hate it.
I mean, I love Liliana.
As a general rule,
Like, as a
fan in the
general
format,
card, yeah. I just think the card, I just think it's so, you're right, it is swingy. It is either very good or very bad.
Oh, we have the, do we have the things wrong?
Oh, we
Anthony's
do.
on, yeah.
Yeah, we could change that. That's my bad.
Our audience is smart. They know what's going on.
Yeah.
Got to throw the audience a bone. All right, yep. So is that a second cauldron? Yep, looks like we've got 2 cats floating around in there.
Fatal.
Oh,
And we,
dropping a fatal push, yeah.
Yep, and we pitch the push, and now we can. I think we probably ignore this Liliana, do we not?
Yeah, I think you have to. At this
I
point.
think you have to.
I mean,
Unless... the
at
thing
will,
is,
you can just fire up a den eventually.
Lilia does make your daily disputes worse.
Sure.
I think that's when you might not want to ignore it, and he has the ability to tack it down. He does have the 2 cats.
Correct. Yep, and it's another push up there, which he can turn on revolt at will. Sacking a cat.
I don't know how it ended.
Yeah.
Thank you, The Spark, 87 for following. Appreciate it.
Yep. So here's the decision: do we attack the lily or attack your face?
All
So
right.
we're going after the lily.
I would have attacked the Lily to protect the deadly disputes if I draw them.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's a rough spot, right? So.
I mean, I don't think this is a rough spot for him, but it is a hard decision.
Okay. Yep. So
Grab the Giganta, yeah.
So we're going. So we have Giganta and a push, which means this lily's automatically going to go up here, if he even uses it. Correct.
What I'm saying, it's a rough spot because, like, we obviously want to get, like, look, the red black deck doesn't have much that's going on. That Lily can be scary that if it alts.
Yeah.
But at the same point, you know, we're also trying to dwindle down our opponents. Like,
Getting to 6, I imagine, is a pipe dream.
Exactly. Like, we should draw a.
There's so
Mayhem
many
Devil.
ways to just
Mayhem or
pressure
Fable,
damage
right?
it.
Like, a Mayhem Devil or Fable Anthony's side, Ben's probably
We
looking
also
for...
have a Manland, which is really good here.
Well, he's only a land away from turning on a den, which will kill a lily
Exactly.
instantly.
Yeah, very, very good here.
but-
But I think it's a hard choice.
At this point, both players are drawing towards Fable, Shieldred on one side, and then Fable, Mayhem Devil on the other.
Yep, one of the pass. But this is the dilemma with having a lily in the main against a matchup like this.
Yeah, and
So much of their hand plays to the board,
and with
and you're
humans
you're
being-
losing your own hand.
with humans being as popular, red black sack with spirits, I don't think you could just run Lily. I think that's the problem.
Well, I mean, there's some matchups where it's actually fine. It's just he happened to catch one of the bad ones. But red black, in my experience, has been a lot of being able to have card quantity, and being able to tax your own hand. You're not getting any value outside of the one Croxa in your main to discard anything.
That's what I think. Crocs is fine. I like.
Croxa is fine, but in this case,
I
he's
hate the
going
cards
to be
sometimes,
throwing
but two. I think
lands
this
are good
fine.
here, spells are good here.
So what are we ditching? A land?
So he held on to the push.
He held on to the push. It's
Which
Misery Shadow and Shieldred. That's all. That's what he's
Shieldred,
thinking
that's
about.
the only card he cares about right now. Okay.
Alright.
Trespasser is normally pretty good, except it's really hard to catch a cat when it's in the yard.
Well,
They
it's
can bring
good
it back.
to
As a
defend
blocker in
Lily
general.
with right now.
Yeah. So, yep.
Well, once again, thank you everyone for watching. We're up to 19 viewers, 20 now. I appreciate it. We've been fluctuating all day up to 50, 60. I know in between intermission, but thank you for viewing and please follow.
Yep.
So he's gonna sack a cat.
Yep.
But do you bring it back?
I don't necessarily bringing it back doesn't really gain you anything, correct?
Unless you want a chump attack.
Yeah, you could, but getting the Lily down to
you still
2.
do the
Probably
value,
not,
right?
Well, you could if you wait to bring it back, you can draw a Mayhem Devil.
Yeah,
Correct, yeah.
You can.
Yeah.
But
That's what he's thinking about right now.
But
Yeah.
draining the life, isn't it worth it?
You can drain the life anyway after you untap.
Yeah.
I understand that.
It's whether or not you attack with the cat.
But you could also, yeah.
So he's pushing that one.
That's a pretty good
Okay.
spot for push.
Okay.
Yeah, because he gets to eat one cat at least.
No, because at this point he still has an untap. This is on his end step. So he can bring back a cat, whichever one he targets with the Trespasser. So now
Yeah,
there's no
that's
reason
true.
to bring a cat back at
That's
all
true.
right now.
No, that's true.
So, yep.
But
so
if he doesn't play a spell here, that does flip.
And flipping into a 4/4 is a problem.
Well,
like
targeting both cats is the problem.
Correct.
Yeah, and eating 2 cards.
He just drew a Fable. So he has a Fable and a push. But, okay, so there is Ward 1 on the Trespasser. So if he triggers Revolt, he has to have another card in his hand for the Fatal Push to resolve. And doesn't look like he's going to that right now. So he's just going to make a Fable.
So
and
is Ben sad that he didn't hold that that push?
Not necessarily. The Trespasser is pretty much just standing pat on this board here, but and because it isn't going to flip because he drew a spell, Trespasser can still only eat 1 cat, which you can bring back
Yeah,
in
but
response.
I think Ben would like to have that pushback though.
Not necessarily. Like,
I mean,
why do you want to push a 2/2?
Because creating more treasures for
Well, you're
in the
never
end-
attacking into the cats for treasures. You don't get any
No,
value.
on
right?
the
I
other
mean,
side. I'm saying so. Ben used the push.
Mm-hmm.
Anthony now has a 2/2. You want to have those treasures for Mayhem Devil down the line, right?
Yep.
So like, he pushed a cat. I rather hold on to that and push something that's creating tokens.
It's hard because he wants to take up Liliana every turn.
Correct. So he has to get his
but
hand
that's the problem. That's why I think Lily is just. But that's my.
In this instance, it worked out badly because you're being taxed on your own cards, and a lot of your reactive cards you don't want to lose to
interesting.
things. So,
So he's bringing the cat back at the end of the turn.
uh-huh.
Why is he doing that?
Well, he's probably doing it because
Because he's gonna attack.
he's going to attack, and he wants to get 1 out of the yard. So now,
So he has an active oven.
Yeah.
So he's just doing.
Oh no, he is gonna
Yeah.
leave that in the yard.
Yeah.
Okay, no.
Or he's going to cycle it.
Well, Ben's hand is gone, so he knows he can't be interrupted now.
Yeah.
So that was free. So we get a drain out of it, and now
And now he has an answer for the Trespasser.
correct
The card he draws.
is the Fatal Push fuel to
Sack of
throw away.
food.
Yep. Or sack of food to get back the cat, and then kill the Trespasser, and then he could get Lily down to 1.
Well, the Mutavault's sitting there.
Yeah. So yep. So attacking this.
Is that a
Liliana
Mutavault?
It's a Mutavault and a Hive. Yep. So yeah. I mean, I'm perfectly fine just sitting here not doing anything. The onus is on Ben to interrupt what I'm doing.
And that's the problem. Ben has drawn air this entire game
He draw Fatal Pushes.
Yeah.
you know,
And the Trespasser.
into a deck that can have recurring creatures.
Yeah.
And none
Yeah.
of Ben's guys evade or trample, so the
No.
cats literally block them indefinitely.
Now, if that Liliana was anything else.
So all he has to do
Another
is just
Misery
make,
Shadow.
Yeah.
so all he has to do is just make sure he doesn't get his cats caught here with a Trespasser attack.
So what's interesting, I think he's trying to figure out the Fable trigger.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he's like, do I really want to dig for that devil? Is what he's thinking.
Throws a Fatal Push and a dispute.
I think because he's looking for a devil.
Sure.
Yeah, I mean.
But each trigger off of the Trespasser requires a ward, correct? Off the
Yes.
pings?
It
So
does.
how is that
I was
better
reading
than...
about Croxa.
Oh, that was the other card he pitched. That makes
Oh, okay.
sense.
That makes more sense, yeah. Because Crux is, I mean,
Yeah,
a
large.
house here.
Well, especially with Ben getting everyone empty-handed.
Correct. Yep. So that's 3 right there, and now we have a 6.
And that's a 1-of, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a 2 of actually in his
2 of,
list.
okay.
Yeah.
How many Cruxes do you play in Red Black Sack, Tom?
Usually 1. That's why I thought it was a 1-of.
Yeah. Most of the lists I've seen today, including our last round, had 2 as well.
Yeah, he's
so.
only got the 2 unlucky witnesses. That's where he's making cuts.
Yep. So we shaved a witness for that. But a 6/6 dominates this board, and as long as he has fuel for the Liliana, which he does, he's got a cat. So we'll see what Ben drew here.
Yeah, and
That is the look. That is the look of a land.
this is that spot where, like, What can Ben really draw to get out of this? Is a Fable good enough here? Is Shieldred good
I think
enough
it's
here?
Shieldred or bust, right?
I don't know if Shieldred's good enough at this point.
Getting chunked for 6 to 9 damage a turn is rough.
Yeah.
Again, this deck kind of like Spirits. It doesn't like to block a lot. It likes to be ahead.
Yes.
So yep, Lily.
Yeah, Lily takes down. He's gonna sack a
Eat
cat
it or sack up a goblin. I mean, the cat's free, right?
Yeah.
Because he can always sack the goblin to make a food to bring it back.
That's pretty rough.
So Edict.
Yeah. So bring back the cat.
Bring back the cat. Sack the cat. And then he has the oven to bring it back at will.
That's not good.
I mean, it's good if he pushes the Crocs over here.
Yeah, sure.
We'll see. We'll see. That's the plan.
Yep. But that card he drew better be amazing.
Is it a push?
I don't know. As soon as he drew it, his hands went up to his head. So I want to say it was a land, but maybe that's just what I do when I draw a land. I always want to keep it pretty close to the vest. Now he's maybe looking at the lands here.
I mean, this is not a winning line. Like,
No.
Unless he had a removal spell in his hand.
Yeah.
Well,
yeah.
if he activates the hive's going to get double blocked. It won't get the cat because he can sack the goblin to make a food and bring back the cat, and then just double block it and then have the cat die.
Yeah, this is not good.
No, so I mean this is, and then
He's
Croxa's
gonna
going to
do
kill
exactly your line.
him. Yeah, and then untap, and then Croxa will, with a den is lethal.
Yeah.
So because the cat's going to drain
Cat's
on
gonna
the way
take him
back.
down to 10.
Yeah, and
That should be game.
Yeah. I
Yeah.
mean, he's
Yep.
dead here.
I mean, he has to do it, but it's not an enviable position. Once they have an active oven, it's so hard to catch the cat. You have to kill the ovens.
It doesn't be on the play, playing the oven turn 1.
100%, yeah.
It was everything.
And going back to your previous question, Frank, would I keep that hand in the dark? Double oven, double cat? Yes, 100%.
And that's what won the game here.
You kind of sign up for that with the deck. It's kind of what you want to do, and then Mayhem Devils just speed up your clock.
I mean, like both players pretty much drew air, right? They're playing
Correct.
off like their first 8 or 9 cards.
Yep. But those, but that inevitability. I mean, the cat drains have done 10 so far. Well, 7 actually because of the Croxa drain, but yeah.
Fable
So now
flips, but I think this game should
Fable
be over.
flips, firing up a den. He'd have to
Empty hand, so he's gonna go to 7. Block the Croxa.
Well, yeah, because his hand's gone now, right?
Yeah.
So he's automatically at 7 from the croc. So he's automatically at 6 from the cat coming back. And then if he has to block
4.
the croc, so he'll go to 2 and he'll have no board.
Yeah, it's rough.
That seems okay.
Oh, he's not gonna attack with the den. I wonder why.
Are
And
we
he's attacking Lily?
Why does Lily matter?
I'm officially confused, boys.
No?
Yeah, you could wipe his board.
Yeah, like you put him to 2 and you take his board away, but
Well, that's the route he chose.
did he draw a Mayhem Devil?
So I don't know. We're about to see.
It's a harvester.
Yeah.
No, all right. Well, I mean,
He's in such a winning position.
You-
There are
correct.
very
It
few
doesn't-
who are losing lines.
it will not matter this game. I'm just curious.
He just wanted to play out his hand.
Oh, sure.
That's
yeah,
fine.
I want to catch more fables. Yeah, no, this is Meat Hook Massacre, or that you don't have, or bust.
Well, that doesn't clean up Croxa.
It doesn't. Yeah, it was hiding under there. Maybe hope. No, nope. Okay. Yeah, it looks like we're going to a game 2, ladies and gentlemen.
Yep.
Yeah,
Got
it's
to
gonna beat the cap.
show off the awesome blood tokens before we go.
And game 2. Game 1 goes to Red Black Sack.
So, just staring at the boards here. Let's look. Red Black Sacrifice. Meat Hooks. No. Well, maybe. Just for the back half, being able to get an extra drain off when the cats die. Furnace Rains. Probably. It's another way to remove Shieldred if it sticks. Go Blank. Probably not. Hearses. No. Grasp. No. Colligan's Commands. Probably not. It kills Busters.
It kills Bankbusters and Harvesters.
And then Obnixilis is just another threat. So maybe Obnixilis. What are the cards you would even consider taking out? as far as claim targets, you've got goblin tokens, you've got harvesters,
Claim seems great here.
trespassers, but you're discarding to take it.
I think claim.
That's
is
fine because you have an oven, you're still killing it.
I think claim is probably good
Claim is
here, right?
You might not need to board in much. I mean,
No,
your
you're
main deck
already
is pretty
set up.
good.
Yeah.
Is Nixilis a card you want in this matchup?
Yes.
Yep.
So
Because red black just has no way to deal with it, and if you're chumping their attackers,
Any Dreadbores in the mid-range deck?
there is one in the main. Just going back over here to Ben's list. A Colligan's Command, Rending Volleys, Extinction Event, Languish, Saucy, Noxious Grasp, Invoke Despair. It doesn't get artifacts, which sucks. Alpine Moon, no. Bankbuster, probably in a matchup where you're just trying to outcard them.
Just in
Duresses,
case.
probably not. Being able to catch an oven is kind of whatever.
Just so you guys know what Languish does. All creatures get -1/-4. Spicy
that is for the humans matchup, not this one.
Yeah.
but even for humans matchup, there's there are a lot of black 4-mana sweepers.
Correct, but this one specifically gets by the ward of the 2/2 that is in the deck now. So it just sweeps everything, but it leaves Mutavaults around. You can still lose. So if you were to bring in the Nixilis, Tommy, what are you cutting out of the main out of here?
The Unlucky Witnesses.
Unlucky Witnesses are kind of the worst card.
That's usually the worst card. Their Unlucky Witnesses
Isn't
are
it
great.
just the worst card in the deck?
No, it's a great card if it's gonna block.
Sure.
Gotcha.
Yeah.
If it could trade, if it could soak up damage, like a lot of big chunks of damage.
Are you saying it's unlucky?
And then is Furnace Rains better or worse than a Fatal Push?
I'm not bringing Furnace Rains in.
Okay, so just push is good enough for Shield
But
Grid by
still-
itself, being able to kill it because you can turn on Revolt.
Yeah, it might just be a 2-card board.
Yep, fair enough. That's always the best when
But
your
stealing
game
a
one plan
Shieldred
is already
on
set up.
on a stall board and being able to like attack with it.
But I mean, how many answers do you want for Shieldred?
Correct.
I mean, I don't want to die to it.
I don't want to die to it either.
I get what you're saying. They're
But-
only playing so many.
and if they also if they also have the cat oven going on,
yeah.
Shieldred's never damaging them outside of the life loss, and
Yeah.
you're gaining one back a turn. You're actually draining them out.
Is there no
So it's kind
consumes
of a wash.
all in the? Any consumes all?
In the
So
mid-range?
there are 0 in any board.
Wow.
Yeah, the mid-range deck is
They usually
not...
play 1 or 2.
Yeah,
Usually 1 or 2.
So I wonder if
I-
the Languish is eating that.
I spoke with Ben earlier today, and he literally said that Black Red Sacrifice was the deck he was hoping to avoid today. it was not on
It's a
his
good thing-
radar.
that is a
and
plan.
and
So it's
that
a
is
good
why.
thing we chose to put him on camera.
Correct.
Playing against his worst
Yes,
matchup that he
correct.
fails.
Yes. Yeah.
all
Finding
went
out his
right
life
for Ben.
decisions. Exactly.
And
So, but
that's not a bad decision, right?
it's not.
Like,
It's
if-
not.
if
Red
you
Black
have-
Sack hasn't been as popular. Mono White has been everywhere. It did really well in Canada this last month.
There was a bunch here today.
And there's at least 6 of them here in the room today. So,
They're not doing so hot.
But Pioneer is just like any other format. It's matchup roulette. You don't know what you're going to play against.
Well, hang on a second. In Modern, if you're playing the ring, you're winning, all right? So
every deck is playing the ring now.
Oh,
Frank. That
God,
doesn't
no,
make-
what are we gonna
that-
do?
Mer- Fish is playing the ring now. Like
what are we gonna do then?
it's everywhere.
So I mean, Ben's made the decision
Correct.
to not have a board sway towards Zach.
Correct.
And he failed to dodge.
yes.
There's
Yep.
a-
so now you just have to
Have we
hope they don't
counted
set
on how
up like
many
they did.
sack decks there are in the room today?
I've
There's a
counted.
lot.
I've counted 4 so far. We've seen 2 on camera, but I haven't gone through the exact list. If you want, I can sift through them while we look at this.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's.
All right, looks like they're both going to 6. Is that what's going on?
I'm not sure Ben Mulligan.
Ben, oh maybe not. Okay.
Yeah.
Ben's
We'll see in
keeping
a
on 7.
second.
Yeah, looking at Ben's board, he doesn't have a lot to board in either, other than the Collian's commands.
Yeah, I think he was hoping to dodge it. So.
Oh, we have a new follower.
Yep. JR Gull. Thank you for the follow. We appreciate it. And also, I know in between rounds you've been seeing the advertisement for our team trios that's coming up at the end of August. You can pre-reg. Now, you're not paying, but you can put your name to make sure that you hold your spot on mayhemevent.com/events, and you will see it right there.
Grand total, we have 7 out of the 30 players here today.
that's-
wow.
Seven
That's a
sack
lot.
decks.
Wow.
That's a
7, which actually cleared Mono White. Mono White's at 6. So people decided to dust off their kitty cat ovens today. Well, I mean, if you're expecting a lot of Mono White, this is probably the deck that beats it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's,
I mean, to give everyone a little history lesson, last week Mono White did end up winning another RCQ locally here in their area, and there was a decent amount of Mono White at Jay's CD and Hobby.
Yeah. There was also the regional championship in Sydney, which put Mono White
which
first
Mono White
and second.
won, and I think it won one of the ones in Canada and finished second in the other one.
Yeah,
so
Mono
it's
White,
everywhere.
yeah.
So I mean, it's following the trend, and here we go. We start.
Yep. All right. So Haunted Ridge. Okay. No turn 2 play, which means this better be a Fable.
It has to
on
be
3.
a Fable hand.
Has to be a Fable hand. Okay.
Croxa.
All right.
Croxa.
I've gone both.
Yeah, it's tomato.
I don't like either of those.
Either way, it's still a card.
So I mean, I expect to see a turn 3 Fable. That's
Yeah.
the only reason you keep a hand like that.
100%. Yep.
Yep,
And
here we
there it
go.
is. There it is.
Who here is not tired of Fable? Obviously.
Well, it depends. Am I casting mine first or not?
Well, obviously first,
Casting it second makes you want to not play Magic. So
Yeah, it's true.
because you just get buried under it. Being reactive in Standard was the fastest way to lose. Pioneer seems like it's pretty much the same thing.
Yeah.
So that is the reason to board in the Colligan's commands.
Is to
That
be able
is
to-
one way.
Yeah.
Even if you're on the draw, you can
catch
stay
up.
ahead
Yeah,
of the
give back the
Fable.
value. Yeah. I don't know how many Is It Drakes we had, but that was a deck I think a lot of people were talking
I
about.
think I've seen a grand total of 1, possibly 2 in the room, and it lost round 1 to Ben actually.
Yeah.
When you've only got 8 threats in your deck,
Yeah.
it's hard against a deck that is
I
built
still
to
don't-
kill
Is that
everything.
Drakes and Shredders?
Yeah,
Yeah.
Drakes and Shredders, and I think 2 Hall, the Storm Giants. That's about it.
There it is.
All
That's
right,
the K
yep,
command.
there's the Colligan's command. So we've got
Tommy
discard
is a
and
Swami.
shock.
He's calling everything.
Discard and
Well,
and shock.
Yeah, if you're on the draw,
Yeah.
that is the one card that keeps up with Fable.
Yep. So here we go. Let's see
You're
if
a
we
philosopher. You know what's going on.
have Shieldred on
I've
4
played
would be
both of
pretty
these
sus.
decks.
Yeah,
I know.
that's right.
I know. We know.
All right, so
Yeah,
we pitch.
Shieldred here will be good.
Yep, Shieldred's probably fine.
Land Shieldred.
Takanuma, Shieldred.
Here we oh
Archfiend.
Archfiend of the draws.
That's
All
that's,
right.
all right. Well, here
All
we go.
right. Big boy.
Yeah.
I'm gonna have to look up what this card does.
All right, so
I mean,
I can
we're-
tell you I played a lot
We
of it.
can bring it back up
Yeah.
now. I believe Archfiend's
This is-
nickname is called Thick.
Yes, it is a
double
six-
C's.
It is a 6/6 flyer that comes into play with 4 oil counters on it. Every upkeep, you remove an oil counter, and the turn you cannot, you lose the game.
And we'll
This
bring
thing
it up
popped
now.
up in Standard towards the end of the year, and now it's actually popped up in another deck in Pioneer,
Fable
blue-black.
on the other side.
It's teamed up with Metamorphic Alteration. And the little trick with that is that if you have a demon and you copy it, you give your opponent a copy, but that copy does not have the oil counters on it, and as soon as they untap, they die. This is just probably for value, but it's still a 6/6 and it still attacks.
We appreciate you watching. Hi, I'm from Portugal. Hey, that's awesome, man.
Hello.
Thanks for tuning in, man.
Absolutely.
That's awesome. We're
Yeah.
worldwide here from Iowa,
Absolutely.
but thank you for tuning in. We appreciate it.
Pro Tour's heading over to your neck of the woods pretty quick too. Barcelona.
Yep.
So, all right. Oh, here we go.
So this Archfiend is good.
Archfiend
Yeah.
kills people pretty fast. In
This
theory,
is-
it will kill your opponent before the oil counters kill you, assuming that they don't do anything. And then every time something else dies, including a cat, you will lose 2 life. So, cat combo will not keep you alive. So,
Yeah,
so we draw chapter 2 on the Fable. Yep.
So we drawing towards a fatal push now?
At this point, I
we're
think
drawing in anything.
well, we have to draw to a
Anything.
fatal push
Yeah.
so
We
we
need
can
removal.
revolt trigger as
Removal.
well.
Yeah.
Because this next turn we have a Den activation.
So
with
does that-
the Archfiend will kill him.
What was the Abyssal Prosecutor? Remember Abyssal Prosecutor?
Yes, yeah, where you can't lose the game and your opponents can't win the game.
That was
kind
a a 7/7, I believe.
It was a 6/6 for 4.
6/6
Yeah.
for 4. Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's kind of the same, different abilities, but
Mhm.
kind of like the same concept,
Yeah.
right?
Yep.
So that Archfiend is there to steal games.
Oh yeah, yeah. Well,
I mean,
well, I mean, it is for this matchup. I mean, think
It
about
is,
it.
yeah, it
Even
is.
if he's behind,
It's
you
a
can't-
flyer.
You're not
Yeah.
sacking with
Yeah.
that thing, right?
Yeah.
yeah, yeah.
So it's like Anthony is going to try to play towards a Croxa.
Mm-hmm. Or we're trying to find a fatal push and a way to turn it on.
Yeah.
Because this
Oh,
demon is going to kill him.
It will turn on
And
next
he's at
next
10
turn.
already.
He's at 10, and there's also a Den and a pair of Mutavaults on the other side. So he can diversify the 10 damage however he feels like it.
Both of you, what do you think about the mutable versions of this deck?
I don't play Mutavault. because it doesn't cast Harvester when I need it to.
Yeah, I've played versions with Mutavault. There are like that 5 or 10% game where the Urborg you're forced to play can actually help your opponent.
I mean, I cut Urborg from Red Black.
I did too.
So. But if you play the Mutavaults, though, you have to play the Urborg.
Yeah.
But having like
but I mean, like in a matchup like this, Mutavault
going up 7 mana lands really helps in a lot of the control matchups.
Yes.
So it's really what you plan on playing against. But yes, the deck does play 26. It looks like Ben's on 26 as well. So flooding is a thing.
I mean, this isn't. I mean, like he blocks with the Mutable here.
At
if
this
he blocks
point,
with the Harvester here, he's still taking 2.
Right.
You're firing everything up, right?
Oh, and he's copying the Archfiend, so this just straight up wins the
Archfiend's
game.
not legendary.
Yep. So at this point, he's just straight up dead. Yep.
Wow.
That game was
Archfiend destroyed.
Assuming the Fable didn't clone the Archfiend, he was still dead with the 2 Mutavault attacks because the Harvester has to block a Mutavault. He takes 2 from that, 2 from the Mutavault, 6 from the Demon. So he still takes 10.
Yeah.
So he was dead 6 ways from Sunday.
I mean,
Archfiend.
Archfiend did work.
I have not played with Archfiend at all.
Yes.
And that was impressive.
And he's going to buy them right now.
Yeah. Red Black, it's kind of a spicy one of. I haven't seen it very much in Red Black. But blue black, it's all over the place, but without the combo, and that version is a little bit
if you
weaker
think about
anyway.
it, right?
Yeah.
Red black stack is really low to the ground. Right?
Extremely low to the ground.
And
but just like Spirits, it doesn't block very well unless the cats are good enough to do it.
Exactly.
So just go over the top of them or trample over them, and the deck still doesn't play good defense.
Yep.
And if you play a threat that they can't claim, like Anthony died with a claim in his hand, I saw.
Yep.
I
saw that.
He could have had 2. Like, he literally had no targets, and the man lands just attack, and then they are unclaimable.
So I wonder if Ben did board out the Harvesters.
He very well could have. I mean, as far as bringing in anything else, I mean, did we see anything that he brought in? Bankbusters, maybe. The command, maybe.
So
that's about all I can see.
So here's my 2 cents.
Yeah.
I think in this matchup, as Dan knows, I love Bankbuster. I think it's a really good addition to the card. I would like Bankbuster in this matchup. What do you guys think?
Drawing more cards in red black is kind of what you always want. Most of the red black decks that I've seen right now, or some are moving the Bankbusters to the board, but they're still keeping them. Yeah. Whether they want more duresses or main decking extinction events or whatever you're going to do to try and cheat the matchups that you think are bad game 1, mono white humans, mono green, things like that. But the Bankbusters you have to have in these attrition matchups because whoever draws more cards wins.
And I think it's perfect. I'm in this matchup bringing in having all 4. I have 3 main.
Yep.
Like if you look at Misplaced Ginger, shout out to him.
Yeah.
Right. His lists.
He has red black.
Red black guru. Right.
Yeah. It looks like Ben has 3, but yes.
Okay.
I mean, they're still very good.
You're Tommy. You're having all of them in this matchup. All your Bankbusters.
I don't remember. I always thought this matchup was very hard to board.
Okay.
But after watching that game play out, I think Harvester is the cut.
Yeah. It's just a claimable threat, and it doesn't punch through anything.
In standard, and we're getting started here. You cut Harvester in the mirrors a lot.
Yeah.
So
it's just your worst card.
The other thing is, like the reason you might want to keep Harvesters in is because you want to have Mayhem Devils covered.
Yeah.
But Ben is opting to play Go for the Throat instead of Power Word Kill, which is different than a lot of red black has gone to power word kill.
Yeah.
So now he can kill a Mayhem Devil. He doesn't have to worry about it.
Yeah.
Correct. Yeah.
So here's a Thoughtseize.
Yep.
What are we taking here?
Yeah.
Well, definitely not the cat.
No.
Yeah.
And if he boarded out the Harvesters, maybe you don't take the claim either.
M. Chirado, I know you said you were from Portugal. Thank you for watching. Thank you for following. We appreciate your viewership.
Take Fable
I'm taking
here.
the Fable.
Fable. I mean,
I snap looked at the Fable and that's what I wanted.
The rest of the hand doesn't really do much.
The thing is, the rest. Oh, that's a flip land, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
That's
So
a
the rest of
so
it
it
is
doesn't have red
castable.
source. Correct. It's castable,
So
but
now Anthony doesn't have the Fable, right?
Correct.
What do you think about that hand?
it draws an oven. It's back on. You draw a Fable and a land. It's back on.
Now you need both, right? Before
correct.
you just needed the land.
Correct.
It's pretty rough.
But Ben still again, if he boards up the Harvesters, his clock is slower, so you give him time to outdraw you.
Also, like this is where like I look at that unlucky witness and I don't see what it does in this matchup.
No. So obviously he kept at least
them in.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
Croxa's
Croxa.
fine.
Is Croxa the better play than Cat and Harvester or Cat and Witness?
I mean, I would want the unlucky in play because that turns on my deadly disputes.
That,
right
and
off
I
the top.
also think that you just want to put pressure.
Oh,
You
yeah.
know, look, it's not a lot of pressure, but you're
It's
going,
not, but
but
it's
you're
something.
going wide. Like now, he plays a harvester. Don't you feel behind?
You would be.
So, he
So,
kept it in.
so you think keep those in?
By the way, hate that picture of harvester. I hate that damn
It's
picture.
hard to recognize
Yeah,
what it is. Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
I had to get some for an RC because I was loading out a deck and I needed 8.
It's a
but
cool blood token. It's like
Yeah.
a glass of blood.
So what do we have?
Witness here.
Witness. So are we missing a land drop?
We did.
Okay.
Yeah. So that.
Alright.
So now I say this every time I see something else happens. Witness is good again.
Yeah.
Now that there's a harvester.
It does the blocking, right, and it'll get you some cards. And no, he actually did have the land, so that's good.
And now we play cat or hold up a push.
But it's mediocre, you know.
Right.
I feel like a more impactful card in that slot, but
Right. Like I would rather have the Obnixilus. I don't know if you boarded it in or not.
now sacking the Witness for an ob is good.
Would be pretty good too.
Sure.
Because
But like
But I
even,
think you have the cats and you have plenty of other drops that you
but
can
even
get.
Obnixilus like naked is pretty good in this matchup.
Yeah.
well, I mean, making a devil trades.
Look,
with,
one's the control deck, right?
Yeah.
The red black mid range is more of the control deck. The sack deck, I mean, I guess you could say combo. They're both grindy, but definitely the mid range is more the big boy control deck, right? They're both trying to do that role here. I think the red back mid range deck just does it
It's
better.
just a snap block. Here,
Yeah,
right?
I mean,
So yeah, you're also building towards Croxa when you block.
Is that
and there's that
a-
dispute.
That's a dispute. What
Which
is
is on with the cat.
The cat's in his hand.
yeah,
Yeah.
but would have been great though with the Witness before. But I mean, it's still good here.
It's still good.
Okay. Yep. So untap here.
So he has until his end step to play those 2 cards.
He gets to play one.
One of those 2
One
cards.
of the 2, which is probably going to be the dispute. You get just more cards, and you get the mana back anyway off the treasure, right?
Yep, that's
Oh,
what.
all right. This is the value
We-
player.
we
All
did-
right.
we did
this
know
is
about
gr-
that.
Yeah,
Now we just get it
we
all.
know about it.
Now we get it all. So now we get to attack you and then draw cards.
You can
with
have
it.
whatever you like.
Yep. So chunk in for 3, sacrifice, draw 2, make a treasure,
I mean, that's great.
and then sack
This
treasure
is
to
a
cast
great.
cat.
This is a great turn.
Yep. This is the kind of
And we haven't
turn
played land
sequence
yet,
you try and
correct?
set up.
And he's setting up
No.
for a Croxa next turn.
Yes.
Or close
and,
to it.
Yep. And this gets to 5, I think.
5 wood Croxa though.
5 with Croxa.
Yeah, I think.
But he draws
he's
2
one
cards here.
short.
And cast the cat. 1, 2, 3, 4.
4. Okay, so he's far. He's not.
He's not far off.
He's not far off.
Look, that value was insane.
Yeah.
Well, here's the other thing. Like, if you don't play the cat this turn, that's Croxa mana. If you can get another 1 mana spell in your yard, you Croxa next turn.
So,
Which we've already seen is
that
pretty
treasure
good. Right?
is worth a lot
so
right now.
where we're at right now, right?
Oh, he drew the land anyway, so he gets. What are we doing here? 2 mana?
Pit-
Oh,
Yeah.
Okay.
All right.
That's a good draw.
That's a great play for this turn.
What are we? So, what does Ben need now?
Fable.
Shieldred.
Shieldred and
Shieldred,
Fable.
The same,
Arcfiend
the
of the
same
draws.
2 cards you want him to draw
The
every other
Archfiend,
game.
yeah.
Archfiend would do it too.
So, are my totals correct right now? Is he at 12?
yes.
Okay.
Yep. Yep.
So-
100%. Yep.
Yeah, he's taking a lot of damage from his lands. He's taking the 3 from the Harvester. He's taking. I think he didn't take anything from the Croxa.
No.
Thank you, Brandon M. Nelson, I believe. If I said Nelson, sorry. But thank you for the follow-up.
The other thing that Anthony has going on is the castle is active.
Correct. And he's at
That's-
2
that's
two
a-
cards
All
right
right, so we're pitching.
now. Yep. We're digging for an actual spell that matters here. And did we find one that looked like a Mutavault in the land off the top? Shieldred? All right.
All right.
That's going to be good here.
That's one that matters.
I mean, that's good.
So now we're Fatal Push.
I mean, Fatal Push is great.
But I don't think he has one.
All right. I mean, we have 10 minutes in the round. They got plenty of time.
Oh yeah.
No rushing.
No,
So
these games
this-
will.
Okay, he
these
lost
games-
two.
These games will not go to time.
And he does have the cat to chomp block right now.
He did draw a Mayhem Devil too.
Yeah.
Shieldred having 5 toughness is rough.
Correct. But okay, so if he plays Devil, he can sack the Harvester -2 +1 damage from the Harvester sack. Sack a blood token, that's 4. If he can sack another permanent, he
I
can
need
kill
a calculator. I need
He
a
can kill his
calculator.
children. So, but it's just amazing how many random triggers you can get off of this deck just out of nowhere.
Or you could also Oh, maybe not.
To be fair, though, do we all respect the deck? Do you think
Black Red Sack is fine.
Do you think it gets respected in the format?
I think people recognize it as a top 3 deck.
It's a thing.
I don't. I disagree with that. I think people see it as a tier 2 deck.
Yeah.
I think when Humans is good.
But Humans is good.
But I agree right now. But I think it's definitely an ebb and flow deck. It isn't just a consistent, winner.
I agree with that, but also people will always show up with red black mid range for whatever reason.
So we're pitching the cat.
Pitching the cat.
He's going to build towards Croxa, it looks like.
Yeah, but he didn't play the Mayhem Devil, so we're not going to do that all-in play to kill Shieldred. Just going for a Croxa here.
Just going for a Croxa.
We did lose 2 life as well.
Yeah. Does he have
Did
land
he get
4?
the untapped land?
Is Shieldred worth $70?
Is that Sakenzen? Yes, he does have it.
Shieldred's worth $70. We all feel that.
Now that is one way to
so
raise the Shieldred.
Yeah, so Kitty Cat's gone though.
All right.
Discard.
What are we discarding?
That's 3 life. He's at 9.
All right.
Shieldred though catches you up pretty darn fast.
And this is that spot, Frank, you're talking about.
Yeah.
A Bankbuster is great
It's
here.
insane here. Yeah, and that's why I love Benki.
Yeah, the hands run into each other, and then whoever draws more cards.
I trust the government with my money. All right, let's not get into that.
Fable off the top for Ben, which is again not terrible here.
Fable's not terrible. Yeah.
I mean, Fable's great. I mean, look, Fable is always going to be a good draw. We're not dying, right?
We're not dying.
But
That
we
Cross
do.
is not going to kill us.
But
It
that
plays
is
to
a
the board
6/6.
and
That is a
rummages your
6/6.
next bad draw away, so yes, it's fine.
Yeah.
There's obviously not a fatal push in hand, or that Crocs would be gone already. So it's just a matter
Or
of...
he's slow playing it.
Well, no.
The
Ben,
question is...
Ben knows what he's doing. He's not going to
Not saying
slow
that.
play a
Maybe
fatal push.
maybe he's just thinking right now.
No, like I think he's debating. He's going to play the Fable. It's just, does he hold the 2 lands in his hand to dig deeper or not?
If you have removal,
Yes.
and you have a second Shieldred, then you don't have to play the removal. That's one way to look at it.
Yeah,
as well.
I mean, hey.
I think that's a trade that I'm probably willing to make.
I mean, I'm willing to make it and make my opponent play another Shieldred.
Oh, 100%. Yeah.
Spend your mana on that.
No blocks.
No blocks.
Okay.
Right. We have a plan.
And hopefully that plan's not to die.
So that's a Mutavault, a Fable, Archfiend. Okay.
There it is. There's that Archfiend.
All right.
Might steal another game.
I mean, he's going to 9 on this draw, guys. Like,
But
This might be another stolen game.
yeah, but now he has a land and a Fable. So if he plays the land, he loses the Fable on the attack from Croxa. If he holds them both,
so the land's immutable. I think it's worth it.
yeah, 100%.
Yeah, right? I mean, this is a rough spot to be in.
9. Okay.
This is rough. So right now, what are you doing on your turn? Without drawing a
you
card.
want to draw a Fatal Push.
Yeah, I mean, if Anthony Fatal Push is obviously the best draw. You can draw here. He does still have a
So
Mayhem
we draw.
Devil.
I couldn't see it.
Is
Might
that
be
an oven? Is that an oven? But he exiled the cat. So he
Oh,
has that for
there it is.
Did we miss a trigger off Sheldred?
No.
No, he
No.
took it. He took it.
No.
He took it?
No, he went
Okay.
down. He takes it and he
Oh,
attacks
that's
Wow, guys, that's
That'll do it.
insane.
That'll do
Ernest
it.
Reigns did it.
Wow.
he
So in the end,
Yes.
Archfiend of the Dross did settle both of these games.
it did.
Archfiend won
It did.
both games.
Wow.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah, Ben stole a game from it with it. Now,
Yeah.
and then Anthony goes and steals a
What
game with
a
it.
great game, guys. We'll be back with round
Oh.
4, and then obviously the rest of your top 8,
Yeah.
top 4, top 2, the whole rest of the event. We'll be running ads, some just chill music in between. And please follow if you haven't. Thank you for everyone that has. And
Go
definitely
find your Archfiends.
Go find your Archfiends.
Go find your Archfiends. Everyone needs one.
Which, by the way, go to mayhemevent.com if you're in the local area, or maybe even a couple hours away.
Stop by and buy them at Mayhem.
You can stop by Mayhem. You can also come for the team event. Thank you, everyone.
Yep, we'll see you next round.
We're back and live from the beach. It's all good times for tan lines from here on out. And as things are heating up, everyone's headed to the coast. Our advice is, avoid the crowds, remember your sunscreen, and of course, keep it locked right here for your soundtrack to the summer.
Hello, everyone. We are back at round 4. We have a special one for everyone. There is a local player. Bob has tweeted him out before, Fire Shoes, who's also a local player in the area, but Lutri, Blue-Black Lutri. Now, Andrew's been on camera earlier.
Yep.
He is now 2-1.
Red-Black.
Yep, lost a Possibility Storm earlier, but we're trying to bring as many unique decks as we have in the area.
Absolutely. Commander Players Unite.
Commander Players Unite, yes. There was no condescending thought in that statement.
Absolutely not. We love Commander Players.
It's true, we do. But this is going to be interesting. So, about Lutri, there's a lot of one-ups in here.
Yeah.
Dan.
If you want to bring up Loot.
Yeah.
So, for those of you who are not familiar with this, companions have changed the game, and this one has a little bit of a quirk to it. Every card in your deck can be the only version of that card in your deck. You can have one of every copy of a card. Lutri, when it comes in, you can flash it in and copy any one of those singular spells.
Pretty good.
But this is one where you literally have no idea what could be coming because they have one of everything.
I mean, Joe's a local player, and I played against them before.
100%.
We all have.
we all have. And look at his sleeves! I just noticed that.
Yeah, he got
Otter Chaos. That's right up your alley there, Frank. Yeah. So, I mean, we have everything in this deck from Deluges, Murderous Riders, Ops, Power Word Kills, Shark Typhoons, Go for the Throat, Hidetsugu and Carry from the last set, Fairy Masterminds. Think of any good blue and black card that either kills things, draws cards. He's probably got it in his deck.
It's going to swing towards like a mid-range control kind of game.
100%.
Lutri equals Snapcaster. I mean, it's like, not really.
Well, you get to pay 3 mana to draw it.
Yeah. I mean, it's
3 mana to draw it, and it copies the spell.
Every game you get to pay 3 mana and draw it.
Yeah.
Now, Andrew's mulliganing.
Yep.
So, when talking to Joe, he's really favored against creature decks. Right, but
Correct.
like more like humans, more like the Convoke deck. I wonder how this matchup is getting.
Not necessarily decks that recur the same threat over and over again.
And Joe has also mentioned that that Fable the Mirror Breaker is a card that's rough for his deck to deal with.
Yes, which definitely are running around here as well. Just looking at any kind of exile effects, he does have a main deck Kalitas. Granted, it is one. As far as other removal spells, he has an Extinction event,
And they are starting,
and a Mastery as well. Ashiok could do some things as well.
So,
but not a lot to
Joe
interact
played
with
2
the other.
lands, and Andrew just played a oven now.
And here's the combo. So we'll see how good he interacts with it. But like I said, there's very few ways for him to actually catch the cat.
Is there anything in the sideboard you see of Joe's that would?
He does have an Unmoored Ego, which is a cranial extraction. You can name any card and take all copies of it.
We'll bring that up.
Well, he does have a Mihawk Massacre in the main.
Yeah, he does have a Massacre as well.
Against Red Black.
He does have a Needle, so you can needle ovens.
We could say how many, but we already know there's one.
He does have a Necromancer as well. He does have a Cling to Dust in the board, which is going to be an outstanding card, but only in game 2 and possibly 3. Here we go. This is the other thing. A 1-land hand, but you're still bolting them every turn.
That's pretty good.
Not terrible.
So, you're keeping that if you're on Zacho's side?
Well, you know me. I keep every hand with Double Oven Kitty Cat.
Yeah, you have a problem with that. But here's Ego, just to show everyone what this card does. Now, obviously, he's not playing it now. This is in his board.
Correct, and there's no way to get it out of the main.
But this is an option where it is a if anyone as old as me Tommy, and Dan, because we were old.
Yes, we are.
We remember Cranial Extraction and
Yes.
cards like it.
I am old. I did not play back then.
Fair enough. We're older.
Yeah.
But yeah, as in game one, I don't know if there's a lot of ways for him to actually interact with us, except for the one he just found, which is the one of Blast Zone.
That is,
which is a ratchet bomb. Which
that was a very good.
That was a very good blast.
Which comes in with a counter. You can put additional counters on it, sacrifice it to blow every non-land permanent.
Andrew just passed.
He again kept a one-land hand with double.
If there's a Shieldred here, or there isn't, but if there was, I mean that could have been game over right there.
That could have been.
And there's still no second land here.
This might be a fast round, guys.
So it looks like we're discarding a Croxa here.
So end of turn. What is this?
Lutri?
Yes, that is a Lutri. Now I apologize for the view. All of Joe's deck is foil, so some of them might be hard to see.
Alternate arts.
Yep.
Alternate frames. Foil.
Yeah, this is the epitome of a pet deck, and he treats his animals well.
He does. He even
buys them shiny collars and top end food and everything. So we finally found Urtai. Counter that, you can draw a card. I actually think I'm okay drawing a card here, considering I'm missing land drop.
Sure.
But the tempo and the
and he's got a board now.
Yeah, I mean this is 6 a turn,
yep,
correct?
Yep. Here comes 6, and then
and
counter
like we said,
kill.
The Lutri deck is a bigger mid-range / control deck, so it wants games to go exactly the way we're looking at it.
Yeah. Thank you for the follow. Dad Oop, I believe was the name. Thank you, we appreciate it.
Just for our viewers. Now, both players are 2-1. We're in round 4. This is effectively a win and in, assuming that players are willing to draw in round 5.
Yep.
Thank you, King Mudkips 701 for the follow. We appreciate it. Right now, we're trying to get that goal of 200, so we're working our way there.
Keep it coming. Tell all your friends. We have Lutri on camera. Come view it.
It is unique. We will have all the deck lists up on mayhemevent.com.
Yep. So if you see anything that trips any triggers and you have an upcoming tournament or just feel like playing, feel free to jump on. All right. What do we have here for 6 mana?
Is it Gearhulk?
Oh, no, this is a
dig through time.
That card's pretty good, I heard.
We are going full on mid-range.
Dan, you remember the standard days with that card?
I do.
How long did it last in
a while.
Too long.
Yeah. I mean, back in the day, we actually had standard for almost a year and a half. I played a lot of
it warped our whole format.
A lot of Sphinx's Revelations and Pack Rats for a year and a half. It was not the most fun times.
I mean, Treasure Cruise is bonkers. Dig is bonkers. Those cards are very, very good.
And there's another threat, a Hall, a big 7/7 chunker that
damage is coming in.
This deck does not kill. I think we're trading here. Yep.
I think we need to trade here. Now, do we have a follow-up? I mean, look, the Hall's a follow-up. It does cost him to tap out.
Yeah. Unfortunately, if he taps out for like a Mayhem Devil here, I mean, he does have a cat to at least chump, but this Hall is a 7/7 that he can't kill.
4 mana does represent Fatal Push, pay for the ward.
Correct. But we need
but
an 4.
Yeah, but that's rough for Andrew to hold up 4 mana every turn.
Yeah.
Claiming the Lutri here?
No.
Deadly Dispute?
That is a good draw.
If we can dispute it away, it's a great draw. Gearhulk.
Okay, oh my god.
Dig through time.
And we're digging again.
Oh,
my
no.
Lord.
So, if he disputes, he just dies, right? Basically.
No,
you get a treasure.
Yeah, but
and he still has a food and a cat in the yard. So the Hall.
We still have the cat. We still have the cat.
Cat's
Okay.
at the bottom of the yard.
Gotcha,
That you can't see it, but
so we're in a rough spot here.
Yep.
So there's the dispute.
He says, "I'll allow it."
I'll allow it. I'm tapped out. Yes, no force of negation here. But yeah, the cat is still straight up chumping the Hall if he activates it, and we're going to 3 here. That hand looked really, really good until I got ratchet bombed.
I mean, 1 land, but like you said, you kind of have everything else you want.
Yeah.
But yeah, it's not like he has 3 of them.
Correct.
He
literally
one.
has 1 in
He
the
has
60.
1.
Yeah. So.
Yeah, I mean,
We don't need no stinking borrower.
yeah. Game 1 is gonna go to Lutri.
Nope, he has a cat. He's not dead yet, but he's almost dead.
Okay, forgot about the cat. That's my bad. See,
Yeah, he's only mostly dead.
So-
Watch Princess Bride. He's only mostly dead.
So what does he need now to come back? He can't cast a Croxa.
He needs to
cast a
find.
Croxa
He needs to find an oven.
oven plus what? Just the oven won't do it.
Oven and a fable.
Oven and Fable might do it.
I mean, he drew a bunch of cards now. He's drawing lens. His deck is his mana
So,
level's pretty
like,
cheap. His curve.
Mayhem Devil, Oven, Unlucky Witness keeps him alive.
I mean,
Yeah.
there's Mayhem Devil.
That's step one.
that's
I
step
see
one if that's the
two
hand
more
he's
devils.
got.
I see 2 more devils though.
And that presuming Joe doesn't have any number of those 2 mana black removal
Correct.
spells.
Yeah.
Other than Power Word Kill.
Correct. Yeah. Okay. Draw. Looks like that was a land. Nope. All right. Looks like
We
the
tapped
Mayhem
out.
Devil is
Yeah, that
a
should be
roadblock
game.
if he fires it up. Yeah, because the push can't kill the hull. It has ward, and the Gear Hulk is too large to be pushed down anything. Yep.
Darkness.
Chump and die. Okay. Yep.
Okay,
Just
checks on the ward.
we're checking on the ward.
Hey,
You
it's the right thing to
remembered.
do.
Okay.
Game
Yep.
1 goes to Lutri.
Yep.
So what do we got? So what is Lutri boarding in of their one-ofs?
All right, so we know he has Unmoored Ego, Pithing Needle. He's got a Go Blank, maybe, a Necromentia, and Cling to Dusk is the card I really want right now.
Cling is great.
I look
Cling
at
is great.
Cling, and yes, that's great.
Bioblight also kills Mayhem Devils, all of them as well. So maybe
Uh,
4 cards?
Yeah, I know
Change
that.
the equation.
Counters
His-
Mayhem Devils
his
as well.
Fable,
Yep.
Mayhem Devil, Oven.
And he's probably got some random cards in the main that are probably bad. Impulse, maybe.
Fairy Mastermind.
Fairy Mastermind is probably terrible in this matchup. Brazen Borrower is probably not great in this matchup.
That blast zone's fire.
Liliana the Last Hope, probably not great in this matchup. Power Word Kill, like Tommy mentioned, can't randomly kill devils, so that's probably not the best.
Either half a Fable, right?
Correct.
So you do want that.
Search, Shieldrids, Sorin the Merciless, maybe not. Meat Hook is great. Gear Hulk is great. Cruise is great. So yeah, I mean he has like 4 or 5 cuts easily. Just cards that are just worse than the cards that deal with Mayhem Devils. As we've seen in previous matches, if you don't have the devils or kill the devils, the deck loses tons of its
I
velocity.
mean, so other than the Oven, I think the Lutri deck is pretty well set up to handle
Yeah,
Correct.
the sack deck.
I agree.
Correct.
With
I
the
agree.
exception of, and he has ways to deal with the Oven. He's got the needle.
Correct.
He's got the blast
Yeah.
one as we saw.
Yeah, you don't really have permanents that are threatenable. So the claims are worthless. The Furnace Rains don't do anything.
Right.
A lot of your sacks, you're sacking your own things. You're not getting value off of mine. And then he just gets
Yeah.
up to the point where I'm casting more powerful spells than you.
Yeah, I mean, I think, does he have a Shadow's Verdict mean?
I do not see a Shadow's Verdict in the list,
That-
so I do not think so, no.
He was playing one for a long time.
That exiles 3 or less from the yard too, or just in play?
Field and
Field
yard.
and yard.
Okay.
Yeah, it's
Which
great.
would be pretty good for this matchup.
It would be very good, so.
Perhaps this wasn't on his radar either, because it is no longer in his list. He has a Path of Peril and a Ritual of Sit now.
I think the Path of Peril was the Shadow's Verdict, but I think he had to get, because
you have to
red,
get
red,
human.
white Convoke. as
Yeah,
well.
Yeah.
Red White Convoke, yeah,
So-
and humans.
Yep. Yeah. 3 is not 5, even through Athalia. 4 is not 5.
Yes.
So you
Yeah.
have to Wrath a turn earlier nowadays. That's why all the blue-white decks are now playing Doom Scars in the Lotus Fields, because you can Wrath a turn earlier.
Yeah. And just history, I was playing Joe last week, last week, and I played Red White Convoke, and he played Lutri, and I was like, all right, well, turn 2, I'm going to Convoke into a Loxodon.
And he Bioblighted
And he
you, if I remember
bio-blighted my
correct.
tokens. That was not fun.
And then your hand fell apart.
My hand fell apart. And that was game 3, and I was on the play, and I was like, this hand's insane, until the Bioblight.
We had such plans.
Yep. Actually, I was on the draw that one. I was on the draw, that's why the 2 mana up.
Looks like we've got mulligans here.
Yeah, what Joe? I mean, I spoke to him about the Lutri deck just to get a feel for it.
Yep.
He says like the red black mid range is a tough matchup for him.
Sure.
Just
But
that
Sack's got to be easier.
the sack's easier for him.
Yeah.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, he says the mid range deck is rough because
They just draw more cards than him.
it's a mix of permanents that's hard to deal with.
Correct.
You have enchantments, you have tokens, you have manlands, you have all of it,
And more disruption.
and more disruption.
Yeah. So.
Whereas Sack, he's just worried about the oven.
Correct.
Yep.
And as we found out, he has outs.
Bless him.
And out.
And out. He
And
did-
out that he found, but hey,
Yep.
you put it in your deck, so you draw it.
As they are drawing their heads, I just want to say thank you. We're up to 28 viewers right now. We appreciate everything. Wherever you guys are coming from, put in the chat where you guys are from. We're here in Iowa.
Yeah.
Mayhem is pretty much known as, not trying to toot our own horn, but as the premier store here in Des Moines, Iowa. And we do events like this all the time. We also have a team trios coming up later in August.
We do.
We do Pioneer every Monday, and then we rotate between Pioneer, Legacy, and Modern on Fridays. We do Pauper events. I mean, this store is pretty massive if you haven't seen it. Definitely check out the website. Check out mayhemcomics.com, mayhemevent.com. All the links are onto our Twitter profile, Twitch profile as well. So
this is Resolving Mulligan 1. Correct. Pretty much just want lands and spells, right?
That's what you're looking for on the illusory side.
That's right.
see, you just want to play Magic.
Absolutely.
You want land, you want some removal, and you want eventually your card advantage engines.
Yeah. One of the comic lands I actually like the art as opposed to the other art.
Yeah. So as a background, me and Dan, I would say we have the same taste in cards. I think Tommy does too. I do like OG arts or like older things.
Probably just because I recognize it because there's too many new arts, and so I need to know the old art because that's what I grew up playing with.
Me too.
I tend to stick to regular frames.
Yeah.
Mostly, it's just a functional thing for me.
That and we're basic.
Yeah.
We're not fancy, okay?
I don't go for a lot of the stuff, but like the retro artifact frames, Wizards hook me.
They are
brown bordered
really cool.
artifacts is just that's
they
where I
are
want to
really
live.
cool. I agree.
So
we got a good start from. I think both decks doing what they need to do. What's on the side?
That is a Search for Escanta.
Oh my God! Has anyone?
That card is spectacular.
That card was fire.
It's slowly starting to come back a little bit. You basically get to, I guess, scry every upkeep, and if you don't like the card, you can put it in the yard.
I believe they eroded it to surveil. You actually get the surveil mechanic on it.
So surveil, you can either leave it there or you can throw it into the yard. And if during your upkeep, if you have 7 or more cards, it turns into a land, which then can tap 3 mana in it to dig for the top 4 cards and take a spell.
We'll flip it around.
Yeah.
Let's see.
Top 4 cards. Yep, correct. And you get a spell. This was it rose to fame during the Wilderness Reclamation Nexus of Fate world.
It was good there.
It made everybody upset because you basically got to dig to the card and then go find it every turn.
That was a standard format Tommy played, I remember.
Yeah.
That was a standard form, but
that is a hand. Shieldred down. Again, alternate art all over the place.
Yep.
And one of the coolest Shark Typhoons that they've made.
That is a really
straight up comic book cover.
Yep. As a person who does like the OG, I have to say I do like that.
That's one of them that I'll give.
Yep.
So
Search seems like it is very good here.
100%.
They don't Red Black Sec they do not have a good way to remove it.
There is no way to remove it.
They don't play Field of Ruin or anything else like that.
Yep. And card advantage is where you don't want to be playing against when you're playing Red Black Sack.
Now, to be fair, it does feel like a Fable here. For Andrew would be very good, right?
Even a Mayhem Devil here would be fine. But you have to commit to the board.
Yeah. I mean,
start
to
making
get something a Mayhem Devil.
Yeah.
And then sack the treasure, deal damage. Oven. Okay.
This is pretty good.
Right.
This is pretty good.
So now we're just on a kitty hunt, and then we've got an engine.
Yeah, and the thing about the cat oven combo, there aren't a lot of things on Joe's side that's gonna kill.
There's not. No.
It's all the damage is going to face, which is why again like Joe's deck is set up to beat this red black deck.
Bart Grape, if I said that sorry if I butchered it, but thank you for the follow, appreciate it.
So an Infernal Grasp here. Is the food worth the 2 life? I think it is.
Yeah, I agree.
You still deal the 1 and you get a food out of the deal. So, but he thought about
Grap
it for a
is
second.
correct. Cool. Nice to meet you. Where are you from?
All right. Lands and spells. Looks like we've got a Fable, a Colligan's Command.
This one, and the Colligan's Command
to shatter the Gear Hulk.
It shatters the Gear Hulk, but it is going to put more cards in the yard for that Escanta to flip.
And it is one of the only ways he has to bring back a Mayhem Devil when it dies.
He is from Hagerstown, Maryland. Cool, man.
All right. So, yep. All right. So, Crocs is coming in. We're stacking the ability. Puts the sack trigger down on the bottom. So, he discards, and then he's going to eat it in the oven. So, he gets 2 because it is a 5 power or bigger. So, he gets 2 foods out of this deal. Yep. Old standard trick. Pretty good. So, now, we're still looking for a cat, but that's pretty good value around. And
Duress
golf
is good.
clap to the old school promo art Duress.
It is a cool looking
They
Duress.
just foiled out the cool one.
To be fair, I would have just liked the...
And we are clinging, and bye-bye Crocs.
I would have just took the... I like the Urza Saga, just regular ones.
Yep, goodbye Typhoon. So it's Otawara, but that is card 7, right? So this search is flipping.
This search is flipping.
And I apologize for the glare on Joe's side, but there is a lot of foils.
Now, we know Joe's hand, so the extra mana is not helping him.
No, it's not. This is just going to be cards at this
It
point.
will just be cards.
Yep.
Yeah.
And we're playing Otawara just
So
because...
we have played the Ottawa there? It looks like Joe drew something. What is that?
Ashiok.
Oh my god.
That is the other banger in the deck as well. So,
Well-
so this thing poops out 2-3 tokens that whenever
We
they
will-
attack or block,
we will bring it up.
They exile 2 cards. Which is, they can snowball pretty fast.
Yep.
Nightmare Muse. Yep.
Here it is.
Yep. And I don't think there's a lot of ways to interact with planeswalkers.
No, not. Is there a Dreadbore in there, Tommy? Do we know?
I'm pulling
In
up the list.
Sacrifice, no.
They do sometimes play Eaten Alive,
Eaten Alive, it's not in his list.
and then there's another version of Eaten Alive. I don't recall.
How many
the name.
times are we eating? Dun-dun-dun-dun.
Yeah.
Bad puns. I know.
Yeah. So this, playing Otawara gets him closer to the Hall activation, which is one of the best things you can be doing against this deck. 2 lands off the top, and then he's just going to keep making a stream of 2/3s. And
I mean, that was a very good draw.
that was an insane draw.
Yeah, looking at Andrew's list, he has no way to remove.
Ashiok.
So he has to just fight through it.
Yep. Which is Meat Hook.
Oh my god.
That's like 3 bangers off the top in a row. Yep.
So in response.
Yep.
Yep.
Okay. And he did it for 2, so his tokens are going to survive. Ashiok will make another one.
We
Now
should
he's
change
exiling 4 cards
Joe's
in there.
name to the #1 hits.
Yeah,
Yeah.
it's pretty good.
Yeah, he's a chart topper, I believe.
Let's see, but he actually brought his own tokens, so I
Yeah.
appreciate that.
Hey,
Bravo, Joe.
I mean, he knew he was going to be on stream because he was playing Lutri. Now,
Yeah.
this is basically winning it.
It is,
It is.
100%.
You know,
we talked about
well,
that.
he could get paired down.
Yes.
There is that could happen, but I mean, that'd be pretty cool.
All right, we've got Mayhem Devils, but not a lot of interaction points here. He drew... Is that a Meat Hook in there I saw as well?
Well,
I don't know. Colligan's Command, Mayhem Devil, Obnixilis, and then whatever this is, a Harvester. So no.
I think
he's setting up for...
I do think that Andrew is too far behind at this point.
Yes.
Being able to interact with the Ashiok, and the 2/3s are just too big.
Yeah,
He's going to try to set up a big Obnixilis turn, but he's far behind.
Yeah, this is gonna be rough. Thank you for the follow, Bo Dub. We appreciate it.
Or maybe if this Fable flips, and then he can play Devil, clone Devil in the same turn. But
Yep, that's something.
But he's gonna get. And what's the ultimate on Ashiok again? Can you look at that real quick?
Yeah.
Because we're getting really close to
I still
that.
got her up here. We'll show it so everyone can see it.
Okay, so -7. You get to cast 3 cards out of the exiled cards for free.
It's pretty good.
Out of your opponent's exile pile. And we haven't gotten a pretty good look at what's exiled. I saw a few lands, but that could be very interesting.
Now, it's likely the claim to fames were boarded out.
There's
claim to fame?
Claim the Firstborn.
Claim the Firstborn boarded
there's
out.
literally no targets outside of the loot tree,
The
right?
only person that's going to fame in this match is Joe. All right?
The thing is, claim the Firstborn if he draws a Mayhem Devil is actually perfect.
It's an out for it, but yep.
Oh man.
But I have a feeling.
I don't think he can
these
come
but
back
these
from
2/3s,
this.
and now every time he sacks a creature, the Meat Hook dings him.
This is
So
rough.
he might not even have the out to do that now.
No.
Are we gaining life? Oh, yeah. Food token. And
That's rough.
Not the best position.
No. That was an insane 2 draws.
Yeah.
That
Well,
was-
and the other thing is Joe, while he's empty-handed, he's got an active
Ascana.
Ascana.
Ascana is... Yeah.
And this Hall's going to get into chump mode for the rest of this game as well. So, Mayhem... Oh, Obnixilis. Okay.
I mean, so this is the
But do, like, pinging devils do anything?
I don't think so.
Probably not.
I mean, he's gaining life because he sacked a guy.
Yeah.
Because Andrew sacked
Because the
a guy.
devil pings don't even kill the 2/3s.
No. I mean, they're 2/3s.
Yeah. You can't ping them down. Ashiok is
Let's see
going
what
to...
Joe gets
Well,
off it.
you do gain life off the Obnixilis.
But you're losing the
We are
life off the
losing
meat hook master.
because of the meat hook. So
well, it's a recurring life gain though.
Sure.
it is, but it's a recurring killing you.
Yeah, right. You got both.
It feels like spinning wheels to me, and we just found a fatal push off of the Escanta.
Yeah, it's very good.
So that's already revolted, correct?
Yes.
No, it's not. He has to revolt.
I thought he killed something.
No, he didn't.
No, so no revolt on it.
Not yet, but I don't think he needs to.
I mean, is there anything on his field outside of the? So there's just a flip, Kiki, right? Flip. Favorite.
Yeah. So he wants to get Kiki Jiki active.
But what is in his exile pile? I mean, he could just have his death in that pile because Ashiok ultimates this next turn. If he has a removal spell, he's just dead on board, right? I haven't seen what's in the pile.
Yeah.
But
Neither have I.
It's been a lot of cards.
Yeah. And the
That we
ultimate
know.
on Ashiok is 7, so it doesn't even kill the Ashiok.
I appreciate everyone for joining. We're up to 31 viewers. Thank you so much.
Yeah. Push this. Okay. Trigger that. He didn't sack it to the oven. And we're playing a land, not the second oven. Okay.
Yeah. Ay, caramba.
So this just comes down to whatever's in the exile pile.
I mean, yeah. He's so far behind. I don't know what he drew. I didn't
That
see
was a
it.
spell. I didn't see what it was though.
Has Joe bricked this game?
Not
He has not.
ever since the search flipped. He's drawn a spell every turn that mattered.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, but you put spells in your deck to draw them. So.
He had what 3 or 4 search for his Ganta triggers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And he's also cycled the fetid pools as well. So are we ultimating? Yes,
There it
we
is.
are.
Here we
Yes,
go.
No, we're not. We're bouncing something.
We're minusing.
Yep. So that goes away.
And
And he
got a-
discards, right?
Yeah.
It's like a recoil.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's interesting.
I think he exiles the card. Yep.
Let's
Yeah,
double check.
let's take another look at this card. Return, and they exile a card from their hand. Okay, so it's kind of like a recoil, but you exile instead of discard it. Back in the day, like this was the killing condition of a lot of the blue-black control decks.
no,
they
I
just
remember.
cast this and take it
I
out every
remember.
game.
Yeah.
I remember.
I always preferred the little Ashiok that came down on 3
That
and
card was
just
very,
taped
very
up and
good.
exiled 3 cards indefinitely.
There's a lot of triggers here. There's how many? 3?
3
Jeez.
triggers, 6 damage plus a haul.
Oh my god.
And there's a meat hook here, so yeah, this board's gonna get in, and he's got 2 blockers here. So he chumps the haul, takes 6, meat hook trigger at 7. So he ends up at 3, and Joe's board is intact.
Shows him at 4.
Did he miss the meat hook trigger?
I think he did.
I don't think it's gonna matter here, but
No, not really.
the meat hook triggers are missable.
They are missable. Yep, it is duty to remember it.
So Mayhem Devil,
That's not going to be good enough.
you need a land to clone the devil, and then
No, this is
what?
not good enough.
I don't know if that does anything. God, these X3s are like
Oh no, he
invincible, right?
No, does he have a card in his hand?
He has 1 card in his hand, but I didn't see what it
Yeah,
was.
so you clone the devil. When the devil leaves play,
Yeah.
you get 2 triggers.
Yes.
And then he's got the oven. So there's a few things he can do. Oh, not the oven. He's got the oven and he's got the blood. So there's a few things he can do. Now, does it matter?
I don't think it matters with this board.
Yeah.
And then the Mayhem token is going to chump the haul, but then he still has 6 damage coming through.
Yeah.
And also, he's 1 mana short of eating a food, too.
Yeah. So,
Apologize that.
it's all good.
Oh, wait, no, now he can do it. He can copy the devil, block, sack the devil,
Is that good enough?
eat the food.
I think he might survive, but he's losing.
Well, if he survives, he
Does he
also gets to untap with the devil again.
The devil survives the attack, but this is. Oh god. Never mind.
That changes. Well, that takes
Odd
everything
and
out.
odd, and all the tokens are even. Convenient.
Well, presumably he needs
Well,
odd.
I would hope so.
the sack deck is fighting.
Yeah. So what he can do is he can copy the Mayhem Devil, sack the copy.
Can he almost wipe his board?
He will if Andrew survives. His board is going to be obliterated, but I don't know if he can survive. I haven't done the math yet, but because the Mayhem Devil that's real will block and survive a token, the cloned Mayhem Devil has to block the Hall if it attacked, which it didn't.
Yeah. So he's
But-
gonna eat the food now.
But he makes 2 devils.
He deals 2 damage
He
here.
can kill
right?
1 token.
So it looks like he's hitting the Eshiok, correct?
Yeah, which is already back up to 5. He can
Okay.
kill a token and survive at 1.
So now he's gonna sack the real devil, likely.
No, he's second.
What is he sacking?
That was a copy, right?
That was the Fable.
Yeah,
Flip?
he sacked the Fable.
Yeah. Okay, so Mayhem Devils are gone, so he'll live at 2.
He'll live at 2. He has the Obnixilis in play.
But in order to make a devil, he has to kill the Obnixilis. There goes the kitty cat.
Wow.
Wow.
All right.
So,
Ashiok.
and that's the power of Mayhem Devil. I mean, without the extinction event, that
Yeah.
devil with
He-
the Fable
he
could
might have
Did he draw
stabilized
a
the board.
land?
have stabilized it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 Mayhem Devils a turn. You can actually kill
What
all
were you
the tokens.
drawing? It's
Yeah,
not
with
great.
2 Mayhem Devils, active oven, a pile of food. He was playing to that position.
Yep. Make a devil. He was just a turn behind, being able to take another hit.
I think he would. I think he would have stabilized if
Yeah.
there, if
If the
was
devil
no,
survived.
If there was no sweeper.
Yep.
Yeah, no, he probably would have stabilized, but that.
Taking Giganta out of the hand, and then we're going to extend one here in a second.
Let's see if he had. Oh.
A Murder Strider.
That's
All
it.
right, and that is
All right.
it. Lutri is 3-1. Wow, what a great game! I mean, Joe was never behind in that game. He had some great draws. We are gonna go to intermission right now between rounds. We have 18 minutes remaining, so we'll see you soon. Most matches looks like they're actually finishing up already. So we will be back with more Magic. We'll be back with last round.
The last round for the top 8.
And just as we started at noon on Central Time,
We are burning.
It is 3:18.
Yeah.
They're flying through.
We're doing
So,
Thank you, players.
yep. Thank you everyone for watching and following, and we'll be back soon.
We'll see you soon.
We're back and live from the beach. It's all good times for tan lines from here on out. And as things are heating up, everyone's headed to the coast. Our advice is, avoid the crowds, remember your sunscreen, and of course, keep it locked right here for your soundtrack to the summer.
know if he said start yet, but
All right,
yeah, they're there.
Let me know they could start. Hey, everyone. We are back.
For the last round of Swiss.
That is
At
correct.
the top 8. We had quite a few draws at the top tables, so got 2 matches playing for the last 2 spots.
Lutri is back in the feature. By high demand, we hope.
Yes.
Playing a winning in.
Going against Luke with Blue White Spirits. Recovered nicely after a round 1 loss to Red White Prowess. Pia, whatever you want to call it.
Which a fan favorite, Robert, I believe Taylor, is in top 8.
Yep.
He did draw it in.
Was able to draw in. So, yep. So the winner of this one and then a winner of one other match will be the last 2 spots in the top 8.
Yep. So this will determine, will Lutri make it?
Buzzing through today. I think,
how
we're
do
setting
you-
a record.
Yeah.
How do you guys feel about this matchup?
I actually think Spirits is by far ahead.
Yeah, I feel like they're favored.
I don't know if the blue deck has enough, I guess, targeted interaction that can sweep off a board of Spirits. And unlike the black-red stack deck, the Spirit deck will just keep playing threats every turn and clocking him. So I would favor the Spirit deck. Joe does have a few catch-up cards, just whether they are found and if they resolve.
Yeah.
Luke has, I think, upwards of 7 to 10 counterspells, including the Quellers. He's got four snares. Rattle chains are pseudo counterspells in this matchup. 3 lofty denials and 4 Quellers, so 10 counterspells in the main. Yep.
Yep. I see someone ask you Fire Shoes in the top 8. He is.
Yes. Bob was able to draw in, so we will see him again.
Yep. We'll be
We'll
with
see.
you all the way through the finals.
Yep, and we'll see what happens here.
So, obviously Luke has rebounded from round 1.
Yep, correct. Hasn't lost since, actually.
Yep. I mean, he won 3 in a row. So I do agree, but the black removal is good against the Spirits deck. It's all about how clunky of like planeswalkers and such.
In theory, yes,
Yeah.
but again, he only has a single copies of them. So if his one extinction event, which happens to be in his hand, gets countered, he's not going to do it again.
And in my experience, it's whichever deck is able to do multiple things
Correct.
earlier.
Multiple spells are
So-
a big thing.
Now they both took 2.
Yeah, but this shock is for a sailor.
And is
Yeah.
this for a push?
Well, if he had it, he would have done it there. I
So
think.
what are we shocking for?
Is that a water grave he shocked with?
It's a land that I can't read
It looks
because
like
it's totally foiled.
It's for a consider that he's got in the front of his hand right now. It's a darkened one, so it looks like a fatal push, but it's a consider.
So that's the thing. Like, this is the clunky hand that Spirits will eat up.
Yeah.
Yep. And it looks like he did have a Supreme Phantom in his hand, but it looks like he's holding up a Rattle Chains here.
I can't. Unfortunately cannot
Is
see
that a-
that.
Founding, okay.
All right.
This might be a counterable spell.
And we're sorry about the glare on
yeah.
Joe's side.
All the promo hints. So
Yeah.
yep. So mode 1, he gets to cast a spell 3 mana or less out of his hand
Okay.
for free.
And that
Push.
plays right into
There
the rattle chains.
and there's the Rattle Chains. Which
It
is what we
does,
wanted.
but I mean, there's value there.
Chapter 2, he can have a player mill 4 cards. All right, so this is hopefully finding a blue source. If not, it might be ambitious.
Well, I mean, he is tapped out.
Yeah, correct.
And if you're going to do it, this is the time for it.
Correct.
And also, he did not find a blue source, so
Yeah.
he is vulnerable to removal
Correct.
now.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know
If
Joe-
he found
Joe-
an island, then his
Is
snare
Joe
was
playing
turned off.
Treasure Cruise and Dig main?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, he has one of each, obviously. Okay.
Looks like that's one of his sweepers.
Yep. That was a March of
Oh, it was a March,
Otherworldly
yeah.
thing. Yeah, the new mono black thing. He does have the actual extinction event, the one of in his hand already. More targeted removal, that was a good one. But no third land.
And of course, that is the time to play that removal.
100%.
With Luke not having
Shields
access to
down,
blue
yep.
mana.
Yep, alright, here we go again, trying to hit the land. Take another 3. Joe is at 10 already though. He bricked again. Another Curious Obsession.
This is rough.
But
This is rough.
Joe also bricked on land. So
Luke bricked on land, right?
both of them have bricked
Yeah.
on land, and now he
That
does
push
have
is
to
good.
he does have to cast the push. So he's not going to do a whole lot else because he's going to opt. Okay. That was not a land. Go away.
All right.
That was also not a land.
Jeez.
So this matchup is playing out the way we thought, right? The player who can do more things,
Things.
per turn
Alright.
is the one that's going to be ahead.
There's
Yeah.
land 3. Can he double spell or hold up a queller? I think hold up a queller here, right?
I mean, I agree. I don't know.
I mean, he can play a Mausoleum Wanderer and hold up a snare, which might be the better play.
The thing about holding up a queller is Joe might break on another.
Correct.
On another,
But
like,
then, is he to the point
land.
where he's just playing a queller naked?
He would be playing the queller naked. So if
Just
you're
to
going to do
attack
that,
with
you
it.
might as well play the Phantom.
Yep, here comes a queller. Yep.
Yeah, so that would be the reason I played the Phantom.
Yep. Yeah. Okay. Alright. So don't draw extra cards. Otherwise you bail him out.
Well, 2 obsessions are gone.
Correct. He drew a third one.
And what was that? What was that just played?
Fairy Master.
Fairy Mastermind.
World champion.
Rogue. Absolutely. So, well, he's thinking about it. If you draw, he draws. Is that worth it? Maybe not. Maybe
Bring
just-
that up. Fairy
maybe just-
Mastermind for everyone.
Yeah. Yeah. This is the new Legacy beater, and it's actually shown up in Pioneer too. Rogues is starting to pop up a little bit now.
Here
as
and there.
well. Yeah. Incidentally, just drawing extra cards matters. So we just deploy a Wanderer. He still has a Geistlight Snare turned on,
Yeah. Now this is Luke's world.
but he shocks and plays.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's.
nothing.
I think
Okay.
I don't
This
think
is-
he can come back
yeah,
from this.
Yeah.
Joe needed to hit land 3 and 4 and keep playing on curve.
Which clearly.
Yep, and he did attack, so playing a post-combat obsession is fine. He won't have to sacrifice it because he did still attack. So that'll be free for next turn.
We do have a read. We might have a judge call on that.
No, it's legal. It's fine.
No.
He
He
might
just
ask,
might.
though.
He just might not know.
Yeah.
That's all I'm saying.
Yep. And then,
Yeah.
and now the snare is literally 1 mana because he has a spirit and an enchantment. Blast zone.
There's that blast zone again.
Less good now,
That
but
is
it's
great.
still. Yeah. You just need another land to activate it.
Good old blast zone. Lutri's trying to get.
I mean, he's opted. He's also considered, and he's
crazy on
he's
that
still
amount.
missed.
Yeah.
And that's the thing. Like, outside of the fatal push,
Yeah.
all the removals 2 mana.
Correct.
Which is why this
Oh,
is
Lily.
a rough spot for him.
And
That's
this
not
is a snap
resolved.
snare. Okay,
Yeah.
counter that. So if he has a Supreme Phantom, the Mutavault gets fired up, and he's attacking for 9. So the Fairy Mastermind is going to be chumping here. 10 if he plays the Wanderer as well. I think it's just
Yeah,
Phantom.
he's doing the math now
Yeah,
to figure
yeah,
out
yeah,
how
Phantom,
far
Yeah.
he will want to. He can force a chump block.
Oh yeah, yeah. Like playing Phantom, activating Mutavault, and then if he draws a land, he can play a post-combat Mausoleum Wanderer
That seems
as well.
pretty good to me.
That seems kind of where you want to be with spirits.
Yep, I agree.
And now
The Wanderer's a 4/4.
and the Mastermind will die before he draws his card, which means Joe won't draw. Correct?
Yeah.
It's a triggered ability. So
Yep, he'll die. Yep, 2.
Mm-hmm.
He has to force to block here, which stops him from dying.
looks like we're going to game 2.
Yeah, was that a...
He does have Extinction Event, but that won't clear
That
the
won't
Supreme
clear
Phantom and the Mutavault. Yeah.
He's at 2.
And it can be countered.
And
by
it can
the
just be countered with the
Wanderer.
Mausoleum Wanderer too. So, yeah, looks like game 1 goes to Luke. He's like, I
Yeah.
have this.
Game 1 goes to Luke.
He knows what his cards do.
Well,
All right. Again, different board. Ritual of Soot, Path of Peril, Mystical Dispute. Hey, Caravet gives -1/-1 to the board. Correct.
Yes.
Which could be relevant. And a Bioblight. So we're looking at 4 to 5 cards coming in for probably a lot of the slower, clunkier cards. Luke looking at Veto, good. Wedding Announcement, probably good. Invasion, probably good.
yeah.
So 6 to 7 cards coming in. I don't think Catilda is really where you want to be in this matchup. But 6 to 7 cards. Brazen Borrower is still a threat. Selfless Spirit, maybe board out the Curious Obsessions. They're kind of a liability.
They can be.
I mean,
yeah.
you're
like the
just maximizing threats at this point, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Overloading his one of removals
on the
everywhere.
play, they're probably fine. On the draw
on
here,
the draw, no.
they're probably worse. Maybe cut. I mean, you don't have to cut every single one, right?
Sure.
You can trim.
It's just the thing about Curious Obsession.
2 for wanting is
you have to create an opening for it, and that's rough against a deck full of black removal.
Yep, I agree.
Or counter spells or bounce spells or whatever.
It feels way better. Makes more sense on the play, but even then.
Yeah. Clunky cards like Cruise are probably what I'm looking at to remove.
Is there anything else that could catch him really good up? Bioblite's fine.
BioBlite, and then like the random Karavec maybe.
Yeah. Other than that, I mean, Ritual Suit, you bring it in.
Ritual Suit still clears the board, but
If you're not sure what Ritual Suit, we'll just bring that up.
destroys everything 3 CMC or less, or 3 power. I think it's CMC.
I believe it's CMC.
Ritual Suit. Yeah, there it is. CMC.
Yep.
3 or less.
And we'll bring
So
that
literally everything in the deck.
Yeah. So I mean, these are cards that don't trade well with Mausoleum Wanderer, Skullcrawler.
They don't.
And what's the other one? Selfless Spirit. As well.
Yep. So you basically can't get greedy and try and catch them with a whole bunch of things. You have to answer them as they come up.
Yeah, which is why to me it's all about being able to play the multiple spells a turn.
Correct.
No, you're right. I concur.
And Mutavault throws a wrench into all of that. Mutavault is just very, very good in this format.
Yeah. Mutavault is great. Great.
But you still don't like it in red-black, though.
I think it's fine. I know some other people don't. I agree that you're forced to play like Orborg, which can make your opponent, And just to give you a breakdown of like the top decks that we saw here today, I believe there were 7 red-black sacks.
There were 7 sacrifice decks, 6 mono white humans, and then I think maybe 5 mono greens. Most of the mono greens got bounced early.
Yep.
But that deck is literally like you either do your thing or you get run over.
There is a mono green right now that is in top 8.
Correct.
Jack Nichols did make top 8 today.
With main deck Cityscape Levelers, which is pretty good against red-black
borrowing my
opponents.
cards. That is correct. So I have been. Yeah. It is one of your those levelers are yours.
I helped.
You're correct. You did help.
So, but but for the most part, most of the decks that we saw show up, a lot of the, I guess more, I wouldn't necessarily call them fringe decks, but like 8 Drakes did not do well today. Mono Red did not do well today. I think Luke is the only Spirits player that has done well today.
Yep,
a lot of the Mono Green fell short today. I think I saw a Phoenix deck also did not do well today.
Yeah.
I will say the other winning that we have going on is a red-black mirror.
Is a red-black mirror.
Red-black in
out of
general.
respect for the viewing audience, we didn't show you that.
Yeah, red-black in general did pretty good today.
Yeah.
But here we go. So turn 1, Fetid Pools. Turn 2, Thoughtseize. In response, Luke played a Sailor.
Yep. And bonus points if you know how much that Thoughtseize is worth. God, that's pretty and shiny.
It is pretty and shiny.
And he cast it off at Urborg, so I think his board
pretty
position
and
wins,
shiny
right?
Urborg as well.
Yeah. My board is worth more than your board.
Yeah. What?
You normally see that in Legacy. Like,
as
look
we
at my
know,
black
Joe
board
is
equivalents.
kind of a bully, right? So when it comes to his decks, not individually, but he needs to show you that hey.
Like I says, he buys diamond encrusted collars for his pet dog.
Exactly.
So what is he thinking for this Thoughtseize? There's 3 counter spells,
or you take the threat
that are all castable, or you take the.
Why
threat.
don't you just take the threat and leave him with all
Well,
these?
because he already has a
reactive
Sailor
cards?
in play, which means your next 3 spells get countered.
Unless,
but do you take the clock away and just punch through the counter spells?
I think you're a black deck. You're gonna draw okay, you only have 1 Thoughtseize, but you do have other cards that are probably interrupted. Now he's choosing to take the.
So this is the other, I guess, look at it. Like if you punch through the 2 counter spells, maybe your sweeper resolves and you clean up the board.
Mm-hmm.
But that's probably gives a pretty good indication of what his hand is.
And his deck is mostly kill spells, right? Mm-hmm. So the other option is that
which is the Extinction Event we saw in his hand, but the Extinction Event again only gets one of them; it doesn't get both.
Yeah, Extinction Event is wonky against Spirits. It's not great. It's not like when you're playing against Mono Green and everything. Very similar.
Yep.
Convert mana costs.
Yeah, looks like at least 2 more lands in his hand. Extinction Event. Are those 2 Fetid Pools?
There's a Drawn Catacomb and a Fetid Pool.
Is that a drowned catacomb?
No, I actually can't.
Those
tell.
look like fetid pools.
I don't think there's two. Maybe that's a Scryland?
No, it's not a temple. I'm just looking at the.
Let's take a look at his list.
I'm looking at his mana base here. Is that a shipwreck marsh?
Oh yeah, that's what that.
Well, no, a fetid pools is a swamp or an island, right?
He has 2 fetid pools. It's only the spells that you can have
There
one
you
of.
go. There you go. See, we're learning as with you with Lutri.
No, so yeah, that's 2 fetid pools.
So Joe casting a Tainted Indulgence. Which,
Good card.
Good card. Not able to take advantage of the draw 2 mode on it.
So it was literally draw
Which
2,
is like
pitch 1.
really hard to do, right?
Yeah.
Like, I mean, it's digging him, right? Getting rid of cards that are nonsense.
And it does build him up towards a dig through time or
Or
a
a
treasure
Treasure
cruise.
Brazen Borrower came off the top, but that's going to be trading in this instance. Trading a Brazen Borrower for a Spectral Sailor might be a trade I'd be willing to make. I don't want Luke to be able to draw cards EOT.
I think I'm fine with that.
I would make, yeah, I'm making that trade.
So he's shocked.
And what's nice is he can force that trade and force Luke to use a counter spell on his own turn.
Correct. Yeah. All right. So what did we shock for? It's like a Brazen Borrower Mystical Dispute.
We have to play something, right? Like if we do nothing, then what was that shock for? Which does look like he's
Heartless Act.
so he's going for a Heartless Act, which you know he has a counter spell.
Sure. He has Oodles. Okay.
I wonder why he didn't play that on upkeep.
Yeah, what was the other? Are we bouncing?
Nope. Yes. Yeah, we're attempting to bounce. That is a little weird.
I think you let that happen, right?
Well, yeah, you just replay it for 1.
But if you bounce the Sailor, your snare gets shut off. If you cast it, your snare's gone and you're tapped out.
Yes.
So
but,
do you just
but
counter
I
it
don't
to
think-
stop the Brazen Borrower from being cast later?
The value. Bounce and no counter.
Yeah,
That's
he
what-
has double snare in his hand. Okay, so he'd rather keep the one
So
in play.
he countered it.
Yep, for value. Yeah.
Yep.
All right, so now are we extinction eventing for 1 creature?
Ay, caramba. No, we're.
That's a Lily?
Oh,
okay.
That's a good Lily.
Is that Last Hope?
That is last hope.
Okay.
That
one
is fantastic against spirits.
-2,
on a board
-1.
like this.
Yep. And he can
We'll
even
bring it
minus to
up.
get back the Brazen Borrower now. Yep.
The last hope.
Yep.
I don't know why, but I got a weird version.
I think that might be the one he has.
Uh,
It is, yeah.
yeah.
That's fine. We'll show him that one.
Yeah.
And if he ever gets up to the zombie emblem, I don't think Luke can win, right?
No.
Oh my god, this extinction event is going to hurt so bad. Lily's going to get to 7, boys. And he drew a Ritual of Sit, too? Oh my lord. Okay, well. The House of Cards is falling.
Yeah,
Some good draws.
some good draws. So
Did he not tick up Lily? It was at 5, was it not?
I don't remember.
Shieldred's in hand now, too?
And that's an extinction event if anyone needed
And a
to know.
Kalitas. Alright, we're doing things. Shrink that. Okay. Wedding announcement. Alright, Luke better keep drawing gas here. Or we're going to be in some trouble.
yeah, this is not a great spot for wedding announcement, but
No.
it will help.
Well, I mean, the Lily eats the tokens every turn
Lily
before they
eats the
grow, right?
Yeah.
Alright.
Well, it does turn on the snares.
Yeah,
One
we go.
mana snare.
So here's everyone. I got an English version
There we
for
go.
you. I had to swap it.
Yeah. So
And that's the OG one.
kills. He's milling here?
Milling and grabbing the Cletus, possibly.
Yep. Okay.
Really good card for its time.
Shieldred's in his hand, too.
So Joe is drawing some great draws right now. We cruising?
No, he's just picking it up.
Okay.
Yeah, surprise, surprise. Blue and black cards
So we
are
have
powerful.
So we have Kalitas, and we have a Lily out. Is that where we're at currently?
Lily and a Shieldred in hand.
And the opponent has a
Wedding announcement and whatever he drew.
One human token in play.
He doesn't have a human. Do we have a piece of paper currently as a human?
We have 2 pieces of paper now as a
I
human.
apologize to the audience.
He's doing it right. He's got him in sleeves.
Yeah. We're at a card shop where all of our tokens are organized here, and me and Dan and
We have
Tommy all
none
have
of them.
tokens.
Yeah.
I don't want to hear this.
Maybe we'll send one of us out there to get him some human tokens.
Is there any in this human stack?
There probably are. Just
I don't
for
know.
just for the viewing pleasure of the audience.
Actually, I don't think there's any in here.
Okay.
No.
You guys put that together yesterday.
Yes,
Yeah.
All right. So here we go. Collectibles is gonna do its best Bane Slayer impression. Did he just gain 4? I think they should be at 15 each. I think he gained 4 life there.
Yeah, Shieldred's gonna get quelled here. And it does leave Luke empty-handed.
Yeah. I think Joe gained 1 too many life. You want to go out there and grab him real quick?
Yeah, let's make. We're gonna confirm it life
Just one
totals
second.
real fast.
Hey Joe, I think you gained 4 off that Collectibles, not 3. No, I think he gained 4. He put it up to 16. You were? Okay, we're good then. All right. Just making sure. Okay. Baleful Mastery. You can draw a card, kill the Queller, and recast the Shieldred. Ouch.
There's somewhere.
That's okay.
Yeah, he'll exile the Queller, I believe.
And then recast the Shieldred. Yep. That was a pretty good turn too. Alright. Luke, we need some magic here. Mausoleum Wanderer.
Now, the announcement's going to flip. So he has
will
some
flip.
insulation against...
His creatures are big, but they don't interact with Collectibles or Shieldred.
Right.
And then Joe can also minus Lily to get back Brazen Borrower. To break up whatever he has on the board. It's not great. Okay.
Yeah, and Luke at this point just has to play out his hand.
Yep, Invasion. Catch the Ritual. Okay. Which is actually not terrible, because Invasion will not flip yet. But
Yeah,
Mausoleum
Luke is-
Wanderer's got 2 power, so he can't counter the Ritual. It has 3 power because of the Supreme Phantom, so he can counter it.
Unless he does that first.
Now that's
Yeah.
randomly funny that actually turns that back on. Well, he drew a land anyway, right? So, but that's actually very relevant that can shrink the Wanderer down. The Ritual just gets him 3 zombies. Ouch. Yep.
That's very good.
That is very good.
And they get exiled because of Collectibles.
Yep.
I do think we might be going to a game 3, boys.
Only gets 2 because one of them was a token. So, but still, this is I don't think a board position that blue white can ever come back from.
No, I mean that Shieldred's doing work, right?
Is that how the interaction works? Does he get the zombie tokens?
He gets 2 from the actual creatures that died, but the token does not trigger off Collectibles.
But they get exiled.
They get exiled if they would die.
Oh, okay.
Then exile them, and
Yeah.
then he gets a token for each one that died.
Going to game 3, so that was a game where,
Everything came up Millhouse there.
yeah,
Yeah.
Luke definitely struggled that game. You can tell to hit, both of them did, but
But that happens with spirits
It
every once in a
was-
while
it
because
was
you have
that-
a glutton of interaction and threats. And if you draw all the counter spells and not enough threats, vice versa, you can rant.
and
get caught.
as the game goes on longer, right?
Yeah.
The-
Joe's drawing more powerful spells.
Exactly.
But again, Luke is just trying
As
to
long as he
get
hits his
critical
lands, which he
mass and
started
just
doing.
so
Yeah, that turn where we were talking about trading the Brazen Borrower, Joe recognized that he had 2 2-mana removal spells in the 4 mana and made it difficult for
he attacks the counter spells
to play his counter spells on his own turn.
Correct. Yep, and that's how you beat spirits.
And that's how you,
Yeah, Spirits is probably the best snowballing deck in the format behind Mono White, where they can just curve out 1-drop Thalia into Adeline.
So have you seen
is the
Spirits
same
decks
thing.
running Thalia? I've seen some lists.
I've seen some of them board them, but it's a big liability.
Especially with
all
the number of counter spells.
Well, with all
and
your
stuff.
counter magic, and then your boarded cards are all going to be taxed by
And
Thalia.
I think Invasion's better than Thalia in the Spirits
I
deck.
agree.
Yeah, like
love
when I'm boarding Wedding Announcement, I don't want Thalia in my deck. Getting to 4 is near impossible. And if I'm flooding...
So what's
not
Luke
gonna-
bringing in this matchup?
So Luke's board, like I said, I mean, we've got wedding announcements. Portable holes don't do anything. Invasions, he already brought in. The wedding announcements, we know he brought in. The veto, maybe.
How many
is the
wedding
only-
announcements are in the board?
There's 4.
There's 4.
There's 2 invasions and a single veto. The
I mean, I'm
hearse,
bringing in
doesn't do
those.
anything. Catilda does not do anything. Portable hole does nothing. Destroy evil. He looked at it. I think he might bring that in because Kalidas, Shieldred are problems.
But how many 4 toughness or more creatures does?
I think he's got 2,
he has 2. So
but they are game breakers.
they
if
are.
they stick.
But if they get stuck in, if that card gets stuck in your hand from boarding, you're not going to be happy. Now it does hit Search of Escan, all right.
Yeah.
Sure, the
It
one
hits
of.
it hits a resolved Shark Typhoon.
Yeah. I probably don't bring that in. I probably just bring in the vetoes, the
yeah.
wedding announcements, and the invasions.
Yeah.
And just hope you can maybe... He
No, I
does have
agree.
a pair of Brazen Borrowers as well, so if he can't counter the 4 drops, he can bounce them. But yeah.
So what's the ideal hand, Luke on the play? What are we looking for?
You're looking at a one drop into a Curious Obsession into a Snare. So blue, 1 drop into Curious Obsession into a counterspell, and then Snowball that turns after that.
And Tommy, what is Joe looking for?
He's gonna want all his 2-mana interaction and a fatal push if possible, and the lands to cast them all.
Yep. Yeah. Disrupt the Curious Obsession draws because they probably came back in on the play. He might have boarded out the wedding announcements again, just to try and get the curve outs.
So obviously Joe is mulliganing.
Mm-hmm.
What is the exact? What is he looking for, Tommy? What is Joe looking for in this hand?
I mean, it's going to be all the 2-mana effective board interaction if he has it. Like
And the lands to cast them.
yeah, fatal push, draw on the lock, go for the throw.
So I do see a Brain Bar in his hand, right?
And at least 3 lands.
Yeah.
Typically on the spirit side for a matchup like this, like Mausoleum Wanderer, 2 Rattle Chains and a Spell Queller, that's like the perfect first 4 cards.
And the Mutavaults here matter a lot. So, and it looks like he's got a pair of Rattle Chains. So,
Yeah, that's gonna be hard to fight through.
Yep, that's fine.
Now is this resolving?
Oh, probably 100%, yeah. Because
Yeah.
now he has Rattle Chains up, he can flash in spirits and hold counter magic up.
Pretty good.
This is
Yeah.
the spirit draw you want.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if he plays a land, he represents Spell Queller for the rest of the game.
You can't
Or
wedding
he-
announcements.
or-
Wow.
winning announcements even
That's
better.
really good.
Yeah.
Now,
now if he
how
un-
about a board wipe here?
On 3, I don't think you have one.
Dude,
And there's no
Path-
infest.
Path of
Peril
Peril.
Is
will do it.
is literally the only one.
And we could have it.
And
We'll
if
see.
not,
And then
Passing here seems awful.
Liliana's great here too if he has it again.
Yeah, but passing. But if we do nothing,
Oh,
Passing
then
feels
Luke
awful.
is going to run him over.
yeah, Luke's on.
wow. So we're hard casting Brazen Bar just to stand a
Yep,
chance.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah.
And Luke's on land.
Which tells
Ottawa
me
is pretty good too.
I mean, that hard cast Brazen Borrower means that the spell call is on his mind.
Correct. And we just drew an Ottawa, which is live. So we've got land, Ottawa, and a Rattle Chains. This wedding announcement is just going to bury him here if he can't sweep the board off.
Now, do you throw the rattle chains into?
I would
yeah,
100%.
100%.
I would 100%, yes.
I think this is all pressure, right?
Because that's who he's gonna block.
And he's also
and he's drawing cards.
and he's drawing a card off the wedding announcement too. So, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, now it's his world, right?
Mhm, correct.
He's making
Yeah.
permanent wedding announcement. He
Yep.
can draw cards with Spectral Sailor.
And he just drew a Phantom, so now he can Rattle Chains, flash in the Lord, EOT, untap, Mutavault, attack for 12.
And that Search for Santa is miles away from flipping.
Correct. Yep. Is this a
Miles.
tap land? It is not. But again, are you going to waste a removal spell on a Spectral Sailor? If you don't have an instant speed sweeper.
Unless
Trespassers, whatever.
Trespass is pretty bad here.
It doesn't block anything here.
We do gain a life.
It doesn't block anything. If you can get it to flip and you can gain 2 life a turn while dealing 6 a turn, that's okay.
Rattle
Maybe he
Chains
just goes
Lord.
guy here. This is rough to
Yeah.
me.
Flash in the Lord now.
Just-
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah. So the only card that can help him is a Dispute at this point, which he doesn't have it.
Nope.
Or does yeah.
Yep.
No, this is looking dire for the
And I-
Lutri deck.
and I think
that's-
Lucas-
Oh, and he just drew a counterspell. Yeah, I think this
Yeah.
game
Because
is locked up.
Counterspell will wrap it up.
Yep. Yeah, it's locked up.
Well-
Attack for 7. Flip wedding announcement. Have counterspell up.
Yeah, draw a card.
And draw a card.
And
That-
and I have Ottawara up.
That wedding announcement was insane.
Well, and now this wedding announcement
It's
flips.
an anthem.
The counterspell he drew was a denial, so it's not a snare, so he can't do it all, but he can do almost all.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
Opt is what he held up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Take a spell that you think is going to resolve, and it's not.
So if he dumps a card, 1, 2, 3, 4. So Luke doesn't quite have lethal.
It's not lethal yet because of the trespasser
So-
can block Mutavault, but
So Joe has to take a turn off to cast like a dig through time or something really big.
cast something that eats a lofty denial,
that-
and then hope you draw something else that matters.
Yeah. But it's a rough spot.
Yeah.
This is what Spirits wants to do every game.
Luke had a very strong hand, and he drew 3 extra cards off that wedding announcement.
Hasn't played him. It hasn't needed
No,
it.
no. But that wedding announcement is looking very good right now.
All right, so Joe does have a ritual in his hand. He didn't fight over that.
So starting on what was that? One of the 2 mana kills.
That was an Infernal Grasp.
That's rough. Take 2. What do you feel
No,
about the attack here?
I'm actually surprised Luke didn't fight over that. Like, that takes your clock from 2 turns to 3. This trespasser might get Joe back in this game. Is there any reason you don't fight over that, Tommy?
I'm not sure.
Flashing Catilda.
Oh, well, we know why.
That's the reason you don't fight over it.
You don't care.
You want to fight over that.
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
That's pretty
You
good.
just come back and kill him.
That would be the reason.
That thing is thick.
Yeah. It's actually more damage, right?
Yeah, so he's got 9 on the board right now.
Yep.
And any
And he just drew
creature,
another counterspell. Yep.
any
And,
spirit. Oh,
and this counterspell
activating
is a mana leak for 1 mana.
the Mutavault's lethal.
Mm-hmm. Yep, that would do it.
Well, unfortunately, Lutri does
3,
not look like it will
7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12,
Is he
13.
attacking with the...
It's
okay.
13. Yeah.
Yeah.
With 2 counterspells backed up. Alright, looks like we got spirits in here. Negative, Ghost Rider. Yep.
And Spirits will make top 8 after losing round 1.
When is Catilda good? When it's end step flashed in?
Yep.
Okay.
It rattles off 4 wins in a row. Unfortunately, Joe at Lutri will not make top. No X2.
But still, that was a
Yeah.
heck of a run.
With
and,
Lutri.
and probably made Ashiok go up $20.
I hope you guys bought him.
I know, right? So,
We're going to go intermission between rounds. We'll get ready for the top, and we will see you
yeah,
then.
we'll be back with the top 8.
We're back and live from the beach. It's all good times for tan lines from here on out. And as things are heating up, everyone's headed to the coast. Our advice is, avoid the crowds, remember your sunscreen, and of course, keep it locked right here for your soundtrack to the summer.
we have.
We're back and live from the beach. It's all good times for tan lines from here on out. And as things are heating up, everyone's headed to the coast. Our advice is, avoid the crowds, remember your sunscreen, and of course, keep it locked right here for your soundtrack to the summer.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back
To the top 8 coverage of the Mayhem Live RCQ. We've got first matchup here in the top 8. We've got Austin Swance on 8 Drakes. Only one in the room that was doing well today, but he did pretty well right out of the gates versus Anthony, which we've seen already today on Red Black Sacrifice.
Yep.
So kind of a diverse top 8. We had 8 different archetypes in the top 8, didn't we,
8
Frank?
different decks. Yep.
Yeah.
Tommy Wu, our floor reporter, tell us what decks were there.
Yeah, so we are looking at, in the top 8, here we have the Drakes versus Sacked. We also have Mono Green versus Spirits. We have Possibility Storm versus Red Black Midrange. And we have Mono Black Midrange versus Orioles Pia.
Absolutely. So flavor for every type here. All right, so we start off this game with a Hull and Thoughtseize on the other side. Looks like probably a Fable.
So who are you leaning to? Who's the favorite in this match?
I think this is a really close match.
I actually think it is too.
Welcome to Pioneer, everyone.
Yeah. Eight Drakes, just as the name implies. You have 8 threats and then 2 Hulls to kill your opponent with. And the rest of the deck
No
is...
other shredders?
So there's shredders and crackling drakes. So the bird is a stand-in drake in this instance.
Gotcha.
But 8 threats and then 2 Hulls. So 10 threats total. And then the rest of the deck is just removal spells, treasure cruises, and technically fables count, I guess.
Yep.
Yep. So it's just a value deck, kind of like Phoenix without Phoenix.
Yeah, I mean, I think Phoenix took a hit with all the graveyard hate that...
Yeah.
Well, let's face it. If Greasefang is good, and you know that already, you're like, well, I want to play Phoenix because it's good against Greasefang. Unfortunately, you run into the same graveyard hate.
But I guess one perk of this deck is that the Drakes don't care. The Drakes count even the things removed with a Hearse or a Rest in Peace or whatnot. So, but yeah, it's just a value deck. There's not, outside of the Fatal pushes, you're going to have to do a little bit of work to kill these threats. An X4 Shredder or an X4 Drake, it's going to take a lot of pings to kill them.
Yeah, and the reason I say this matchup is close, that's true.
Treasure Cruise is great in this matchup.
Treasure Cruise is great, and the Drakes don't attack till turn 5.
Correct. All right, Kitty Cat Engine online.
Now, that is, especially that engine right there, is annoying, right?
Yeah. Now, he does have to be careful. Austin does have a pair of hazards in his deck, Spike Field hazards. So if he gets a little bit cheeky with trying to bring back the Cat EOT, he can get it hazarded and removed. But I think he's aware of that. Most of these decks play 2 or 3 hazards as the dual lands in their deck as well.
Yep.
And I think oftentimes you have to anyway.
Correct. So, but this is his first opportunity to see if he'll go for it, EOT.
Because if you don't, then you're not attacking. And then when Austin attacks, he's attacking for giant chunks.
Correct. Yeah.
Yep. You need to start whittling him down.
Yeah, you have to nickel and dime him early, but you also put yourself at that risk. But it's probably, but he
Looks
didn't
like
go
he's
for
not
it.
doing it.
He didn't go for it. So.
Yeah, we'll see if that's a mistake, and if we go through, you know.
Well, but now he can do it with the oven up. So. And just keep attacking as long as the familiar's in play. Fable. All right. Seems to be the play. There are there's 4 Pierces in the deck, but that's it. So, Pierce check failed.
I think in Modern right now, Pierce is, especially with the One Ring being in every deck, I think Pierce is really good. I don't know how I feel about it in Pioneer. I feel like there's enough just threats that are
creatures.
Yeah, that
the
Pierce
doesn't
always
always
do a great job.
Well, and all the decks that you want Pierce to hit something, they're decks that want to play multiple things anyway, and they'll have Pierce covered.
Yeah,
with their mana.
Yep. So
it's been a while since I've seen a strangle.
Oh yeah. Yep. Well, and here the bird did not grow, which means he's probably got 4 spells in his hand. Looks
Yeah,
like it's
what's good about Strangle is that it does hit planeswalkers.
100%. Yeah.
Yeah, but it being a sorcery speed and also planeswalkers that you want to hit for 3 damage, like Narset's not really around anymore.
Yeah.
So that's the reason Strangle's just not played.
And the Karn would have already tutored, and
Karn-
Kiora, good luck.
Yep.
It can take 2 strangles and still survive.
Yeah.
Kira's loyalty is
Yep.
absurd.
Alright. So tapped out, so now we have a free window with the cat, and we can sack and do it again.
Legend Shredder is one of those cards where clearly in Modern it's more powerful.
Mm-hmm.
Still very powerful here.
Mm-hmm.
Push is definitely more prevalent in this
Yeah.
format. You have Bolt in Modern, but Push does answer it really, really well.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Well, and you don't have Mishra's Bobble.
Correct.
In Pioneer.
That's true.
Yeah.
So now a Mayhem Devil on the next draw or off the Fable does
Could
clean up
actually
the Shredder.
kill the Shredder, yes.
Yeah, Mayhem Devil would be extremely
Actually,
good
it
here.
does not clean up the Shredder because he opted to bring the cat back.
Oh.
But in general, Mayhem Devil is just strong here.
Right.
Well, but but he can still attack though because the damage from the cat, and then he can play something, sack it, bring it back, and still kill the bird.
Yeah.
But I think we're gonna be digging 1 card deeper here. Maybe 2.
So the rest of that toppy, I mean, there's interesting matchups. What's happening right now off camera is Possibility Storm versus Red Black, which we are going to try. I mean, if this ends fast enough, maybe we can get that on camera. But that's an interesting. I know you start early a Possibility Storm on. It's victorious.
Yeah, it's red green ramp that happens to have a storm finish. So all right, yep, that's another way to get rid of the cat.
Claim is good.
Yeah, that would be the reason not.
Now, if he
not
plays a
to-
second spell here,
Fable number 2.
it triggers.
So
So he gets the loot
yep.
with Legend Shredder.
Yep, still
That's
only gets a
pretty
single
good.
food, but
So now-
that is pretty good though.
Now this makes a lot of sense on why you would bring the cat back because you
Yeah.
knew you were attacking.
Correct.
Now,
Don't need to push anymore.
now you look at this, right? Austin looks like he's in trouble.
Oh yeah. Now his life total is still high, so he always has the out of consider treasure cruise, keep playing things.
Now when he seized him, he did not take the Drake. He took the Blitz.
Yes,
So the Drake's still in his hand,
it
and
is.
he just pitched a Fatal Push, which would scare that junk out of me if I was Austin. That he doesn't need the redundant push.
Yep. I mean, that could mean he has another piece of removal in his hand.
Well, at some point, unless
It's
Austin
just- it's
deals
a-
with Kiki Jiki, the
Yeah.
harvesters are.
Yeah, it's a harvester that can just straight up kill the Drakes.
The removal lines up really well here.
Okay, so it looks like his hand is Drake, Fable, and an Opt he just drew.
I mean, what's awkward, and it's always been awkward with Kiki Jiki, is you don't, the reflection anyway,
Mm-hmm.
you can't kill it until after it's flipped. So even if he has the mana and the cards to do it now, he's got to wait.
Correct.
And on this board, him playing his Kiki feels bad.
Oh, yeah.
Playing your Fable second always feels terrible.
You know, but especially of how well built,
Yeah. Drake.
you know.
And that's why he has to play the Drake.
Yep.
Is that another bird? Yeah, looks
Maybe
like
a piece of
looks like that was a
removal?
Shredder off the top.
Yeah.
So he's on Opt Fable Shredder, and the Drake is a 4.
I believe
It's a
that
3.
Is that a harvester in his hand?
Opt Blitz Strangle. Yes. And Anthony's hand is a harvester.
And there is a loot here.
Yep. So
So now Austin has to try to kill a Kiki Jiki every turn. A reflection every turn.
yeah.
It's gonna be rough to do.
His deck is set up with a lot of removal for it.
Yeah.
It has to happen.
Just the Fable is just so much value. You either kill the token or you fall behind. They rummage, they pull ahead. Then they flip a creature you have to kill or you're behind again. It's just the card is insanely powerful. And we're just digging for 2 new cards, trying to find a Mayhem Devil, just end the game right now.
Mayhem Devil, Crocs is good right now.
Yeah. There's just so many.
Even just like being able to get a 5th land and start turning on Hive
Yeah.
is good right now.
Yeah. Like Dispute, like Push is live whenever you draw it. Did we Fable again?
Jeez.
they come in bunches.
I mean, I wonder if Anthony's considering like something like some kind of 3-mana sweeper out of the red deck.
Like Brotherhood's End, maybe?
Like Brotherhood's End.
What sweepers does he have for his board?
He has...
I don't think he has any.
0. He's got Strangles, Fiery Impulses, Fading Hopes, Fires of Victory, Cruises...
And Anthony doesn't know that.
And that's it. So no, yeah. But he isn't aware of it. Like, some of these decks will play Brotherhood's End. Phoenix is starting to play it in the main now.
Yeah.
So I'm sure he's thinking about that.
Of course.
It does seem that, though, I'm not sure how many black-red sack decks Austin played, but it does seem like his list is not optimal equipped for it.
No.
Any threat-like deck in a deck that can...
He does have the 2 Brotherhood's End and 2 Abrades in the board.
In the board, correct.
And 2 Aether Gusts.
Yep. And Maze Mind Tome.
That push is good.
Oh, yep. I was going to say, like, if you find a push, like, yeah, the world's your oyster right now.
And Anthony did that trick of attacking with the Goblin Shaman, make a treasure, use the treasure to...
Sack treasure to revolt. Yeah. And a Mayhem Devil. Ouch.
When you have it all, right?
Interesting that he didn't play the devil off first to
Correct.
get extra damage.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, without a sweeper, is the out just treasure cruise for a lot of interaction?
But 3 cards I don't think is enough on this board now.
And that might have been what he just topped there.
Cruise is good.
Yep, it's a cruise.
He has to kill the Reflection and Mayhem Devil to start.
Yeah. So we can bird into cruise into removal spell for the devil.
That does not look like it's going to do it.
Thank you
This
for
is
the
a cru-
follow,
yeah.
Magic, the making. We appreciate it.
Yep, so this is a cruise. A max cruise, yep.
Yeah, and he doesn't have 1 mana removal spells, does he? Or he used it already.
He has Strangles and Fiery Impulses, but he just turned the impulses into shocks.
All right.
He has
Well, the
like-
shock is good for the reflection. So
The shock is good for their flex.
So if he has a strangle. Yeah, sorry. Yeah.
Strangle is good. An opt into a Fiery Impulse is also good because the cruise plus the other spell will turn the impulses on.
I was thinking if you need to kill the devil and the reflection,
Yeah.
it's got to be.
But do you kill the reflection first or the devil first?
Ideally, you want to kill both, but yeah. Looks like the Shredder was killed using 2 triggers from cycling the cat and another trigger from the cat already being in the yard.
Yep. Throw out 3 from cruise. And it looks like we're Fable flooded.
Yeah,
He did find Consider, but I don't think he has a Fiery Impulse here.
No, he needs that 5th mana this turn.
That's another cruise.
Has he had a land drop yet?
No.
Okay, so it's possible he can still remove 2 things.
yeah,
It
but
looks like an opt. That is not
even
good
if he
enough.
finds it, I don't think it will be good enough to catch him back up. And that's a big deal. Not having a board wipe in this match.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it looks like
yeah.
Fable land cruise.
If it's a pass, this is rough.
It's rough. Because we're going to be cloning a devil here.
We can clone a devil. We can turn on the man land if he draws another land. Or you could just do the thing where you clone your clone at the end of turn.
9, 10, 13, 15 damage I'm staring at right now.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see what he has.
I mean, if you only have 1 removal spell, you can kill the devil, or you can kill whatever it's being copied with that ability on the stack.
Well, but you're 100% cloning the devil here, right?
I think so.
You're not playing around like an Abrade or a Fire
Yeah, I'm
Impulse.
attacking it. Yeah,
I mean, if he had a Fire Impulse, he kills the.
You're
he kills the
doing-
devil
yeah.
before you can do all your.
yeah,
sack
I'm
tricks.
attacking for as much as I can.
Yeah, 100%. Yeah.
You're trying to kill him.
And if Austin's on air, which we know he is, he's dead.
We know Austin drew 3 cards.
Correct.
And he's gonna untap with maybe 7 mana. I'm trying to kill him.
He also did nothing.
Yeah.
So that also screaming, hey, he has nothing in his hand.
Well, there's because if he drew any interaction spell, he kills the devil before you untap.
Yep.
And that's a harvester.
It looks like
He's
he's
not
not going to
cloning the
copy.
devil.
Okay.
Weird.
He's going for the Jiki trick at the end of the turn.
Yeah, you can make a lot of copies.
You can do that too.
The thing is that plays into interaction
Yeah.
that you might not want to play into.
Correct. but with 2 treasures and a cat sack, this also kills him, I think. That's 6, 7, 8 treasure, cat 9, 10. And then he can clone something for the last damage.
He can clone the Mayhem Devil. When the Mayhem Devil leaves play, that's 2 more triggers.
So he's going to go for the combo kill on Austin's end step?
He's got him killed
you do it now
multiple
or you wait?
ways.
Yeah, I mean, like...
Why is he sacking now? He should be cloning, correct?
Yes. Clone the Mayhem Devil.
Well, bringing the cat back and the treasures, he's dead anyway. The cat's 1, the 3 treasures is 3, he's dead.
He's got 3 treasures? Yeah.
Yeah, he's dead. He's doing it uber safe, but I mean, he had him dead six different ways. But
he's playing in a way that plays into no interaction. Like, because if you copy the devil, you could try to kill it on. With the,
and that is the game. Game 1 goes to Anthony.
So he gave him respect for the removal spell that we knew he didn't have.
Although I think he had the line regardless.
Yeah, I'm just...
You almost want to clone the Mayhem Devil. You already have the win.
Once it's cloned, the game ends,
You
right?
clone the Mayhem Devil.
So you find out if he has it straight up.
Exactly, because you force interaction to be happening.
And you still have to win that way.
Correct.
Because everything's instant speed.
Yeah. Yeah, but you can still fire up the hive at that point. So it's
You
just
can
like,
still fire up
well,
the
are
hive.
you dead or are you uber dead? So.
And Austin, even if you had it, might not play it. Just...
All right. So sideboarding here. Out of sacrifice Obnixilis, yes or no, guys?
That's a hard one. It does die in one shot to the Drakes and
I think you bring it in.
Yeah.
Like
Colgan's command to recur your Mayhem Devils if they get bolted.
Maybe the thing is, again, Colgan's command lines up well with Fable on the draw. That's that.
Grasp, no. Hearse. The Drakes ignore it.
Yeah.
You shot off cruises.
I think I like Go Blank better than her.
Go Blank, I think, is probably
sure.
better. Yeah, so Go Blank, Furnish Reigns, you can steal a Drake and just pop them.
I like that as
But
well.
it counts yours, not how big it is from the opponents, right?
That's true.
It's your exile, so it'll probably shrink to like a 3.
Yeah, so you probably don't actually.
Maybe
want
not
the
Meat Hook,
reins.
no, Giganta, whatever.
So
Out of
Omnixilis, Colgan's command, and Gold Blank.
6
possibly.
cards, maybe? Yeah,
Yep.
6 cards. Unlucky Witnesses, we actually ran into him earlier today and asked him, and he doesn't board
He doesn't
out
board
the
them out.
Unlucky Witnesses. He boards out Thought Seizes a lot, which is not something you see all the time.
In this matchup, Thought Seizes hitting Fable is really good.
It is, or taking just a Drake out of his hand, or whatever it is, right?
Yeah, or taking the removal spell for that Goblin Shaman.
Claims are probably bad now because you only take the bird, you don't take the Drakes, right? So I mean, you just board in things that kill the Drakes. But that's basically it for that. What Austin's working with, Maze My Tomes, kind of a mini bank buster.
I think that's fine.
Maybe just outdraw him. Gus.
Games the life could mean at the end.
I don't really want Gus for Mayhem Devils.
No, but Gus does.
Gus does deal with Mayhem Devil.
Like it deals with Mayhem Devil.
It delays it for a turn, right?
But I think that's what you're trying to do is gain tempo, right?
It delays it for a turn, but on a favorable mana exchange.
But once the Devil's in play, though, if you gust it, they just do stuff in response. You still take damage, right?
Yeah, yes. Gus is
but they can hit it on the stack, and it's a 2 mana. Look, it's a bad Essence Scatter in a way, right? But it's better because it hits permanents.
A Braid is better. Brotherhood's End is better because you can shatter the board.
You bring those in as well.
Correct. Strokes, no. Disputes, no. So a Braid's Brotherhood's Ends, that's 4. Maybe the Tombs, and you guys like the Gust.
I like the Gust.
I'm not the biggest fan of Gust. I don't like the card in general.
I like it on the play. I think it's worse on the draw, right?
Okay. Yeah. Like, I like gusting if I'm killing you. Like, if I'm going to gust and then tighten you or something. I don't want to just delay a turn.
Being on the draw is not bad with the Gust because, like, if they go turn 3 Kiki, you can go Gust.
Right? Gusting their Fable and playing
nice.
yours, sure, I get it. But you can do the same thing by killing it or just piercing it. And the pierces are still good because you can counter more spells.
Yeah, but are the pierces good enough? I feel like you want something that can at least... Because, like, Pierce is just for non-creature. I feel like
you literally have 1 target or 2 in the deck. You've got Harvesters and Croxes for the Gust, right? But you can pierce way more stuff.
Well, you can hit. You can
pierce
hit,
disputes.
You can hit manlands with Gusts. You can hit tokens.
You can
with
hit
Gusts.
the Den with the Gust.
You can hit the tokens. You can hit Kiki itself, even if you just want to like remove it off the board. If you, I think it's fine.
I think it's fine. The fact that it's 2 mana against a bunch of things you want to
hit.
So
you like Gust over Pierce then?
I like Gust over Pierce.
I think Pierce gets very clunky,
especially with your Thoughtseize deck that's gonna get like you're playing against and how many is there any duresses in this board outside? No, there's Gold Blanks.
Gold Blanks.
But there's other ways to interact with the hand. I think Spell Piercer gets worse as the game goes on. Clearly,
but Pierce is never going to be better than when you're on the draw. So if it's not good here, then it's just terrible. Period.
Probably.
Okay.
I don't think it's very good.
All right.
Now I'm sure Red Black Sack has been on Austin's radar this entire. So he likely has a plan that he likes.
I mean, I do like his plan. Brotherhood's End is
How many are in the board?
There's two.
There's
Two
two.
braids.
They're really good against Sack.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean,
Very good.
both ends are good, right? The destroy the artifact version and
Both
the
ends are
artifact
good.
Or 3 off the board. Yeah,
Yeah.
100%.
Well, the fact that it wipes up Mayhem Devil, both sides of Kiki Jiki,
Yeah.
that's great.
Yeah. So yep. So we'll see how this one goes.
So as they are right now looking to keep their hands, Austin is obviously on the play now, so he's doing that first.
And that's a double vent hand. That's keepable.
Just for you guys who are local or even a little further away, remember we have our team trios August 26th.
Coming up.
Yep. Go to mayhemevents.com/events and you will see the posting.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, looks like Anthony is going down to 6.
Yep. We have a mulligan there. Looks like Austin kept two lands and a shredder. It's kind of good in every format, right?
Yeah. Nope, it seems good. Anthony is mulling.
Yeah.
We got the double A's here.
Yeah.
Anthony and Austin. So
What's nice about a deck with Ledger Shredder or Treasure Cruise, consider, even with just the 2 brothers at 10, you're very likely to find them.
Correct. Yep. We have a
we have
second
a
mulligan
lot of
here.
ACC cards.
Yeah.
So we're going to 5.
Yep.
All
A sack, amazingly enough, does have to hit its land drops too. It
Yeah.
has to get to 3 or 4. And if you have a slower hand, or if you have a handful of like disputes and nothing to sacrifice, like it's that like the hands just don't jive.
So Tommy, you're in Anthony's mind right now. What is the 5-card hand you want?
Wow, the 5-card hand I want. I want an Oven. I want a Fable, 2 lands,
And a cat.
maybe Croxa,
Okay.
something like that.
Okay. What do you think, Dan? What do you want?
I'm with this kind of deck. I just want to mulligan into probably 2 lands, Oven, cat, and maybe a Fable.
Are you happy with 3 lands?
3 lands Fable. I keep
and
that hand
something
too.
random.
Fable, like as you guys said, if you guys really think that Pierce is bad, I can assume that they're boarded out, which means my Fable's going to stick,
Yep.
which means I can unmulligan partially. It's not quite Ren and 6 unmulligan, but it's probably as close as I'm going to get.
So he's keeping, which I mean, look, if you went down past 5 cards, I think we have a problem, right?
Especially
I
in this
don't think you ever
format.
do that. So yep. So Oven.
So turn 1 thought.
All right,
Okay.
that's
well,
part of it.
That checks off what we're talking about. Take 2.
Like,
So we have a shredder here, right?
Bird, or we snap or braid the Oven. Yeah. That looks like a Fable.
That is a good draw.
Now, if he's got a Harvester Deadly Dispute, that's also a
Pretty
good way
too.
to go.
Yep. There we are.
All right.
Now, we don't know if he has a 3rd land. But that is a good start for him.
So, assuming this bird does not grow, a Mayhem Devil Sack Bloodhead Harvester kills the X3,
Right.
and then we're cooking with gas.
So do we? What's in Austin's hand right now? Can we see any of those cards?
I can. Vents, which means we're not going to double spell this turn. Are we just playing a second bird? I know he has another shredder.
I don't see any counter spells in his hand currently.
No, like literally the only counter spells he could have are disputes or pierces, and
Yeah.
we're of the opinion that he boards them out.
Yeah.
So,
He did leave 2 mana up though, showing
Yeah.
something. Now we know that it does not seem like he has anything.
Well, he also has a lot of 2 mana removal
He d-
spells.
he does have a braid. It's a
Okay.
promo or braid. I just saw that,
So
which means
Now, if it's a removal spell, I would not feel great just leaving it open, knowing that there are deadly disputes possible.
now if you're Anthony here, you're attacking first clearly,
100%.
right?
Yeah,
Now if he has another land, are you slamming the Kiki?
I'm slamming Fable. Yeah.
I think there's no playing around it. I think you just
No, 100%.
I think
Because if
it's
you're
a
killing my
Fable check.
token, I'm still winning.
You're on a Molar 5.
Yeah.
It's Fable check, right?
I'm
You
not
got
playing
it?
around anything right now.
Yeah.
No, I'm slamming a Fable. Yep. Which is
The
looks like
only
he's done.
reason is you make him use the 2 mana and then you play your Deadly Dispute, but I think Fable's still the higher upside play.
So what are we doing here?
Harvester number 2. Or are we disputing the blood token? Either one's fine, but I mean, like I would
Roxa.
Oh, and we're getting food out of the deal. Okay. So we're stacking the triggers, and then we're going to gain. He's going to kill the oven?
He might have a spike for it.
He's going to kill the
Oh,
oven.
kill the oven, yeah.
Yep. All right. So,
With Crocs
Yeah,
on
he's
the
doing
stack.
it while it's on the stack, correct?
Yeah.
I would assume
Yeah,
that's
that's
what
fine.
we're doing.
But we're still losing a card out of our hand. It's not great. So now, granted, though, if he does play another spell this turn, the Shredder triggers, right?
Right.
He does.
Okay.
So what is that card that's discarded there?
That is a Blitz. Blitz of the Frost Raptor or something like that.
Right.
Deals X damage, equal number of spells in your yard. So
Well-
it literally dealt 1 there.
Well, guys, I just received back my Rakdos deck, meaning that Possibility Storm won.
Mm-hmm.
Possibility Storm is going to the
Yeah. So
Top 4.
to the
All right.
top 4 to the semifinals.
All right. So Fables. Okay.
I wonder how many glory brings.
That's not a Fable. What is that? That's a Spikefield Hazard. I was just like, how did he play both? Okay, so he played a bird, and then he's throwing a damage at his head to get some rummages or some loots rather. Try and get these birds up.
Birds.
Okay, Brotherhood's in. We already dealt with the oven. Okay, take 1.
Yeah, I mean, I'm clearly, obviously, we know Anthony Mold, but if I'm sitting,
Yeah.
That's all I need.
obviously, if I'm right now, I'm pretty happy where I am as where Austin is now. It does seem though, he only has 3 lands, right?
Yep, correct. So given this draw, that I'm hoping that I kept my claims in, but I don't think I probably would have. But these birds,
They are growing.
They're gonna
So
be very
at some
hard to
point-
kill.
At some point, they will get out of Mayhem Devil's ability to kill them.
at X4, they're probably already out of the range right now. And if they ever grow again, I don't think you're ever killing them with a Mayhem Devil. So it's push or bust right now.
Yeah,
These
I mean,
things, you have no good attack.
he's
now-
tanking pretty hard here.
And now, like the Mayhem Devil, Harvester still doesn't do it because they're X4s now.
Well, a second Harvester with the 2 blood does do it.
That would do it. Disputes, okay?
And that's the math he's thinking. Am I going to need that blood?
Yeah. But now that's spell number 1, so anything you point at him is going to make him grow now.
Yeah,
And not playing to the board this turn probably puts you further behind, but playing to the board puts you further behind because
Yeah.
the Shredders grow.
The Shredder's
So,
Scroll,
this
the
is
Treasure
kinda-
Cruise gets closer.
Yep.
You
Boom,
got
boom.
it.
so I did not like that. I feel like if he could just take a turn off or just cast
Just cast the
Well, but
Fable and let
just
it go.
cast a Fable.
Both of those outcomes are bad though, because you're taking a turn off and
I understand that,
chunked, or you're
but letting
accelerating
them
the clock, right?
put 2 more cards in your yard and siphon, I don't think it's worth it.
Yeah, he's gonna find the Brotherhood Sin at this point.
So
Even if he gets behind, yeah.
So yeah, in this instance, you just play Fable, get hit for 4, as opposed to letting him rummage or loot twice, potentially into a cruise.
Yes.
And just get buried.
Because
Yeah.
Austin still has to deal with the Shaman and the Reflection.
Yeah, correct.
Yeah. Because now, I mean, this is 6 damage coming in the air.
It's just kind of like the lesser of 2 evils, though, right? But I mean, giving him the potential to
the situation
jump
he's
him
in-
and cruise is way worse than just taking 4.
Exactly.
And then seeing if your Fable finds a push.
Exactly. Because the situation we're in right now is not good. Like,
And looks like he found a Brotherhood's End. Oh God.
or a cruise.
It's a Brotherhood's End, and he's looking.
And he doesn't need to cast it.
And he's looking to cruise. So
He can.
So you cruise into a land for Brotherhood's End. Oh
Yeah.
God.
Yeah. It's
This is how we draw it up, boys.
yeah.
This is how we draw it up.
This is getting
just
pretty.
Find a land untapped.
And that's what we're saying. If he just played the Fable,
Yep. He wouldn't actually. He had the exact amount of cards to cruise as well.
Yep.
So
And we found a coast. So oh my lord, here we go. Pyroclasm the board, please.
deal 3
And
triggers.
trigger my birds.
yeah.
He's like, yes. He's
I-
like, yes.
Multi 5 and
Yes,
this is
that
what I'm-
happened. Yes, that happened. Yep. Birds happened. Yep.
Yeah,
And
that's pretty rough.
Each one of the birds resolves separately, so you do have to pitch spell. So only one of them grew, but that wipes everything else on the board. And takes 6.
Yeah.
Yikes. So now we are on push or go home.
Now he does have the Croxa play, and I'm not sure. No, he doesn't have enough life to take another
Yeah,
hit.
Unfortunately, I think there were a couple missteps there, but we'll see where we go from here. I do think that playing into that, Shredder's enabled too much.
And we talked about it. So, like in game 1, his cruises weren't finding Brotherhoods in. In game 2 and 3, they will.
They will. And I think
Well,
the other thing is that the reactive cards in his deck are gone now.
Well, we don't know what he drew out the dispute. Did he draw the Fable off the dispute and just play it because he had to?
That's fair.
Because he could have just been on air.
Could have been.
But then again, you go to the point where you just draw 2 cards and hope to find something, or do you commit to the board and power up the birds?
Yeah. Like, not having the counter spells and just having more removal is going to make this matchup way better.
Yep, and this is the strength of decks like Murktide and Modern as well, with the Shredders and the Channelers. It's card selection.
Yeah.
Just being able to rummage through the floods.
So does Anthony live here?
With the Croxa, he lives at
Does he
1
get to
unless he
untap?
can spell.
Well, if we could double spell on the other end, that's going to be...
Yeah. But yes, as of right now, barring anything else, he survives at 1. But it looks like he's got a consider? Which should be...
Consider will almost always
always hit it, yeah. So he's untapping pretty fast. It looks like he's got the spells rolled up. Yep, and he just drew a consider.
And he drew a consider, yeah.
So this is... Was that a Blitz or is that a Drake? It's a consider and a Drake?
So he's going to want to pitch cards to the Shredders as well.
Correct. And the Shredders, you have to pitch a non-land to trigger it?
Yes.
Okay, so throwing a Drake will do it.
Yeah, so if that consider finds a land, he'll likely bin it. He looks like he drew it, so he must have it.
Yeah, I mean...
And there's spell number 2, yep.
I mean, you're going to find them.
Yep. Mace Mind Tomb came in. Okay. Yep. So grow. And then grow. Yep. That's 8.
And uninstall draw.
So I'm going to resolve this just because I can.
Just play it out.
Yep.
And then we'll treasure cruise.
8 ball you. Yep. That's 8.
Yep.
Just see what else you boarded into.
Yeah. Try to check the board plan.
Maze Mind Tome. Yep. Going to read it real quick and then go to...
And it's amazing how different the games are once you have the Brotherhoods in the deck.
Yeah. Yep. It's a way to catch back up. And as we found, the birds are also a pretty good way to catch back up.
Yeah, they did work.
Attack rate. Here we go. Bird is the word.
That was the true power of Ledger Shredder in that game.
Yeah.
I think there was a couple missteps, right? On turn 3.
Once your birds start triggering off your opponent's spells, you're pretty far ahead.
And Anthony on turn 3 should have just slammed down the Fable.
Well, but again, we don't know if he had the Fable or if he had to dispute into it. So
It did
I honestly did not
seem
see his hand.
I believe I did see he had it, but even so, yeah.
But it's your only shot to slam Fable, let him grow, and then find pushes. And the Fable will help you dig the next turn,
it's
right?
not...
I mean, he finds a push there. I mean, he lives for another 3 turns, or at least another 2.
Well, yeah. If he doesn't have a Drake or
and then maybe
else.
the Croxa plan is good enough.
Yeah, the Croxa plan would be good enough if it wasn't 2 Drakes that had to race.
Correct. But the push did not show up, so...
Once again, I just want to say thank you to everyone who is watching. We have 31 viewers right now. We appreciate you. Please follow. Obviously, following just allows us to make more content. Soon we're going to have subscribing as well. We're going to start doing some giveaways on stream now that we're doing also commentary. And also August 26th of next month, we have our team trios. If you're anywhere in the vicinity and you want to go and play, you can pre-register on mayhemevent.com/events. You can go there and you can pre-register.
Find a team and come battle.
Pioneer, Modern, and Legacy. No standard. Even though I would like to play standard, that is not one of the options, but that is okay.
Yeah.
We might do some fun team trios with Pauper in one of the seats, maybe in the Legacy seat, or possibly in the Pioneer seat. I don't know.
Maybe do that when I'm not here.
Could do that.
So I don't follow enough Pauper right now. outside of trying to win dual lands and stuff like that. But,
It is unfortunate with the Lord of the Rings set being effectively a Horizon set that we don't get to showcase some
Correct.
cards
It
today.
does, but Modern is going to
but
be the
team
next
event. It'll be everywhere.
Yep, and also, which will get posted, we don't have on there yet, but August 27th, I believe, I want to confirm my dates, but that next day, that Sunday, we're also going to be doing Pre-Modern. Pre-Modern's pretty popular here.
Yep.
Everyone's been
Shout out
watching
to Artie on
YouTube.
that. Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
So,
For those of you
Yep,
wanting to
the
live in the
27th.
past like we do, reliving the glory days of
old extended.
all the cards before Oko. You know.
And if you go to our YouTube channel, you could actually watch our last Pre-Modern event.
Mhm.
It has over 1,000 views on it.
Mhm.
Get a lot of comments. People really enjoy Pre-Modern, and that'll probably be something maybe I'll play in as well. But
Mhm.
it's exciting to always play old Magic,
Absolutely.
as we're old people.
All right. Start up your engines. Game 3.
Here we
Underway.
go.
So, question:
Yes.
If you're Anthony,
Yeah.
do you pretend Brotherhood's End doesn't exist?
You almost have to.
You almost
right?
have- you just-
Yeah.
I don't think you can play scared of it at all.
I mean,
You have to do your thing.
Yeah, and,
mean, the
and
deck
just,
is
hope you do it faster than Austin can find it.
Yes.
the deck is about critical mass. There is only 2 Brotherhood's Ends in the deck, and if you give him time, it gives him more time to find it.
Right.
So, I mean, with how much looting he does in his deck, considering opting, he will find it. So, you just need to try and create the critical mass before he can sweep you. And
Yep.
even 1 Brotherhood's End might not be enough. Maybe you recover.
Yeah, I mean, I think that I can recover from one.
Yes.
It's the second one, that kind of could be like, and then the first one could do that too. I mean, here, look, Anthony's on the play, he's keeping, and Austin's mulliganing.
Right.
So,
Well, and again, you don't get both. You get the Shatter or you get the Pyroclasm.
Yep.
You don't get both. So do you sweep the Fable token and the Mayhem Devil, or do you sweep the Ovens and
Yep.
all the treasures and the blood tokens? Because then you just play the other half. You don't know. So it's not Hidetsugu consumes all, which sweeps everything.
That would sweep everything.
So it's one or the other. So you just have to tax the removal spells, just like with mono white. You can't just I hope they don't have a second extinction event. If they do, you're dead anyway.
Yep, you gotta go for
So you have to play like they don't have 2.
and I think, people sometimes, in general, we've all been there.
Yeah.
When you're learning to play Magic or you're just going through the motions.
Yeah.
When you play an aggro deck, you get scared, right?
Sometimes
oh
you
man, I'm
just-
scared of
yeah.
that Supreme Verdict. But what happens if they don't have it?
You just and
Right.
just what are your odds of winning the game if they don't versus if they do have it? I mean, vice versa. You sign up to play a deck a certain way. The deck is designed to play a certain way. Don't overthink it, because you might end up psyching yourself out and not making the play. And you play to win the game. You don't play to not lose.
I'm not sure what's going on here.
Do we have a cracked sleeve?
Might have a
or did he
broken
draw an
sleeve.
extra card? So we're just burying one. I think
It
he
may
might
have
have drawn
been a
8.
flipped sleeve.
Yeah, flipped, or he might have actually drawn 8 by accident. I don't know.
And there's that spell pierce you were talking about.
Mhm, yeah.
It is in the deck.
So, yeah.
So I think you would readjust on the draw than on the play.
Right.
Right? Spell Pierce is much better when you're on the draw. Because
Yeah.
they're playing
Yeah.
into it.
correct. Yeah, I'm already throwing back. We're hanging on to the Pierce. But
Alright.
we haven't seen any thought seizes. Did the seizes come out?
I think you keep them in. I don't think you board them out.
I think you keep them in. I don't
Well, like I said,
know.
speaking to him earlier, he said those were the cards he boarded out. He kept the witnesses. He boarded
Against-
he boarded seizes out.
against the mid range.
Yeah. So I guess is this
Yeah, but
considered mid range?
Yeah, but this has treasure cruise. I think you need to nab them,
Right.
Or the drakes, or
Yeah.
the birds before they can play them on 2. But so this is fiery impulse into bird. It's probably where you want to be.
I was about to say, so right now I'm liking where Austin is.
Well, I don't know if that's a fable or if that is a hazard.
So now Anthony. I'm not scared of that Spell Pierce. I'm playing my Fable if I have it.
I'm playing into anything.
Yep.
So let's see.
Yeah, my guess is it's probably a fable. Otherwise, he would have probably played the hazard tap
Well, he
there.
is separating his mana though.
So
He's-
she's thinking
he's
about
running
double
it.
spelling this turn. So, Deadly Dispute plays into Pierce right now, and so does Fable.
It plays into it pretty good.
Yeah, so there's multiple things that do play into it. Now, Oven does not play into Spell Pierce.
Correct. Looks like we're jamming a Mayhem Devil.
And now Anthony
Okay.
may have the Spell Pierce in mind, thinking, yeah.
Yep. Didn't do it.
Off this grade here. If we could find another impulse.
Yep.
Impulse or Strangle.
Because Impulse is now on. It's a bolt.
Yep. And he's tapping.
Was that a?
Oof.
That's Fire Impulse. That's on.
That is great.
That was the best consider ever.
That was a great turn.
Because I think he hit Fire Impulse off of it. He
Now if
didn't
he
move
goes
the hand.
land Fable here, that's great.
Now he goes Bird into Consider.
Bird with
that's
a
good.
Spell Pierce up.
Bird with a Pierce. Okay.
All right. Spell Pierce is so right here. This is pretty good.
So what Anthony wants is untap land. Deadly Dispute would be a way to catch up here.
Yeah. Well, this is also a turn that you slam Fable if you have it, though, because, again, Pierce probably isn't on your radar. Which is the time that Spell Pierce is always the best. When you never see it coming.
Yep.
Like, yeah, they only have the one. And again, this is not an open deck list tournament, so people don't know numbers.
Nope.
Higher level events now,
RCQ.
RCs and stuff like that, you will have open deck lists, so the gotcha factor is not there. But here, anything's on the table.
Anthony is in the tank.
Yep.
Yeah.
Go blank.
Go
This
blank.
is
So,
a good Pierce target.
This is great for Pierce.
This is a Pierce target if I've ever seen one.
Yep.
Get out of here. Yep. All right.
And if I'm in Anthony's shoes, I feel pretty bad right now.
Now, so
I
this-
look at my
so
board.
we
I
need to-
have.
Well, I guess we're gonna find out: is this a Fable or is this a hazard? It's
Another
probably
pass.
it's probably a hazard.
Oh, it's only 2 cards.
Now Anthony may have had both Fable and Go Blank and trying to figure out which one he's playing into the Pierce.
Yeah.
Sure. Which is the obvious bait spell if you have it.
And then, hey, he still got a card out of his hand, right?
Yeah, 100%. With any of these decks, just like playing against spirits, you have to tax their counter spells. Just being able to spell twice taxes them either too much or you punch through. But you can't not play into them for the most part. That's a good one.
That is a good one.
That is a good one. on
Can't
this.
pierce that either, can you?
And we talked about how Croxa.
That's a spike field hazard.
Croxa works against
So,
one shredder, not
Did he
two.
spike field hazard it?
No, he
That's not a
discarded it.
hazard then. What is the other card he could have that could be flipped like that?
I do not know.
Could be the land. Because he took 3 just now. It's probably the flip
Of course. Is that a pathway?
Yeah.
That's a path.
Just
path
There
pathway.
we go. Damn flip cards.
I know.
So now, we did the little trick. Croxa sack.
Trigger on the stack.
Yeah.
There was a deadly dispute.
And the dispute resolved,
And
which is pendulum swung back in his favor.
Fantastic.
Because now we're just a
Now we
card
did
away from
loot. We did loot though of the Ledger Shredder because
And
he's
the
played 2
land.
spells.
Yeah.
Which that's what then he discarded.
But
so-
now we're back. Well, like, do you find a cruise before I resolve my Croxa?
And I think that's Crocs is going to be a big play here.
Crocs is very difficult for Austin to deal with.
Correct. I think he's got blitzes that can kill it, assuming that he has 6 spells,
Blitz or a trade with a Drake.
which is also a fine trade-off as well.
Yeah, it's a fine trade. It won't be easy, but Austin does have ways to do it.
Yep, and there's a den and a hive which can start eating spells as well, or just punching through the bird. Is this a cruise? That would have been a good one. He's looking. We're cruising.
We're going.
That was a good one.
That was what we
Yep,
wanted.
Max Cruise, which will hopefully find us another spell. That's a hive. Is that a? So we do have. Is it a? Are those? If that's a blitz and a fire impulse.
It's pretty good draws.
So Blitz doesn't kill Croxton now, does it?
Blitz, no, Blitz.
Ah,
Blitz
does it
not.
hit exile? I don't remember.
I do not. It's like Blitz of the Raptor or Blitz of the Fire Raptor. I think it's outside of Firecat Blitz. Blitz of the Thunder Raptor. Equal number of instants in your graveyard. Nope. But it does exile if it kills it.
Mm-hmm. And just to bring that up so everyone else can see it, what we're looking at.
So Anthony can cast Croxa this turn. He can
blood,
sack a card.
blood something away and then make a Croxa.
Yeah, and it will outrace the Shredder easily at this point in the game.
By a long shot. It's a 3-turn clock.
It's got to be what he's thinking about.
Yeah, and the odds of him having a cheap removal spell is probably very, very high because he didn't cast a second spell to loot with the Shredder. So it's probably reactive spells. And we've already saw Blitz go by, right?
Yeah.
So
And yeah, if
And most of these decks rarely play more than 2, if all. So he might have 1 out to remove a Croxa.
Yeah, so
I think you go for the Croxa.
yeah,
100%.
I think I'm going for the Croxa here.
Yep, 100%. Yep, black, whatever.
Unless I really want the card. And
no,
not
no,
the extra.
I don't want a Cliffs. I don't want a Cliffs.
I don't want the extra tap land.
Yep. Here comes Croxa.
And that's fantastic. Here.
That is 100% absolutely great.
Wait.
What? No.
No.
There
should not be a trigger.
All right, good. We got it. Austin caught it. Okay, good.
Did he draw the card?
No,
he
pulled it off, put it down, but he did not
off.
look at it. He put it back.
Okay, so we're good.
We're okay. Maybe you heard us go no, and he stopped. I don't know.
We're pretty far away.
We are pretty far away.
With the door closed.
Yeah, we haven't soundproof our booth yet, but
We're in a closet.
we are very
So now-
far away.
Yeah. So Austin's outs are make a big enough blitz.
So
But
this Croxa is
he's
scary.
five cards away from that.
And a Drake.
Yeah, I think he needs to chain considers into ops, into considers, into a blitz, into a Drake.
So
Oh,
what?
yeah.
So
I mean,
what is
he's
a viable top deck?
Like I said, he needs to
He needs
chain
Drake.
considers and ops together
Oh.
to power up a blitz or to find a Drake.
Or just a
big
straight
enough.
up, straight up Drake.
This,
A
'cause
Drake
this
would also
Croxa
trade with
is
it.
scary.
Yeah,
Yeah.
so it's a Drake or chaining spells to get to a blitz, and these man lands are gonna probably overpower him here. He can remove the man lands, but the Croxa is the big issue. You're not going to be able to hold those removal spells. I guess you could
Chad
team
is
up.
saying Drake would be decent here. We agree.
It would be. I mean, he can double impulse the Croxa, but it's
He
not
could,
fired
but-
up yet,
But it would have to be this turn.
and it has to be powered up because it's a 2-point. It's a shock right now. The first one's a shock. The second one's a bolt.
Every
But that's
turn,
not 6.
every turn you let the Croxa attack, you're less likely to double spell.
Yep, and every time
You're
that
more
you
likely
don't,
to die.
and
Yeah.
every time you don't. Okay, now I mean there is an out where he could potentially get the hive up, but that's 2 turns away, and if he throws a land, he's throwing spells. So, do you want to go down the hall path, or do you want to try and draw spells to kill the Croxa?
Yeah, I think you have to try to go down the spells.
And the Croxa, more or less, you have a turn, regardless of which path you go down to get there.
And maybe like
So it looks like-
right now it's just
So
hope for
Austin,
Drake.
Austin.
So we're not
passes.
going for the hall. The hall plan is offline.
I don't think it's not fast enough.
You'd be chumping with the bird and probably be at 6 by the time the hall's active.
Yep.
And then he just goes right and then starts making dens and then you still die?
Yep. I mean, uh-oh.
Oh god.
Oh,
God.
So the Croxa's dealing 9 a turn now.
Oh my god. And he
So
has
we
to
are
block.
chumping here.
Looks like he has to.
So
Yeah, he's on Drake or bust at this point.
or can he use the last 2 cards in his hand to get to 6? That's a 2-pointer. So that's 3. Well, it's 2, and if he can can he cast another spell and hit
Looks
a
like
spell?
he can, but he has to just
You have
put
to
it
hit a
in
spell
the yard.
blindly here. Blitz is for.
That does
But-
kill it.
Well, he does have a loot trigger, so this blitz could be for more. And then
Yeah,
the shredder
but-
doesn't have so if he hits a spell here, he kills Croxa.
Well, how many spells are in the yard?
There's 2 right now. That is a brick. So the blitz is 2, the impulse is 2. That's 1. So nope, he needed to hit a spell blind there, and he didn't.
And I think that's the play he had to make.
100% he has to do that.
Unfortunately, I think that sums it up as game.
but I don't think there's an out now. Oh no! Oh no!
Okay.
Yeah. Yes. Next turn we've got a den, which brings a goblin with it. That's 6, 9. It's 15. And even a drake.
Maybe a
You have to drake into a fire impulse.
gust into Treasure Cruise might do it. No, it
man.
doesn't. No, he only has 1 draw.
So
Yeah.
Brotherhood's
Yeah.
End's not good enough. I think
He-
this game is
I
over.
think this game's over.
So now
Does he
it's-
have enough for Treasure Cruise right now?
I think he probably does. I
So-
think he's got 5 cards.
So
So,
if you-
cruise into drake.
Cruise into Gust can stop the Croxa.
Gust here would be actually fine.
Yeah,
Just for the Crocs as
It
well.
has to be cruising the Gust. Just Gust plus something else.
Is he counting for the cruise? Did he draw the cruise?
Did he really draw it?
I think he drew the cruise.
Oh,
Nope. Drake. Okay.
Oh.
Drake is fine.
It's okay. It's big.
It's 6, 7, 8, 9. 9 power Drake.
Draw a card.
Draw card. Removal spell for the land.
9 power Drake. So unfortunately, he has to chump it.
Correct.
I do not think this is good enough.
And he just fires up.
He fires up
here.
a land.
Fires up a den.
Probably the den for more damage.
Yeah. Because the Drake has to block Croxa.
Yeah.
So
He's
this
trying
is
to figure out if he wants to stack that blood this turn.
So this is, which you probably do, right?
Yeah, I'm assuming he's got extra lands.
I mean, unless you make a second blood to just kill the Drake.
Oh, okay. He's not concerned.
Okay. Chapter 2. So another blood does it. Fatal Push does it. Attacking probably just straight up does it. Just does it a turn later. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not looking good for the Drake's player, but Croxa did some work.
Yeah, and it does in this matchup.
Mm-hmm.
Being on the other side.
Yeah.
Croxa has gotten so much better that the graveyard hate has diminished in the format. Obviously, utilizing the yard, but
I still don't know if I am going to be convinced to bring in Gus just for Croxa. In this game, it'd be insane.
I think you need to.
I just don't know if there's.
The card is so good. It's so good.
All right. Yeah, all right.
All right.
I think we're done here. I think we were done here, but I think we're done now.
Well, now you just kill the Drake outright. Without trading Croxa.
So sack Harvester, that's 2. Sack Blood, sack Food.
You got the treasure token from the attack as well.
Correct.
I think he's
so it dies on
Oh,
combat.
there's already a treasure token on board.
Yeah. So it's already dead. Yeah. And then Croxa plus that, that's 12.
Here we go. And now we go to attacks. Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah,
Sure.
sure.
Let's do another damage right there.
Go to 10.
Mm-hmm.
And then we attack with everything.
I also find Croxa to be particularly good against red decks with removal. Because those are the decks that put cards in your yard as well.
Correct.
And
so you could just get it out fast.
Yeah.
So he had a...
Take 8, go to 2.
And I don't think he has a draw to come out
Sack,
of this.
sack the blood and the thing. Yep, and the treasure.
Good games.
Yep,
Absolutely.
good games.
All right,
Austin,
Red Black Sack is on to the semifinals.
Unfortunately loses to
Absolutely.
Anthony. We will get the rest of the top 4 now to you here in a little bit. We're going to go to intermission.
We're back and live from the beach. It's all good times for tan lines from here on out. And as things are heating up, everyone's headed to the coast. Our advice is, avoid the crowds, remember your sunscreen, and of course, keep it locked right here for your soundtrack to the summer.
said something about like the Adventure Creek would go get it. I don't know. But anyway.
Hello, everyone, and we're
Welcome
back. Top four.
Semifinals.
Oh, I spelled Aiden's name wrong.
Yeah, so we're now in the top four.
ADAB.
2 more wins will earn these players an invite to the RC
Atlanta, Georgia. Yeah, which would be pretty cool. No bias, obviously, but Possibility Storm. I just want to see people reading that stuff in Atlanta.
Yeah,
I think that'd be hilarious.
Yeah,
we had to read it a few times.
Now, talking to Aiden, he says that he's been playing this deck since the beginning of Pioneer.
Yeah, so...
and we'll bring up Possibility Storm. I got it here in Scryfall, so you can all see it.
Yeah. It is quite a reader.
Yes, there is. And we're told there's a combo in the deck. I think it, but it's long and extenuated. But Possibility Storm, Stone Coil Serpent, and Baborga Remos Enraged to throw a lot of lands at your opponent's head. So
it's a thing.
Maybe we'll see it, maybe we won't. But if not, you can imagine it. So.
Now we did see this. He wasn't played earlier on Feature Aiden against Andrew, and it was the same matchup, and he came out victorious. Mm-hmm. Now, we saw the power of Llanowar Elves in that matchup, because he was able to, turn to a Fable, get out ahead, and I don't ever really think the red-black sack deck caught up to it.
Then start glory bringing.
Yeah. He has 4 Glory Bringers main as well. So
is that an unexplored?
I think so.
Well, just Llanowar Elf Fable in general sounds unexplored.
No,
Underexplored.
I mean, if you think about it, there's already you have you have boats that are doing that. I do think that it in the sense of like it's because Mono Green Devotion exists, right?
Right. That's just a better. Yeah, Kiora is better than Fable in that sense.
And in the power level of what you're able to do and how you're supposed to power up, but this is still powerful.
Right.
You know.
All right, so resolving mulligans here.
Who's
3,
on the
4,
play in
5,
this
6,
game?
7. Looks like Aiden kept 7. Anthony's on 5.
Do we know who's on the play?
Is that a 5er? That looks like 5 to me.
It's like 5. I'm not sure. I don't know who's on the play.
Well, who was the higher seed?
That's where
I don't remember the standings on here, but
let's see. Let's see if I can pull them up. So after the last round, here's Aiden. Anthony should be on the play.
Anthony looks like he is. Yes. Yeah, and that looks like it was a 5er.
Yeah.
Unlucky Witness is probably the best card you could have on a 5er.
Yeah, not bad. Now,
does Aiden have any way to kill it or would want to kill it?
Bone Crusher's about the only way.
and he's doing his thing. He has turn 1.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, he might not be interested in dealing
just-
with that at all.
Yeah, just kind of ignoring you.
I mean, that's what his deck kind of does, and then can randomly combo you out. So
When I attack, I'm going to be flying over you with dragons and probably not even exerting because 4 is good enough. So, yeah.
now there is another match going on, semifinal with Robert Taylor versus Luke.
Red White Pia versus Spirits, which is a rematch of round 1 feature match.
And right now, Luke is up a game.
All right.
So Spirits, remember, lost round 1.
Yes.
One out to make top.
And hasn't lost since.
Has not lost
Yep.
since.
So, I will choose to not engage your unlucky witness.
I mean,
Copperline Gorge. Okay.
Copperline Gorge helped these decks tremendously
Do we have a Fable?
as well. Remember when they had
We
to
do
play?
not.
Oh, so we're just attacking.
So he does not have a 3
So
to
we have
play.
Do we have another
Nothing.
elf? Do we have another elf? I saw a gnarled professor in his hand, so
Okay.
we're just not there yet. Yeah, okay. No deadly dispute. That's good for him.
That's interesting. Is he holding up a stomp possibly?
We're gonna guess what's the win con impossibility storm.
So it's the short version is Baborgo and Rage. You want to bring up that baddie here?
Yep, we can find him.
Yeah, he basically draws his deck, puts the Baborgo back on top, and then casts a Stone Coil Serpent for 0 to exile into the gigantic idiot, and then throw all the lands from his hand at your face. So 10 cards later, this is the official kill. But yeah,
And that is in
that's how
Rage.
you win the game. Way back in modern days, we'd actually like Goro's Vengeance this guy and then try and kill you. But this is
I talked to Aiden before
Another
the
back
top
row.
8,
Yes.
and he says that he only was able to combo kill twice today.
sure.
But it's a thing.
But it is a thing.
Yeah.
It is possible.
Now I do like where Anthony started behind.
Yep.
Right. I do like where he's at right now.
Rockvale Fall. Or
Having
Vale.
so Aiden didn't have a Fable, but Anthony did. Now it looks like he did draw a Fable.
And we're playing a Fable over a 5/4. Interesting.
Yeah, I think maybe he values the rummaging and getting the extra mana.
As opposed to a 5/4 which rummages and or gets environmental sciences. I don't know.
I don't know.
I mean, yeah, he knows his deck a lot better than we do, but interesting.
And as my phone goes off, I apologize. Do we know that he knows this deck more than anyone else?
He built it, didn't he?
I mean, he
I'm
didn't
assuming
create. He's
so.
not the creator
He's not
of
the
it.
creator. He's been playing it a while.
Okay, all right. Who is
Yeah.
the creator?
I do not know. I believe he saw
We
it
have-
online.
We have Google figure it out.
We could. Currently, right now, we're doing a couple things at once, like streaming, but
Sure.
we could definitely dive into that.
All right.
Now, if there's an attack with the shaman, are we trading?
The fact that he prioritized casting the Fable,
Makes me
maybe
think
he
he-
wants to ramp to 5 instead of playing the Shaman, but ramping to 5 is post combat, so the Glory Bringer doesn't help you get there.
Acclaim is great here.
Now, does he have a sack effect? That would be an insane turn, but this is what this deck is built to do.
Yeah, but even without a sack effect, you've created 2 treasures.
Which means my Mayhem Devils, post combat, I can sack a treasure, cast Devil, sack the other treasure, kill your elf, and then put you right back where you were. That would be
I
pretty
mean, he
sick.
likely has a sack all in, but even without, this is great.
Just a Mayhem Devil this turn, killing the elf is probably great, right?
right.
Mm-hmm.
Nope, dispute. Okay.
There's a
All right,
deadly
yep,
dispute.
all right. Yes, I'll sack the one not in the cool sleeve.
So if we're looking, the last time it topped Possibility Storm was actually June 24th. It was a smaller event in Chile of 2023.
And then another one in Japan went 1 and 3. And
Yeah.
then went home. Okay.
Yeah, but if we do look, the deck is actually
It's still
all the way
It's still pretty neat though.
from 2021.
You know what? Yeah, 10,000 points for flavor.
I agree.
And like I said, he's here in the semifinals, so the deck has legs. So
I think you can win with a ham sandwich in Pioneer, and
sometimes you just ramp into a dragon and it's good enough.
Yep. So now our token is obviously dead.
Correct.
We feel super far behind here, right?
So now we're rummaging. Well, he obviously was trying to get to land. Well, okay, he wasn't trying to get to land 5, right? I am utterly confused on what's going on here. What was the point of having a 2/2
sure.
goblin instead of a 5/4 if
must-
you're not trying to get to land 5 or 6?
He must just have the clunkiest hand ever.
I guess. Flooding maybe? No. And he throws the 5/4. I'm going to take a 30-second timeout because I have no idea what I'm saying.
Yeah. I mean, hey, he might have a plan of specifically what he's doing. What
hope
was the
so.
name of the 5/4 again?
Gnarled Professor. First pick, pack 1, pick 1, slam it.
Oh my god.
There he is.
We'll bring him up for everyone to see who didn't see earlier.
It's a dinosaur that teaches you stuff. Dragon?
Treefolk Druid.
Dragon.
Now, Aiden does have a little bit of a learn board.
Uh-huh.
He's got pest summoning, environmental science.
And that's it.
We have a reader on Glorybringer.
Yes, I'm going to exert this and kill your goblin.
All right. I mean, that seems good here. The negative is that exert. How does exert work, Tommy?
So with exert, you get an exert counter or exert memory thing on the Glorybringer. And then on
Counter.
upkeep, if it's been exerted, you remove that counter.
Yep.
And it doesn't untap.
Yep. Yeah. It takes a break for a turn, and then it untaps.
It goes
again.
to sleepy.
Now-
He's tired. He exerted himself from breathing fire, so he's got to take a breather.
Yeah.
Glorybringer in this matchup seems insane.
X4s are amazing. Flyers are amazing. So
Yeah.
that's all rolled into what? Amazing.
Yeah, I do agree. It seems good. Now, he is going to... The Kiki Jiki in that seems very, very good.
Right.
And we've seen him do that already. I'm going to copy my dragons, exert my copy, and it doesn't matter if
Yes.
it doesn't untap because it's no longer here.
That is true.
Now, if Anthony could follow up with a Harvester, that will start wiping the board.
Correct. Yep. Yeah, 'cause the dragon's off for another turn, but his Fable is also looming here as well. Is this Mayhem Devil?
Mayhem Devil seems pretty good here.
Mayhem Devil's almost always good, but once the dragon's in play, the elves are kind of whatever. All right.
Yep, there's the Mayhem Devil.
But like I said, this dragon won't untap before I get to clone my
So
Mayhem Devils.
So what do we have? What artifacts do we have out right
We
now?
have three treasures at the top.
So are we sacking a treasure and killing
The elf right now,
elf?
100%.
Yep.
Yeah, 100%.
And then we're saving
Because
some for
because
the
if
Fable?
the Fable flips, the dragon is exerted, so he doesn't have really anything to do on the next turn outside of a dragon off the top. And then when I untap, I can clone my devil, then go nuts,
So,
And he has the Harvester.
then kill your Fable, kill your dragon,
That's
make my
pretty good.
harvester,
So
good just go ham.
this Glorybringer is starting to look small.
Yeah.
Yes.
So at this point, we need to Glorybringer off the top and kill this devil immediately.
I don't know if that's good enough, because then the reflection copies the Harvester, and that starts killing the Glorybringer.
It's also bad, but
yeah, I think we're in a bad
step one involves Glorybringing off the top
bad spot.
or stomping something.
Yeah, I mean, double stomp would be nice.
Double stomp would be ideal, but
But I don't think he's gonna have it.
no.
He would have already played it if he had it.
Yeah, 100%. Oh, looks like a whole bunch of elves and a Beseiju. Beseiju can kill a
Sage
Fable.
does deal with Fable.
The problem is then they could deal with his dragon though, pretty easily.
Okay.
Yeah.
So Anthony can search up a land.
A land with any basic type, which means a blood crypt.
Blood Crypt, Mountain, or Swamp in his deck.
Sure. And they come in tapped or untapped off beside you.
They come in untapped unless it's a Blood Crypt that you choose to bring in tapped.
But so if he wanted to blood, he could have got an untapped land there.
Yeah.
Well, he chose to not. He's like, I have other plans.
Well, he does have the active Mayhem Devil, so.
Sure. Yeah. Yep. And Elf, which will just die. He thought about it.
Yeah, I mean,
you probably just want to absorb as many pings as you can, right?
yep.
Because if you're pinging the Elf, you're not pinging my dragon.
I think the dragon's covered, right? You
Oh,
sack
the dragon's dead.
Sure. But then you're not maybe killing my reflection. I mean, he might be able to do it all.
I think he can. Because you can kill the.
Well, he has 3 pings, 4 pings plus a.
Yeah, he should be able to
blood
kill
type harvester.
everything.
Yeah, you should be able to wipe the board here.
Yep.
And that's the power of Mayhem Devil.
Oh no.
Oh.
A hasty reflection?
Oh,
no.
Oh no.
So
Now we probably kill him now. I think he's dead.
he might be.
He clones the devil, he kills the elf, attacks for 10, and then sacks treasure, blood. That's 13 plus. I think he's dead. And then the copy dies. And does it trigger itself when it dies?
You can. It does. You can.
That's 15. He's dead.
You'd have to stack the trigger.
Yeah.
You can claim. Or
Yeah.
is that a trigger for claim?
It
might not be.
I believe.
Like just be an end turn.
Like he's either at 1 or he's dead.
Yeah. So when the copy goes away, you'll get 2 triggers because now you have 2 Mayhem Devils.
So that's 15. He's dead. Ouch.
Well, Anthony we have to see if he sees it. He sees the line.
I think he's doing the math in his head right now. But yeah, he's 100% dead. Harvester, Devil is 9. Witness is 10.
He's got 16.
1. Yeah.
He's got 16 on board. Oh, yeah. That's 1.
Yep.
Okay.
And then
Now he has
Treasure
14
Blood.
on board.
Yep. He's dead.
Yeah, I think.
Wow. That's the best claim I've seen.
That's a very good draw.
Almost ever. Okay, I lied. That's the second best claim I've ever seen. At the RC, I saw somebody claim a Love-Struck Beast with an Embercleave on it. So that's number 2.
That's pretty good.
Oh,
That's number 2.
He's gonna do it with the Hive as well.
Oh my lord! Yeah. You are
Yeah,
all
he's,
kinds of dead.
He's super dead.
Holy bejeez, that is. I just said bejeez, but all right, you're dead, man.
So what does Aiden have coming in this matchup?
All right, let's take a look at Aiden's deck here. We've got Maglaws, kills artifacts. Needle, stops ovens. Ooze, probably not. You can eat a Croxa maybe. It's probably better than a whatever.
You can gain some life.
Ceratops, no. Rurik Thar, no. Cindervines, kind of the same as Maglaws, but Maglaws is a 4/4 that does it. Environmental Science, no. Lessons stay in the board. Harbinger, we knew he brought in earlier. Hexproof from Black could be a thing, but there's just so many ways for him to block it or trade off with it with the Harvester or whatnot. So it's not the best card. Cards to bring out. Probably bringing out the combo.
I was just gonna say,
I'm
like,
not sure what Anthony is doing.
He
right
left
now,
Possibility
why
Storms
he-
in before.
What is Anthony doing right now?
he's looking up the possibility storm.
Yeah, he's looking
Okay.
at Possibility Storm.
Technically, he should ask the judge for a.
I thought you were allowed to.
But we don't have one, so it's fine.
Well, it's just that we don't know if he's definitely going there.
Well, we're watching.
Right.
We're watching.
We are watching him.
We are watching you.
You're allowed to if he's looking up on the app. I don't know if he's using the app or
He
what.
went to gather.
That looks like
Okay,
right.
then that's not the app.
Yeah, all is good. But beyond that, I mean, the combo was kind of, I don't know, maybe a little
I think it's an
dreamy.
afterthought. I think it's
Love
there.
Struck Beast. Didn't we have the discussion before where like they'll never attack? So
Yeah, you probably don't want
probably
them.
don't want those. He did play against this matchup earlier, and Furnace Reigns was a thing. So you know the Furnace Reigns is coming in. So there's that. As far as the other one here, it looks like Obnixilis. Meh. Not really that impressed with it. Colgan's Command.
Yeah, I don't.
Also not impressed.
I don't think Obnixilis is great in this matchup. It exists.
Tablet powered. It was going to run out.
Okay, I got you. We'll be right back.
Yeah, looking at the deck list,
Noxious Grass could be a thing.
That seems good, right?
Randomly killing an elf. Hearse, no. Go Blank, probably not. Furnace Rains, yes. Meat Hook kills elves, does things,
kill
but it also
elves.
sweeps your board too. So Rains and Grass for sure, possibly Meat Hooks.
Well, now that I'm looking at the list, most of the things that are green are not that important to kill with grass.
Yeah, it's the dragons, it's the bone crushers,
Yeah,
things of that nature.
And Mihawk Massacre in that situation, great if you can get up to that much mana.
Correct. Or even doing it for one, picking off a pair of elves would be probably sufficient. And then again, the static ability on it, whenever your stuff dies, you gain life. Whenever your stuff dies, right? So you could just nickel and dime them back and forth on it.
It's possible that Anthony's not boarding all that many cards.
You might not have to. I think your deck's set up for it. Just maybe replace. Thoughtseize is still probably good. I like it in the matchup, but like I said, he likes to board them out a lot. Claim was insanely good there, and he knows he's going to leave the Fables in. So,
Claim is always good.
It's probably your biggest blowout turn, right?
Yeah. Well, and we talked about this before. Like any Land of War elf deck, if you are on the play and you claim the elf and then Deadly Dispute it with that mana.
Yeah. So we're back to the Witness versus Harvester or Croxa board out plan. I don't know. Unlucky Witness just kind of feels like by the time it does something, unless you're disputing it, it just doesn't really have an effect on the game.
Right.
But the deck still plays them, so...
Yeah. So...
Yeah, it looks like probably less than 4 cards came in on either side. Ish. Yep, and we'll go from there.
So I've played against decks with the Maze Crusher,
Yeah,
with red black sack,
yeah, like Maglaws.
and the remove a counter kill a thing almost never comes up.
And it is also extremely juicy claim target because you
yeah.
can actually take it, remove the counters yourself, and then ate them.
Exactly,
Which is also weird.
It's one of those where it's like it doesn't play as well as it looks.
Yeah. I want to ramp up to a dragon and see if that's good enough.
But you might bring it anyway, just for like. It's good if you've already stabilized.
Yeah.
And then you can bring it down with some mana open.
Yeah. I haven't seen a Stomp resolve for like 3.5 rounds.
We know he has them.
I know. I just haven't seen
and we have
Crusher resolve.
No,
but they are in the deck.
Bone Crusher today is we haven't seen many. I mean, we didn't have many red black mids on. We had a lot of red black sacks.
At least not ones on camera.
Yeah.
So, still a heck of a card.
So Luke ended up beating Robert Taylor.
So Spirits is in the finals.
Spirits
awaiting
is in
the winner here.
Yeah, awaiting. Our hero Fire Shoes has gone down against Spirits.
And he beat Luke round 1.
Yes, he did.
And then Luke has won every other round after.
Absolutely. That's
an enemy betrayal. That happens.
Sometimes wedding announcement just beats shocks, I guess, right?
That and that's why you want to win the ones that end up really matter.
Absolutely. Yeah. I'll let you win early as long as I win the last one.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But all right. So thinking about throwing a card back here. Do we have a mulligan already on Anthony's side? Aiden looks like he kept 7 and he's nope. We're mulligan. Okay, we're just waiting for him to confirm he's keeping.
So as we wait for the mulligans, is Blue White Spirits in a really good spot to win this whole event?
Depends. Sacrifice is not a matchup I'd want to play. Trying to qualify.
I don't think it's a bad matchup though.
But it's winnable.
Depending on your draw, right?
Depending on your draw. If they can set, because you really don't interact with their board once they're in play. You can counter their spells, but once their things are in play, you really just are at the mercy of what they draw. And if you don't draw your lords, I think your board gets obliterated. Post board, again, wedding announcement helps, just like in any red-black matchup. Just making your guys X4s, X3s matters a lot.
But so unless it's Mayhem Devil, what's really killing you in SAC?
Fatal Push is always great.
Sure.
And just having a guy being claimed and eaten can mess up your early curve out draws. Spirits keeps a lot of questionable hands with Curious Obsession, banking on it hitting twice plus. And when it doesn't, the draw falls apart.
Right.
But I haven't played it enough. But I mean, it really is just how much synergy do you have on both sides because there's not a lot of interaction.
Now, Possibility Storm could rip off 2 wins here. I do think Possibility Storm is probably going to be not favored in that match.
I think Spirits is
That's
big
the kind of
big
deck.
clunky deck. Yeah.
That's the kind of deck Spirits eats up.
Now, Anthony,
Bone Crushers are bust.
Anthony is thought seizing, and this poor Fable is gone.
By Fable.
Anthony's hand, we only know over Thoughtseize that he's playing now, but if he can lead it up with some additional plays, Aiden's not doing anything.
Aiden's not doing anything. But at the same time, he's going to be able to cast that Glorybringer on curve.
But the question is,
Is that good
will
enough?
the dream die? Will the Possibility Storm not? I mean, let's see what we draw, right?
Like an elf would be great here.
Yeah. Just accelerate the dragon another turn.
Did he ever have another green line he could? Did he have a red line he could play?
I think it was a Rock Veil Fall or whatever,
Okay.
Rock Fall Veil, whatever the heck it is. I was mixing it up.
A slow land.
That was a good one. Now let's see if we can Devil or Fable here, and then this game's going to snowball right out of control.
Yeah, I don't think Aiden has anything. Is he gonna say go again? Yeah.
We're in the turn 5 dragon, hope it's good plan.
Yeah, I don't know.
I didn't
it's
sign up
good.
for that, but that's where we are. This is the train we're on. Yeah. Hiya.
I think this is the risk you have when you play the red-green, like, rule decks and such.
Sometimes you just draw the wrong half of your deck.
Yes. And you could just end up with, like, this big drop and you just do nothing.
Yeah.
I think that's why a deck like Mono Green, people are favored to play that instead.
Well, they also have a lot more bridge cards.
Yes,
They have the Kioras and
that's
the
what I
Trolls
mean.
to redraw into your 4s
Yeah.
or 5s or draw
Yeah,
through your flood.
because like the Gruul Boats deck, if Stomp is not good, you don't do a lot in the mid game.
Spy
Another
Dragon.
Thoughtseize.
Oh,
he
oh,
had
oh.
the Chandra too. Ooh.
Alright.
So, what are you taking
Now
here?
it's actually a choice.
I mean, if I have another creature, I'm taking the Glorybringer because Chandra's just gonna get cleaned up anyway.
Correct.
But if I don't, I mean, he's gotta have another creature. If I don't, I'm taking the Glorybringer.
Yeah, because Chandra ticks down,
We have a
kills
reader.
Harvester, and then sits around and then out card advantage usually
Right.
afterwards.
We'll bring up Chandra if you don't remember Torch of Defiance. She is defining.
Yeah, she kind of fell off after Mono Red fell off.
Yeah.
So I was playing Red Black mid range before Fable was printed.
Yeah.
And that deck played Torch of Defiance.
Oh yeah. Yep.
Yeah. So
Here we are.
So here we are.
He did take the
Now,
torch.
but
Interesting.
But he took Chandra, so
Didn't have to though, right? He's got Chandra covered.
Yeah.
but now he has the dragon covered too because he's got 2 bloods.
What
right?
is it? Exert once and then you just kill it.
Yeah.
Exert, but then he loses both creatures, right?
Yeah.
Whereas if he took the
The sh-
Glorybringer,
Then he only
Chandra-
loses 1.
Right.
Okay.
I mean, obviously we don't know what else is in his hand.
Correct.
Like Anthony is ahead, but it's not impossible for Aiden to come back from this.
Yeah. 6 of turns gonna end this game pretty darn quick.
It is.
Yeah. Yeah. Especially if he has does he have something else to follow this up with?
Looks like he's got a cat and a dispute.
Oh wait, Caramba.
Oh,
Oh my
jeez.
God.
That's
Oh.
All right.
So you're saying there's a chance.
All right. Dragon.
All right.
right.
So you're saying there's a chance.
That's a lot of Thoughtseizes.
Yeah.
But also a lot of dragons.
Yeah. So after that, he's at 13.
Yep.
Okay. So we are 100% exerting here, correct?
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, we have to. Now, what else is in Anthony's hand? We said it looks like a deadly dispute and a cat.
I thought I saw a deadly dispute
So he's gonna hold that up for the kill for.
for whatever he
Well,
exerts on.
look like he's tapping out unless he has an land in hand.
You want to hold up
maybe-
dispute or play a cat?
That's interesting.
I think you just leave up dispute, but
Yeah,
sure.
you just leave out dispute.
Unless you have another land here.
Was that? Is this an oven? Or is he blooding? Oh, he's blooding it away. Okay.
Interesting. I guess he wants to hit that next land.
Well,
Is-
now
Now that he can't kill the Glorybringer.
you can't kill the Glorybringer.
No.
Ooh.
Now that manland matters.
Yeah, if Glorybringer attacks, that is an active manland.
Dragon. All right.
Aiden's like, I finally get to do it.
Let's kill something.
Fought through a lot of Dossies to get something in play.
Right. Yeah.
Now, here's the issue. Just putting up the manland, that's 7 damage.
Oh yeah.
And that Glorybringer's exerted.
Correct. Which will leave you Harvester. Well, because he does he block the den with a lair next turn?
I mean, he can, but I don't think that's a winning line, right?
But you're putting him to 4, and then he has
Yeah.
to hold up the lair, and then he's straight up dead to the goblin and the
Yeah.
harvester. So if you have a land for den, this is 100% a den swing, and then he's probably dead, right?
So he didn't sack the blood. That makes me think he has the land for den, because he had an open mana at the end of Aiden's turn.
Yeah. So this is, I mean, but yeah, like you put him to 4 with 4 coming through, unless he makes like a 1/1 layer and then doesn't trade off with your guys. A kingdom for a bone crusher.
Yeah. Yeah, a stomp plus bone crusher would be
been pretty solid.
phenomenal right now.
It would be
phenomenal right now.
All right.
Yeah.
Yep. There's the land.
I mean, he is going to 7 here.
Yep.
Now, obviously,
Den.
is he taking 1 more?
He's gonna take 7 this turn.
No, what is...
Yeah, colorless for that.
Why would...
And shock just to ping.
Alright, here we go. Create a dude.
Go to 4.
Ugh.
Dragon is still tired.
Yeah.
layer-
Stomp plus
and-
Bone Crusher Giant does bring it back.
But layer only blocks 1, so we're in stomping range here.
Here we go. He drew it really fast and we couldn't see it.
What's that untapped spell? Give it +3/+3.
Elf. Unfortunately, that will not be good enough here.
Well,
Is
he
it
can
not?
chump.
No,
he can chump with a layer.
Well, the layer is pretty big.
And the elf blocks. Well, but he makes another goblin, right? But he blocks the harvester. And
Is that a...
Oh God.
Oh,
My dragon.
Oh,
My dragon.
oh, good game.
Nice.
And there it goes. Red-Black Sack moves on to the finals.
Against spirits.
All right, so we're going to queue up that. We'll be back in a minute or two.
Hang out.
We're back and live from the beach. It's all good times for tan lines from here on out. And as things are heating up, everyone's headed to the coast. Our advice is, avoid the crowds, remember your sunscreen, and of course, keep it locked right here for your soundtrack to the summer.
Hello, everyone. We are back with the finals.
Yep, finals time.
So you have myself, Frank, Dan, and Tom Wu here.
Hello, everybody.
Hey,
We've been doing this. What time did we start today? I don't even remember. Noon. Started at noon. The event went pretty fast.
Yeah, this has been one of the faster
And we started at noon.
run events that we've been in. So we're kind of burning through this today. So kudos to the players for playing briskly. No one playing Lotus Field.
Thank God.
And we're just kind of moving through it, and we'll be done here. Someone's going to punch their ticket to Atlanta, and we'll see where we go.
To play more Pioneer.
To play Pioneer again, absolutely.
I just little notes. I mean, Anthony lost that one round, and then basically, was able to draw in pretty easily. Luke lost round one and has won every round since.
Mm-hmm.
He lost round one against Fire Shoes, Bob round one, and then has won every other round.
Mm-hmm.
It looks like they're struggling with the tablet. There you go. They figured it out.
Anthony is on the play, being the higher seed.
He is.
Yep, and he's getting his full value out of Furnace Reigns today. Ending at least 2 matches of ours on camera by stealing a gigantic flyer.
No, Luke is on the play. Luke is top seed, actually. Sorry.
Oh, is he?
So Luke finished with 4-1-1, so I will update that. Luke did have to play, I remember now.
Yeah, Luke was the number 1 seed because he had to play the last round.
All right.
So, which is, I guess, an advantage for him again.
Yeah.
Yep.
Get that updated, which should now reflect. All right. And we have some new followers. Looks like we have a Zachow following. I think he was playing in this event maybe a little bit earlier.
Yes, he was.
Thank you for following. And thank you for everyone else who followed. Camilla, Rat Bear, Edzilla. Those are some of the recent ones. We started at like 107 and we're up to 131 followers.
Absolutely.
That's fantastic.
Thanks, guys, very much for this.
Yep.
So, for bearing with us for the shorter event, but still very eventful event.
Yep.
And Pioneer is fun.
And here we go.
We are off. See if we can keep some 7s here.
Yeah, I mean, I think in general, Luke being on the play is a huge advantage to him.
In with his deck and in this matchup, absolutely.
Yeah. You want to deploy a threat and then be able to react to what your opponent's doing the rest of the game, all the while you're killing them.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, playing out your threat first, and then see, because if they ever stumble, then you gotta get them under the counter magic window and just press the advantage.
Right, for as good as Claim the Firstborn and Fatal Push are, there are answers, right? Mausoleum Wanderer, the counter spells.
Correct.
Rattle Chains is a huge one, especially if you're on the play.
Correct. And also, I mean, whatever you're stealing is not going to be huge.
Right.
So.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, and he's electing to push it now before.
Which I agree with.
Before Rattle Chain shows up.
And potentially awkward too if he does have a Curious Obsession and you let it stick, then the Geistlight snare's on.
Yeah.
Right.
So. The mana base is behaving itself.
Also, Slip Out the Back is a magic card.
Slip Out the Back is also live as well.
So I think we're getting a Thoughtseize
sure
here.
Luke
Nope,
has
it's
those.
excuse me. It is a Oven. It's a pretty good start.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so we're countering.
This is a fantastic start.
Yep, but we did get the Witness did get countered.
Right. I mean, that's the one you want countered if you want one of those two to stick.
Mm-hmm.
Luke has handwriting I can hardly read, but we're looking through it. There is. Does not look like there's a Slip Out the Back.
I didn't see any earlier when we
No,
looked at it as
there
well,
is
so.
a one Selfless Spirit in the main.
Mm-hmm. Mismatch Atticar Waste, but at least the cool one's on top.
Yeah, he knows. He probably feels bad that he has the other bad one.
I don't think he does. I think
No.
he actually enjoys messing with us. But
That's okay.
so the question is, do we have land 3?
Yeah, do we have land 3, and what are we throwing to a potential spell caller?
Okay. If we didn't have land 3, that was going to get dicey.
So, I mean, if Anthony could double spell, that's what he would try to do to get through the spell caller.
Nothing.
Yeah.
We just we're raw dogging the Queller.
Yep.
And it might be he's just forcing Luke to just play it naked.
Well, you have to have a threat, And then this turns on your counter spells in hand.
Now, if I'm Anthony, if I removal, I'm removing that.
You can't.
You can at instant speed, right?
If you have something. If you have something.
It has to be blood and fatal push. He doesn't have that.
But, and I think that's the problem, right? Like, unfortunately.
Are you disputing the oven to turn
Might
on your
have to.
push?
He might have to.
I think we're disputing the oven. Okay.
I think you have to.
I think you have to.
Yep.
This is your window, right?
Correct,
Like,
yeah.
the counter magic's down. You could
Yep.
potentially kill the spell queller.
Yep. And we leave the treasure take a damage to push here.
Yep. Here we go.
And even if you don't have the push, you're not resolving that
Correct.
spell any other time.
Do it now. Yeah.
No push.
All right.
Did he have a push?
Nope.
All right. This could be a problem.
This is one of those where it's like, Luke, if I have the obsession, is he bluffing that he doesn't have a push or what?
Oh.
He's gonna find out.
This is rough.
Yeah, and this is what you want to do. If it connects, he's got 2 counter spells live now. He has a snare for 1, and the lofty denial. Oh my lord. Yep. All right. This is what you do. You stick a threat and protect the queen.
Yep.
Yep. Because of the spirit and the enchantment, the snare is now a mana leak for 1 blue, and the denial is a mana leak for 2 mana.
I don't know what gets Anthony out of this.
I don't think
You need
anything.
to draw a lot of spells in a single turn,
And
just
Luke has
tax
to
the
whiff.
counter spells and hope he draws land.
Yeah, and hope Luke whiffs turn after turn.
Correct. Yeah, this is the spirit plan A. It is online. And it's also really funny now that this thing is an X4.
Yeah.
It's not a pingable threat anymore.
No, and unfortunately, this game can end pretty fast.
Yeah, the card advantage is a thing.
So I think he's looking at maybe cast Fable. Nope.
And we
was
just
it
have to try
Mayhem
and set up for a
Devil?
Mayhem Devil. Yep, let's mana leak this.
Yeah.
Nope.
Yep.
Card's so good.
Yeah.
You have to just play it out and hope you can untap.
You just have to tax them. That's
Yeah.
all you have to do. Yeah. Yep. But now, with this second obsession, we're going to be drawing 2 cards a turn.
Yeah, and Luke's got to know there's nothing on the other side.
Yep.
There's nothing to be
Oh my
afraid of.
God.
Yep. We're going for it. Take 4, draw 2, and hope we don't flood.
There's a rattle chains.
That's not flooding.
This should be over.
Now we have a rattle chains to counter something, and something else is ridiculous. Yeah, we got it.
No. So the store is emptying out because this is the last match.
So we are going to be speaking a little bit quieter, so we don't echo through. We haven't soundproofed the room yet.
Not looking too good for our hero. No, it's not.
Depends who your hero is.
I mean, by chat, the hero is Anthony.
Oh, okay.
And apparently, for this one individual.
Sure.
Allowing the dispute to resolve. It's
Yeah, I
interesting
think it's-
because this makes Luke vulnerable to double
Or to
fatal push, right?
to just push, yeah. Okay. We preemptively rattle chains here.
Yeah.
Or just tax it. Yeah.
Okay.
So he's Tony's. Tony's a friend from
Oh,
CF from back in college. Cool.
gotcha.
Cool. Well, we're happy you're watching.
Yeah. Heroes everywhere. Sure. Okay. Luke's got to be doing hand springs right now.
Yeah.
I mean, it's good enough. Like if your Curious Obsession hits twice, you're doing great. If you're drawing 2 cards 3 times, you're doing absolute amazing.
Yeah. I mean, this is looking pretty bad here.
He's drawn
Yep.
Spell Queller and what's the other card?
And a coast.
Okay, so
So
the
let's-
Queller can hit everything,
Correct.
basically. Yeah, I think that.
So even though this match is still playing out, let's talk about sideboard here for Anthony. What are we looking at?
I like the Meat Hook Massacre a lot.
Yeah.
Is the go blanks?
Probably not.
No.
No. Just getting 2 random cards when you can just flash his hand out. Probably
Calling
not where
of
you wanna
command?
be. Doesn't kill as much as you want it to.
Kills a lot.
Realistically, probably looking at meat hooks.
Is that it?
That's about it.
Because the grasp only has 1 target.
It literally can kill Quellers.
Now a Fable is resolving here.
I don't think he cares.
I was about to say, I think we're so far behind, it does not matter.
I mean, we're like foring him until we draw another counterspell and then the rattle chains. And then we're not casting Borrower yet, no. Hiya.
Yep, there it is.
Boom, boom. If we draw a counterspell or a spirit.
Well, I mean, he can cast the Borrower now.
That is a little bit of a flood.
He's flooding a little bit, but I think he has enough gas.
The Borrower and the rattle chains, I think, and the Queller is enough.
Yeah, no. All right. Well.
So I think he's thinking about it, but
there are things he can do, but a 4/5 flyer is hard enough to remove on its own.
So the reason I thought Spirits was favored is the way you beat the Spirits deck is to do multiple things a turn, and while Sack can do it, it does get clunky at the 3.
Very much so.
It does. But without the Lord, a lot of the creatures are vulnerable, right?
Right. So you end up playing a lot of, is this 2-drop good enough? Is this 3-drop good enough?
Yeah. But they can cheat themselves and kind of go wide.
Well, but just like any other matchup, though, you just have to play into it and hope they don't have it.
Right.
And if they do flood, which the deck can do, it doesn't have card selection. It's just drawing.
Yeah.
Blanks off the top. So if they hit, they hit. If they don't, you can still beat them. That's step 1.
But that Queller is
That looks like a cool target to
gigantic.
me. Pick that up.
I think at this point you have to sack the blood and look for a push and go for it.
Yeah.
Because I think you're dead otherwise.
Yeah. This is not good.
No, you're dead on board as it stands.
Does he have a rattle chains in his hand?
Yeah, but there's no reason because he already has lethal in play.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, even the trying to search for a push isn't going to win it.
Attack.
I mean, I guess that's what we're doing now.
So I would have done it on upkeep.
Yeah.
I mean, we know he has rattle chains, but it's possible
Just before he draws a potential
before he
counter
draw it. Yeah,
Yep, he knows it.
there's some rattle chains.
Yep, and that's 6. All right, game 2.
Game 1 goes to
Yeah, I still think the timing of it a little off.
Sure. Just because if they have it, they have it. Don't give them a look at it.
Don't give them another extra card to have it.
Yeah. Doing it on their turn is 100% correct, but do it before they draw a card.
Yep.
But, yeah.
So what is Luke bringing in this matchup?
I don't know how much he brings in.
Portable Hole, no. Invasion, maybe. Wedding Announcement, probably.
No, if you portable hole the ovens,
You could Portable Hole the ovens.
then I don't know.
But I mean,
the
I don't
ovens are
know.
much worse.
I don't know if the oven is really what you're worried about. Like you're just worried about protecting the queen, right? I mean, if they're going to be draining you, you're doing way more damage in the air.
Right.
But like I said, I haven't played the matchup enough. Wedding Announcement always seems good. I spoke with Luke earlier, and he said that he boards with Wedding Announcements every single game.
Yeah.
So maybe you should think about putting him in the main. I don't know.
It's one of those things where, wedding announcement is good against what other people sideboard against you.
Correct.
So if they have
it's almost
more,
always
Yeah, so they're more
almost
1-for-1 removal.
Yeah.
That's why you want it.
Yeah.
So
Hearse, not really so much. Catilda, sure, maybe.
I mean, come in. I mean,
It can outscale things and gain life.
a harvester can't kill it.
Harvester can't kill it. Yeah, protection from vampires, absolutely. Relevant line of text. But yeah, that's basically what I'm looking at. The veto won't catch enough to hold it.
The veto won't catch enough. Anything the veto would catch. I mean, you catching a Fable at best.
Yeah. Shacklegeist is probably what I'm boarding out, or some number of Obsessions if I'm on the draw.
Yeah, I mean, I think this matchup is, unfortunately, I do think Anthony needed to win game 1. He was on the play.
But like Tommy said, being glutted at 3 is really a
It's what
liability in the
Spirits
matchup.
wants.
It is, because he wants you to cast a spell a turn.
I agree.
And if you do that, that's what the deck is based around.
Yeah.
So Spirits, you can raise the cat oven, and then if you're countering threes on their way down, that's exactly where you want to be.
You're getting ahead of it.
It's the Fables, it's the Devils, it's the Dispute push turns. It looks like some number of portable holes.
Yeah.
And it looks like wedding announcements.
Because, I mean, Spirits can ignore cat oven a lot.
Yeah,
actually.
I mean, I think you just ignore it because you're chunking for
Yeah, you
2,
ignore
4,
it.
7, 9.
And if you're ignoring that, you're counter Mayhem Devil, counter Fable.
Correct. Portable hole still answers. I mean, you can randomly catch Harvesters, Familiars, Croxas, Ovens, Fable tokens, and just remove them for good. Yep. It's like the Borrowers came out. The Curious Obsessions came out.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
I mean, like, obviously closed deck list, but
Correct.
Curious Obsessions is one of those cards where it's bad against what people board in against you.
Correct. Yeah. And it's 100 times better on the play than on the draw.
Yeah.
Because the blowout is just too rough if you're on the draw because you can't play it and protect it.
Well, either we're going to a game 3 or this is the last game of today.
Thanks again for everyone who's stuck with us throughout the whole day. We appreciate it. So
this will be up on the YouTube as a VOD, so you can go watch it as well.
Go watch your hero of choice.
Your hero of choice.
Watch your hero of choice.
Whoever that is.
Get ready for your next RC.
Absolutely.
It does suck that this is
So if you were inspired, go buy your Possibility Storms on TCG or wherever you buy them.
Yep. Or come into Mayhem.
Mayhem and buy them. I'm sure they have them.
Yep.
But
I had a little chat with Aiden on his way out, and he did say he might put the deck down for a little bit.
okay, all right. Well,
Does he think it was a one-hit wonder?
That I did not ask.
a lot of the
There's
games
one of
we
those-
saw him win were just casting dragons. Maybe just do that.
Yeah.
I do like. I mean, look. I think Glorybringer needs to see more play in Pioneer.
You could play Glorybringer in both, couldn't you?
But as good as Glorybringer is, I think Sky Sovereign is just better.
Sky Sovereign's just a bigger dragon.
It is, and
It
it doesn't
attacks
have to
every turn and
exert
kill something.
to,
Yeah,
like, yeah.
fair enough. All right. Let's see what we're looking at here. That's a mulligan. Having played red black, how often do you mulligan, Tommy?
Not a lot.
Not a lot.
Because the curve is very redundant. You have multiple ones that you want to play on turn one. Multiple. Well, twos, not so much.
Yeah.
But the mulligans are pretty rare
But it's more of a critical mass kind of deck where
It's more of a
mulligan away just hurts you worse than being
Yeah.
a little, like a turn off.
Now I will say, if I'm mulliganing at all, I'm looking for Croxa and Fable. And then Spirits, it can be a clunky deck, right? Like, 'cause if your hand is 3 lords and 4 lands, that might not get there.
Yeah.
Against anything that interacts with you.
All right, let's see if this is a better keep on 6.
Yeah, I mean, going on a 5 here just seems scary. I mean, he's not keeping it. He's looking at it.
Looks like we found a 6 we're going to keep. Just making sure it's the right pitch. All right.
You know, the sack deck, the one thing about it is, and Thoughtseize,
Show me your wares. Catilda. Okay.
Oh, is the take Spell Queller?
Depending on what your hand is, you might actually be taking
is it 2
Catilda
spell
here.
colors there?
It's
Yeah,
Color
it
Queller.
is 2, but you might have to just power through it.
But if your hand is Harvesters, I mean, you snap take Catilda, right?
That's
And the
that's
Quellers are kind of just, I guess if you want to call them a soft counter, because you can always kill them later and get back your spell.
right. Especially if they, I don't know what you take here.
So I think for me,
I would take Catilda.
I think that card is hard for the deck to kill.
What, Catilda?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it is.
No.
But the spell color's a pain in the ass, man.
Especially with 2.
Yeah.
And they are a flash threat.
Yeah.
Even if it's if you have the first one come
I think I see a Harvester in his hand, so I think it's 100% Cutilda.
We will see.
But the Harvester is going to get portable hold. Not anymore. That's why.
So
Okay.
we went for the portable hold.
So maybe he feels like he can get under.
Maybe. Well, maybe doesn't. I mean, the Harvester never actually sticks, right? So.
What was the draw?
I think he drew a snare. So now we've got Harvester. Yep. All right. Okay. Trying to get out of the spirits.
Yeah. Well, what's interesting though is Luke did only have 2 lands.
Correct.
So there is a possibility Luke does not get to play on curve.
Correct.
And that possibility is happening.
Yeah.
Oh,
Phantom
no,
off the
Phantom.
top.
Okay.
What do you think about playing that there?
I think you have to.
You have to.
Yeah.
Mm.
Yeah.
There's something else you're doing. Oh,
Well,
I see.
no.
You can hold up against Mayhem Devil.
Yeah.
Wait, did he have a 2-mana counterspell?
I believe he drew one, didn't he?
No.
No, I think he had a 3-mana
He had
counterspell.
snare and
Yeah.
not.
I
And
think
not.
he has Queller, snare.
Okay.
So I think you have to.
And because that turns on one of the snares. Having a spirit in play.
Someone says, as a spirit player, the hole is the scariest card to lose there for sure.
Oh, 100%. Yeah. Now, does he have a follow-up play here?
This is the turn. If he
Does
doesn't,
land 3 slam something?
Uh-oh.
If not, I'm. That's probably the next
that's
best
actually
thing.
pretty good play.
That's actually the next best thing.
Like Luke hasn't shown that he doesn't have land 3, right? You don't know.
Correct.
So this gets you.
We do know because he had coast and he played a pathway.
Anthony doesn't know.
Well, he saw the coast when he seized him. He saw coast,
No,
coast
Anthony
on
doesn't
turn
know
one.
whether or not the 3rd land is in his hand. Is in Luke's hand.
Well, no,
Well,
he saw
no,
coast.
Oh, there was another.
Yeah, he
Oh,
seized him on
played
turn
the
one. He saw
pathway.
coast, and he played a pathway, so he knows that he has a coast.
Interesting. Why did Luke just play the
I don't know.
coast?
I mean, unless I missaw the hand, but I was 99% sure he had coast.
I mean, the reason I thought that was
Yeah.
is the way
Mhm.
Luke sequenced.
Mm-hmm. Unless I'm getting old and I can't see anymore, but I was pretty sure it was
Whoa.
coast.
It looks like he found a land.
He absolutely needs to find the land here.
Yeah, and he did.
Okay, so now next turn he could play.
I think he's thinking
3
about
drop
pushing
and a
this.
2 drop. I think the treasure's too important for next turn.
Alright, I'm gonna find it. Oh, we just drew that. Okay. Alright. Yeah. Alright. So now our hand does something.
Well, now our hand feels great.
Well, you're still 1 for 1ing, so a double spell turn still here is bad.
Anthony has to have a double spell turn here.
Correct. Because even if you double spell, if his second spell removes your Queller, then he double spells back.
Yeah, exactly.
Which feels really bad too. Well, a 3-drop is good if it sticks. Yeah,
Or-
that's the turn if you have a push.
If you have a push,
blow 'em
this,
out.
this is a great turn to have a push.
And you blow him out the other way.
Well, he knows that.
Which means I don't think you fight with a Queller here, you fight with a snare.
Mm-hmm.
Makes sense?
Yeah. Yep. A lot of people don't realize that you have to actually counter in the right order. I think that was 100% correct.
Oh yeah, Luke is playing this matchup exactly
Yep.
the way he needs to.
Yep. And we push now anyway, just because we have to. Oh, there's a
No,
cat.
kitty.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Yeah, this is a tight game.
Yeah.
It's tight, but I think the Spirit stack is
Oh.
pulling a fuck. I don't know.
I think Luke's ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
Given what his hand is.
The thing is that you can't just keep taking 4, right? So that is a good thing. That there's
There's
at
pressure
least-
there,
There's some
yeah.
kind of pressure, right? You can't just keep like, well,
Yeah.
I'm gonna keep taking 4 because you die.
And
Right.
both players are playing this exactly the way they need to.
Well, but he can also flash into Queller as a 3/4
Yeah,
and
but
eat the Harvester. But
it is
you're
true.
also protecting against the Fatal Push that if he had it, he would have used it, right?
I mean,
No, he might be saving it for,
he could
for
be
the Queller.
saving it.
I mean, you are getting to a point where you can't play around everything.
Fire Shoes himself, Robert Taylor's in the chat.
Oh, hello, Bob.
Hey, Fire Shoes.
We'll try not to be too excited you're here, otherwise we'll get yelled at.
Yeah.
And that's the thing, like, Anthony, I mean, how many more times can he try to double spell? He did it last turn, he did it turn before.
Not very many.
So, like, yeah,
Yeah, this is going to come down to one swingy turn, one way or the other.
one really big turn that you're just forced to play into.
Not attacking with the cat.
Yeah, right. I think if you attack with one, you're attacking with both, right?
Well, he realizes that the Queller would be a 3/4, right?
Yeah.
So I don't understand the attack. The Queller eats either one. So what are you saving the cat for?
Yeah, exactly. It can't block.
I don't know. Maybe I missed something. That's outstanding.
I mean, if you're Luke, you're so happy because now you just go end of turn Queller,
Yeah.
correct?
At this point, I would flash in the Queller, yeah. You have to speed up the clock.
One is not going to get it. I agree. One is not going to do
Well,
it.
no, if you play the Queller, that plays into a push now, right?
You don't care about that.
Well, the push has been live the entire time.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think you
And you
just
can't push them both. And if he doesn't have it, then you're in outstanding shape. Mm-hmm.
Here we go. We're going.
Yeah, this is where Luke's thinking, am I going to speed up the clock?
Yeah. Attacking for 4 a turn is infinitely better.
Yeah, he's there.
Yep.
Yep.
Alright, do you have a push?
Well, we're going to find out. Push now or forever hold your peace.
If he doesn't have it out, we might be done.
And yeah, we're going to be in really good shape. If we can untap with 2 counter spells, we're going to be in great shape.
Why is it?
I think he can look up snare.
He could just ask the judge.
It's also in the graveyard. Oh, he might be looking for slip.
Oh, he's just looking up Catilda because he knows it's there when he sees him. Which that blocks the Harvester in perpetuity.
Yeah.
Just straight up blocks it. Let alone not being able to kill it.
I still think you're pushing the Queller. You don't save it for the Catilda.
Well, yeah.
But
Because
can you beat Flying Spirit Woman?
Well, untapped land is great because then he has Queller counter or Catilda counter. A spell is also great. Yeah, like you have to kill something now, I think, right?
Yeah, the game. I agree that I think you do have to kill the spell caller right now.
You just kill the Lord, yeah, okay.
Oh, interesting.
The Lord's not doing anything on its own.
It's not.
You know.
I would have killed the Queller. Actually, no, it doesn't matter. He's removing power either way. It's a little.
I mean, it's a 1/3 that does block.
The other thing is he might actually have noxious grabs in that, so I mean he's trying to be like good with his removal.
Well, I mean, the Catilda also gets +2 from the Phantom.
Yeah,
because it's
so
the
that might be
Lord
worth it.
and the Spirit, so
That makes sense.
just trying to shrink Catilda.
Yeah, now that you say it.
This is why Anthony's in the semis or in the finals.
Okay, so the Queller did not attack. Are we doing the math that we lose the Hive Rays? I think we do.
Yeah, I think you attack. It's 3 turns versus. If it'll force Luke to play the Catilda if you start attacking the Hive.
Yeah.
The only thing is if he's concerned about a flashed in chains plus.
Yeah. Yep. And we don't attack just so we block. Yep.
Yeah, that doesn't feel great. Oh God.
What's this? Gigantic. That's great.
Which just gets countered.
Yeah. He
Yep.
has it.
Play Spirit and then Mana League it. Yep.
Okay. That's not terrible for Anthony.
It's not terrible.
Because the Hive is a clock now.
Well, and now we're getting to the point where Spirits is getting clocked at 3.
Yeah.
But that tilde still's in his hand, correct?
Correct.
Yeah.
But it's a 2-2.
It is a 2-2.
And it makes you play at sorcery speed at this point.
But I think we're just slamming it here now, right? Nope. Sitting on the Queller.
It's gonna let it go. I mean, then you jam the Hive. Down his throat.
Yeah, I would.
I mean, he clearly doesn't have anything, right? So you're attacking for 3 here. You have to, like, push damage through. You can't just give him opportunities to keep drawing.
I mean, every turn he just leaves up the shield. That's when you used to attack him with lands. As a general rule.
Yep.
Because he's not going to interact with the lands.
Nope.
So, make him play to the board.
Make him play to the board.
Oven. I think you have to quell that.
You're not gonna get a better target.
Mm-mm.
Looks like he's thinking.
Well, but if one of the last 2 cards in his hand is a Mayhem Devil, the game ends on the spot.
Yeah.
So
that's
you might have a better target. We don't know.
You might.
Okay, you let it go.
Okay.
I mean, that's a pretty good kitty.
Did I guess that one right? Is one of the last cards in there? Devil?
Do you send the land?
I don't think he's enough to power up the land, right?
He's got the
Yeah,
treasure.
yeah,
he's the treasure. Okay.
Crocs would be great in this spot.
Right.
I'm serious. There's enough
Crocs
cards in
has
the
been
yard.
great all the time. He does have a devil. I just saw it.
He knows about it.
He's baiting.
It's not gonna happen.
I mean, he knows about the second spell color.
Yes, he does.
Yeah.
So, at this point,
Do you attack with the cat?
yeah,
Absolutely.
And see if he
Yeah.
snap blocks it?
yeah.
Yeah, 100%.
You have the oven.
Yep, 100%.
Who cares? If not, he takes 1.
Mm-hmm.
Right? You're happy.
Well, but 1 now is
I know.
10 times as bad with
You
ovens.
just pass.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Go.
Okay.
Yep.
You're ahead enough. That
He does
you
get the
can
draw card, and that I can't tell what it
Was
was.
it a white card?
I think it was a wedding announcement.
I don't know. Nope.
Portable.
Well,
That's
right.
good against the
That's very
oven.
good. Yep, very good.
Because he needs it now.
Yep. But now he can play. Now he can play Gatilda, hold up Queller.
And that's what he's going for.
He could do that too.
Okay. So we're still here.
But doesn't
2/2 Gatilda.
Yep.
So this is the point where if Anthony top decks a 3-drop or Croxa,
Mm-hmm.
that's perfect.
It's pretty good. Yep. Attack. Spectral Sailor, don't block.
Don't block. Don't do it.
Yep. Still putting cats in ovens.
Gotta put them in the ovens. Put them in the ovens, right?
Yep. And they're not attacking, so there's no reason to bring it back right now.
I wouldn't bring it back.
No.
No.
Like attacking into a Gatilda seems bad business. Alright, well, let's see
So
whose deck draws better.
He's gonna want a 3 of some sort,
Correct.
or Croxa. Those are the best draws right now.
Or a Fatal Push.
Or Fatal Push, yeah, because then that protects the Mayhem Devil as well.
Correct. Because he has to counter that.
Does he have nothing?
What did he draw?
What could he have top decked in a world where there's one man
Yeah.
with one red black sack deck? Because that's all that's left.
I don't know if you're actually racing Catilda. I think you just have to jam Devil and hope.
Well,
Alright.
If you have anything else, you
no,
gotta
we're gonna
jam.
race it. Okay.
okay.
Oh, yep. He's gonna try to raise Catilda. Well, the cat blocks Catilda and turns off the life. Oh,
It flies.
It
It
flies.
flies.
It flies.
Yeah. Okay.
I mean, you know what Anthony could be thinking is, look, I have a few turns. I can find
He's just really trying to not play another queller he knows about.
I can find a fatal push or that second 3-drop.
Yeah.
Right. Like that's
That portable hole though in his hand can definitely put and Luke's hand can put a crunch into those plans.
Let's take the oven away. Yeah.
So now, what is Luke thinking about? Is he thinking about deploying that?
No, he's
he's just thinking what the race looks like right now.
Or because the shields are effectively down, like casting the devil, do I flash in the queller, double block the hive?
And that's
because
what
it pumps up Catilda to a 3/3. You gain 3 life, and you're left with the queller, but then your shields are completely down. So
He's gonna play it.
Yep.
So I think he's assessing that the body and the fact that it grows gildy is worth it.
That's a good one.
Oh my god! He knew what was coming up.
That's insane.
So take oven.
That's an insane draw. That's very unfortunate.
That is an insane draw.
So if you guys did not see, Luke top decked a third queller.
In a spot where it was perfect to have.
Yeah. Did we use we did.
Attack for just
3?
Really?
Oh no, it counts for enchantments, right? So it's for 4?
That's an artifact.
Okay, yeah, forgot. Damn,
Luke might be concerned about claim plus fatal push.
Claim push, or a claim just kills Catilda, correct? Because he has 0 spirits and enchantments.
Yeah. It doesn't count itself, correct?
No, you're right. It does count itself. Never mind.
Yeah.
So it doesn't kill it.
But he's worried about something like that, some kind of term like that.
Yeah.
There it is. You got it?
I do.
Alright. Do you have a second 3-drop?
What are you looking up?
What's the name of
Catilda. K-A-T.
K-E-T. Whoops.
Yeah.
Or K-I-T?
It's Katilda. I just ordered some.
Did you?
I did.
For what deck?
Spirits in case I play it.
So there you go.
In
just so you can
December?
see
Yeah, maybe.
what she does.
Just slowly amassing stuff.
Okay. I mean, that's something.
Okay, so he did have a second spell.
But it's a kitty cat.
No, that's a
Dispute.
That's a dispute.
If it finds a fatal push, he's doing alright.
A Mayhem Devil and something.
He needs to find a piece of removal
It's a fatal push.
as we slow roll our draw.
That looks like a claim.
Cat.
Looks like Mayhem Devil claim.
That's not gonna do it. So do you cycle the blood and look for the fatal push now?
Those are treasures, right? And a
Blue
food
treasures?
token?
Oh,
Yeah,
treasures and
yeah.
food. Oh.
Yeah, there are no blood tokens.
Oh yeah, this might be over.
Yeah.
Alright, well.
How much is he getting hit for?
I think
4, 5, 6, 7,
9.
8.
What was that?
9.
Was that a waste?
It's 9. Yeah.
It's 9. Okay, so he's and he's got gets untapped.
Was that a waste run?
I didn't see it. He's got mismatch arts, so it's hard to know. Okay, but that so he's got a live draw. I think you probably draw here for a Spring Phantom, right?
Yeah.
No? Okay. No, okay, yeah, so he's still playing around a claim and a hive kill. But once he gains 4, I think he's out of range.
Alright. I mean, look, there's a Mayhem Devil into that other.
There is.
There is, right?
Mm-hmm.
So.
Yeah, he drew claim Mayhem Devil.
So he can kill.
What did he just top
I didn't see it.
So barring a rattle chains, he can get back the other Mayhem Devil.
Yes.
But you probably, yeah.
You can draw 1 card, correct?
With
Okay.
what?
You could draw 1 card with the sailor.
Yeah.
Yeah.
The sailor.
one card, but that still means Chains is live off the top.
And that's the problem.
Like Snare is live, Lofty Denial is live.
Spells Queller?
Queller's not live. He'd be one short. No, Queller is live. Holy
Yeah,
crap. Yeah, he has seven.
How many Quellers
lands.
do we have? 4?
We
Definitely.
have one left.
Like, if Luke would win, it would be by 4 Quellers. Just throwing that out there.
Interesting. Luke didn't draw a card on his turn.
I thought he was going to
'cause
try and find Phantom because Phantom's +2.
Alright, so here we go.
I think Phantom was lethal if he found it.
So, let's see what he draws. Are we ready? Are we ready?
It's,
Mausoleum Wanderer. That's the reason you draw on your turn.
yeah.
Okay. So how many we have? We have 2 treasures. So he can get back the other.
So I did a devil.
I mean, you definitely get the other devil, right?
No.
You have to, right?
Yeah, you have to. And if you could kill the sailor, you do it.
Well, but if he does that, then any spirit is lethal because it powers it back up to 4.
Yeah.
5, 6, 7 plus the spirit is 8. So
I mean,
if he does,
you're getting a redraw here, right?
No.
You you can't say go. Like, there's no way you can say go here.
You can't say go here. You die.
Like, he's counting it up, but like you have to do something.
Yeah. If you kill Queller, any spirit's lethal.
Yeah, but if he can then snipe the.
He can't. He's out because he has to sack both treasures and the food.
Well, yeah, but he has a mana open.
He'll go to
Right?
10 life too. He also goes to 10 life. by
That's
sacking
true.
food.
Right. He gains 3.
Well, but he has a spirit already in his hand. That was what I meant by if he draws a second
So
spirit.
why is he killing that? Why is that better?
What's in his hand?
Cat, sure. What are we missing? How is that better?
Oh, he wants to read the backside. It turns anything else into that.
Yeah.
Which means he jacks up a Queller and attacks back again.
Just so everyone, I know you
That's
had
why
it on.
you don't kill that.
But
Luke has the mana.
Unless you exile it, yes.
I don't think you killed the special sailor.
yeah, I don't know why we went for the sailor.
Unless his oven is hand.
Oven's insane here.
It's a crypt and something.
Or Deadly Dispute would be also a really good card here.
Well, but if you're disputing, okay, it's a den.
What's that last card?
I think it's another familiar. He keeps flipping it really fast. I can't see it.
I mean, aren't we? How is this? Why would we kill?
It's a claim.
But we have no way to.
He can't kill whatever he takes.
So what?
I mean,
I don't.
if he takes a spirit, he shrinks Catilda. I think he's doing the math. If he can take a spirit, shrink it down, and then kill it.
That made no sense to me. Correct.
You kill the Queller that's bigger.
That's an
than your
Ottawa.
devil.
Yeah. So, Wander or Bash?
I mean, how? I don't understand where we were. Like, why did we do what we did?
I don't know if he miscalculated the math or what, but I think you still had a
And
shot
that's
at
the other
killing a
thing.
Queller that turn.
That's the thing. Now you're sacking the food and not killing anything.
Correct.
I mean, no. If he plays the.
No, he has to sack the food to stay alive.
I understand that, but Luke could play something ahead before he attacks. He shouldn't, but the Wanderer.
Yeah.
So Luke's thinking, do I auto-war the Mayhem Devil now before I play my Mausoleum Wanderer?
Oh, that's right. The Wanderer dies to the food.
Yeah, to a ping. So you have to bounce the Mayhem Devil now, then play your spirit. I think that's lethal.
Unless he eats the food before combat.
But then you're attacking for 4, 6, 7, 8. So
So what are we doing? We're paying 4 mana.
He's auto-warring that first.
Auto-warring it.
So his Mausoleum Wanderer survives.
Only costs 3 mana, but whatever.
Yeah, it only costs 3, but
He definitely has a mana floating.
okay. Tied for 8.
Yeah, this guy eat the food. Wait, does he have a cat in the yard? That will also do it.
He does have a cat in the yard.
He does? Okay, that'll get him to 9.
Do you want to eat the food over the cat, or do you want to just...
I think I eat the food over having a cat in play.
Yeah. Yeah.
But
I mean, I don't... How does he climb out of this?
Oh, but cat actually attacks back on the next turn, right?
Yeah.
So that's actually potentially more damage with the claim turn. I don't know. 11.
And he...
Take 8. Go back to 3.
a claim would be great.
He has one.
He has one. But I don't think...
It has to come with the oven or a dispute.
Yeah.
Because he actually has the mana to do double, claim, all of it.
Alright.
He needs a sack outlet.
Oh, what's his draw? I can't see it. Move your hand. Someone. ESP.
Springs.
So he's dead.
I think he's dead. Catilda. Doing some heavy lifting.
Yeah, Catilda's so that.
I also think that we're something misplays here with the not getting the second.
I didn't do the math on it, but I think he was short.
Of what?
Playing the devil last turn and then trying to kill the queller. I think he still done
No,
it. Right?
he had 2 treasures and a food.
And what's he to do with the mana?
Doesn't matter. You kill the queller, you get back the devil.
And then he plays the spirit and attacks you for 8, right?
Does he attack your 8?
Yeah, because you kill queller and he still would have the sailor, the queller.
But you're up at 11.
So
you're at 11.
Yeah, like we'll see what happens, but
you're at 11 and you have double in play at that point.
Yeah, maybe. But now I think it's just a formality.
Claim Catilda. That'll give him some. That'll gain him life.
It's a 1/1. I will take 2 damage.
Well, folks, looks like we're gonna have our winner coming up.
Yeah.
I mean, unless something crazy happens.
He's empty-handed.
He's empty-handed.
Yeah.
There's nothing crazy about him.
Hey,
Luke could decide he hates magic and wants to go play Pokemon.
he
Outside of that, I think
he might want to catch them all.
That is possible. Yes, I will take 2 damage.
Kill the Wanderer. Or kill Catilda. Okay. Does that keep him alive?
No, there's 5
no,
damage.
because then he just disturbs onto a queller.
Yeah, you can play the Catilda onto something. Yeah.
Well, we actually see a disturbed Catilda.
And here we go.
Yeah, gigantic queller, or that. Absolutely.
And your champion, Luke Shealy, takes it down.
Right on. Yep, spirits.
Good job.
Good job.
Absolutely. Congratulations to the winner.
Yep.
Well, very, very well played today too, Anthony.
Lost round 1 and then won every other round. So
Appreciate you guys all joining us for the
Absolutely.
event.
Thanks, guys, very much. Hope to do it again.
remember to tune in and join us for our next event. B Sheep, best player in Des Moines. I feel like that's a
fighting words. Right
yeah.
There,
What?
there. All right.
No, but
He gets that today.
Yeah. Congrats to him.
Yes.
And we will see you all next time. Remember, August 26th is our Team Trios event. Tune in for that.
Every spirit has its day. Thanks a lot, guys.